Hey, how's it going? It's JPChivalry going live with Umineko, When They Cry. Will my bot work? Will it do the announcement in the Discord? I'm unsure. But yeah, we're definitely going to finish this episode today and then probably start episode 5. Hopefully there's no issues. I've done a capture test before where it did recognize the game, and I think it did the same thing where it says selecting the language. So cool. There's the announcement. Now I can not look at. Now I can not look at Discord. But yeah, Umineko. It's been fun. I like how in the I don't think I really talked about it, but Kirie's conversation with Battler. It's like, please, Battler, you have to believe everything that you see. You just gotta believe it's witches and magic and all this, all the things. It's just like, it's like I want to believe that she actually said that, but that seems weird. Because it has to be whatever Battler sees, right? That's the truth. But then, and I also like how they kept Battler contained to just the guest house, so he doesn't see any of this. And we're just the ones that are watching this. So it's like, what's the true? But yeah, episode 4. Let's finish this. I don't know how long this final segment's gonna take, but I imagine it would be quite a while because we haven't done any like back and forth with Beatrice to try to explain what the murders, everything that happened. So I guess let's see. Yeah, pretty much everyone's dead. So it's Battler, Maria, Kinzo, Goda, and Kumasawa. Right. So that's an odd combination for the survivors, but let's see. Kirie-san. Wait. Kirie-san did not answer through the phone again. And then she's dead. Okay. I don't know why you're mad, Battler. You don't? Everyone was killed by that damn geezer who was saying something crazy about Beatrice's resurrection ceremony or whatever. So by now, 13 people have been offered as sacrifices. And it's already time for Beatrice to revive, right? Sure, that sounds great. I'll find Beatrice too and kill them both. We've survived the ceremony, so we'll receive an invitation to the Golden Line from Beatrice. Over there, all wishes will be granted. If having your family killed is painful, then you just have to resurrect them. That's what I plan to do. I'll revive the really nice real Mama, the one that isn't possessed by the Black Witch. So Mama will always be with me. There won't be any more overtime or working on days off. She'll always be with me and think only of me. Kihihihi. And she'll always fight against fearsome enemies for my sake. Kihihihi. There's something wrong with you. Why are you saying something so incomprehensible in a situation like this? Incomprehensible reminded me about the death counter. Also, we're 80 hours in to the question arcs. It's crazy. We're at 205 impossibles. Okay. Incomprehensible in a situation like this. Didn't Kirie just tell you, Battler? Didn't she tell you to believe in the witch? Fuck. This is no time to get in an argument with you over something like this. Now, there are no hostages or anyone left alive. This weird, shitty ceremony game is already over. Let me do what I want now. Someone might still be alive, or someone might be hiding. I'll search everywhere, find them, and beat the shit out of them. In a rage, Battler grabbed his hat stand spear and flew out of the room. Maria watched him go, looking bored. Even though Beatrice will grant our wishes soon anyway. Stupid Battler. Hehehehe. that time, the phone rang out again. Maria stood up and grabbed the receiver. Ooh. Hello? Ooh? Ooh. Of course, the sound of the phone also reached Battler's ears as he was about to dash out of the house. With violent forcefulness, he turned around and dashed into the cousin's room. Maria! Who was the phone call from? With a terrifying look on his face, Battler yelled at Maria, who was on the phone. He couldn't blame him. Right now, the only humans left alive on the island were himself, Maria, Goda, and Kumasawa. But there was no way those two could call after being locked up in the gardening storehouse. Which meant there was only one person left. It had to be Kinzo. After continuing her pleasant chat with the person on the other end of the phone for a while, Maria slowly turned to face Battler. Then, with an unsettling expression on her face, she laughed. Kitty. Felt almost as though the person on the other end of the line was chatting about Battler. Maria, who's on the phone? Grandfather? Battler couldn't imagine that this was the case. After all, it was inconceivable that Maria would talk intimately with Kinzo. And that she would be chatting about Battler with that eerie smile on her face. So just what kind of person could be on the phone? Who could make Maria chat with a smile like that? At that time, in the back of his mind, the words Kirie had spoken to him drifted up. A witch does appear, there's no need to doubt it. Just believe that it exists. Yeah, Battler just came back. He sure is jumpy. Maria! Who's on the phone? Who? Hand it over? Sure. Here, Battler. After getting the consent of the person on the other end, she held the receiver out to Battler. Here. Maria held the receiver out for him to take, so it was perfectly normal. Battler hesitated just a little bit before taking the receiver. After all, by accepting the existence of a person at the other end, he'd have no choice but to acknowledge them. As Kirie said, there's no longer any need to doubt that they exist. Battler took the receiver. As he did, Maria briskly left the room. Battler, who was a bit scared to find out for sure who was at the other end of the receiver, questioned Maria before taking the call. Hey, where are you going? To where my test is. I wonder who the next Ushiramiya family head will be, Battler or me? Don't go. You'll be killed. I won't be killed. The ceremony's already over. Even if I'm killed, I'll be revived. Whether one of us becomes the head or not, we've already been invited to the Golden Mine. See you. Wait! Maria! Battler stretched his hand out to Maria's back as she left, but the cord of the receiver that he was gripping stopped him, just like a chain. He readied himself. Battler put the receiver to his ear. Hello? Congratulations! Jesus. And I'm fine. I'm speechless right now. The music's just so good. And I'm fine. And you? Screwed up. Mocking English filled his ears. It was the voice of a woman he didn't know. Who was it? The inside of his head was starting to freeze up. Who was it? What do you mean, who is it? Ushiramiya Battler? Normally you'd answer, yes, I'm fine. Right? That takes me back. You did that one in middle school, right? That thing you do in Paris. You're insane. Who are you? God, the song. Who are you? Answer me. Say it in English. Isn't that your specialty? Don't fuck with me. Who are you? An underling of that damn geezer? Underling is a mean way to say it, is it not? At least say prisoner. And Kinzo is my prisoner, right? Wahahahahaha. That last laugh didn't sound like it was aimed at Battler. It's almost as though Kinzo's right next to the phone, cackling as well. Say your name! Who are you? Who? Guess right, and you could win a free trip to Hawaii. Finally. Finally! It was so long. The days leading up to today were really long. I seriously waited 1,000 years for today, get it? I owe it to you. My big resurrection. Thank you, Kinzo. Just for you, I'll lend an ear to that last. I'll take that move back of yours. My, aren't you getting a tad too excited? Couldn't you act a bit more ladylike? Kinzo and Beatrice sat facing each other over the chessboard on the rest. Man, music's. Kinzo and Beatrice sat facing each other over the chessboard on the reception table. There was expensive cheese and snacks to go with drinks, and there were several empty wine bottles lined up. As Beatrice rolled around on the sofa in an unseemly way, Sheppy held a wine glass on one hand and was probably completely drunk. I want to listen to this song. I'm in the best mood today, so here's a huge bonus for you. Hey, Kinzo, don't use Chateau Petra's as a decoration. It's from 1947, right? If you don't open it today, just when do you plan on opening it? Let's drown ourselves in it and play! Then let's whack each other with the empty bottles. How amusing. You're too excited, and you're letting loose too much. And what about you, Kinzo? Aren't you happy to be reunited with me? Ah, it's the living world, the earthly world. Long live my flesh. What are you going on about? Are you saying that you're Beatrice or something? Yes, I am. When I hear it in English, or like the voice acting, but thanks to Kinzo's 13-person murder ceremony, I've finally been resurrected. It's nice having a mouth. It's nice having a tongue. How fun it is to be able to talk to you like this. Come to think of it, even though we slapped each other with abuse so many times over and over again, this is the first time we've had a conversation like this on the board during the game, isn't it? How very fresh. Oh, did you hear that pop sound just now? He opened it. He seriously opened that Chateau Petrus. Do you know how much a single bottle costs? Almost as much as a whole 10-kilogram ingot, you see? Cut the crap. Beatrice? The Golden Witch, you say? Give it a rest. Where are you? Is that damn geezer with you too? I'll beat the shit out of both of you. Where are you now? Answer me. Oh, so you want to meet me? Ooh hee 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 hee. Stop being such a popular woman. But please, don't try to chat me up when Kinzo's around, okay? This guy gets seriously jealous, so he has a bad temper, you see? But when Kinzo isn't around, we're all alone. I'll love you all you want in secret, okay? Yeah. Giggle, 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 giggle. You're insane. Kinzo, I've changed my mind. I won't do Maria's test. You go. How fickle. So, are you saying you'll do Battler's test? Nothing wrong with that, right? That guy's so much like a younger you that it makes my heart race. Don't worry, I won't cheat on you. This'll be the only time I'll be alone with him. I'm always alone with you in bed, right? But no more tying me to the bed with a collar, okay? Well then, Battler. I, the Golden Witch Beatrice, will be conducting your tests myself. As for the place, yes. Let's make it the front entrance to this mansion. Battler, make sure you try seriously hard in this test to become the successor, okay? I mean, Kinzo's practically dead on his feet. If you become the successor, you'll be the new owner of everything on this island. If it's you, I wouldn't mind becoming all yours, see? Rule over me just like Kinzo did, okay? front entrance of the mansion. Perfect. You drunk bastard. I'll sober you up. I'll fix that hangover with a burning punch. Prepare yourself. Battler impulsively slammed the receiver down. There's no need to talk through it anymore. I'll meet her face to face and settle this. It's crazy that we're only halfway through the story. Well, like, how did they handle the answer arcs? I wonder. I took the spear I'd made from the hat stand. Went outside without even an umbrella. It's hard to imagine that the young woman calling herself Beatrice is waiting for me alone. She probably assumed that, as Goto-san and the rest said, she'll be waiting with supporting troops. Going alone would be too reckless. Goto-san, Kumasawa-san. It's me, Battler. I headed for the guarding storehouse first. I need all the help I can get. Goto-san is big, so I can probably count on him for some firepower. Kumasawa's knowledge and familiarity with the terrain as a senior servant might become a huge weapon. Both of them have master keys, and they know more about the mansion than I do. They'll be pretty reliable allies. I banged on the shutter and called out for them to open it, but I remember that there was nothing they could do from the inside. I would have to get the key back from them before opening the door. I rounded the corner, knocked on the small lattice window there, and opened it. Goto-san, Kumasawa Bachan, it's Battler. Hey, come on, get up. Hey. Are they dead? The scene in the shed, lit by a dim light bulb, was very strange. Goto-san? Kumasawa-san? From a low ceiling beam hung two thick ropes, and at the ends, Goto-san and Kumasawa-san were hanging by their necks. It was dim and cramped because of the various pieces of equipment strewn about, so I couldn't make out the situation clearly. But when they showed not even a tremor after I called out to them, because of the way the loops around their necks seemed to carry the full weight of their bodies, I could sense no trace of life from them. That's weird. I guess they have orders to kill themselves, or... I can't imagine they would go... I don't know. I could sense no trace of life from them. You've got to be kidding me, right? Why? The shutter was still closed. There was only a single key, which had supposedly been given to Goto-san. So how had the culprit opened the shutter and killed both of them inside? No, wait. They weren't necessarily killed. If this is a suicide, that way this closed room makes sense, but I don't know why they would hang themselves and commit suicide. Feebly, I slumped down on the spot. Now the only humans alive on this island are me, Maria, and that damn geezer. No, there's also that insane woman calling herself Beatrice. There's Maria, who had acted like the witch's ally from the beginning, and that geezer, the ringleader who revived the witch, and the witch herself. What the hell? By now I might as well be the only one on this island. I guess because of the... it's either orders or... I mean, their relatives get money, but still, to kill yourself like that? Yeah. Using my pole as a cane, I threw Rose. Damn, I can't do it like this. I've got to avenge everyone. Damn it! It's useless this way. It's useless. It's all useless. Damn it! Might as well cry while I can. So my frail emotions have been squeezed out with my tears. Then I straightened up and gazed in the darkness in the direction of the mansion. At the entrance to the mansion, the witch is waiting. I'll go and settle this. I'll find the source of this weird, insane night and crush her with my own hands. So how does this end? Amidst the pouring rain, I walked through the rose garden without an umbrella, letting myself get soaked. could see the arbor on the other side. According to Jessica, it seemed that George and Nikki had also been killed. Well, by this point, there's no need to worry about the lives of any hostages. We left the path, aiming for the arbor. Then, I saw George and Nikki's weather-beaten corpse. Okay. First body. First body that he saw. His corpse was found in the rose garden arbor. There was a single hole right in the center of his forehead. Okay. It's probably reasonable to assume he was shot with a gun or something similar. It's a brand of humiliation, marking his defeat to Gap. Well, right. Well... okay. Then I saw George Nikki's weather-beaten corpse. Nikki. Damn. Yeah, so it is like a bullet. Corpse is in front of the arbor. Is it? Text is just... I have to wait for the text to go. He's got... He had died under the arbor. He might have at least been spared being bitten down by the rain. In Nikki's forehead was a gaping hole, so he'd been shot with a gun. Perhaps because the rain had washed everything away, his face wasn't covered with blood, so it looked almost like he was sleeping. However, his clothes were stained a deep red, and there were still signs that a large amount of blood had flowed out. How happy I'd be if he were sleeping, or else pretend he'd be dead. But even though the rain sprayed against Nikki's eyes, they remained open, and the hole in his forehead was no joke. But absolutely real. There had been a faint chance that even Goda-san and Kumasawa-san, hanging by their necks in the garden shed, had been them playing a bad joke. But that naive possibility had now been completely denied. And as I looked at this corpse, I became completely sure. Just as Goda-san had once said, the enemy had come to take lives like pieces on a chessboard. There's no mistake. Seems that old geezer and the witch really don't view our lives as anything more than that. That damn witch said something over the phone. Something about us being on the game board. Perfect. Let's see. She thinks this is a game. Then, if you killed everyone like it was a game, it's okay if I kill you like it's all... If I kill you all like it's a game, right? Prepare yourself, Beatrice. Lightning caused the mansion's vast shadow to rise up. Finally, the mansion. As the massive shape came to view, there was no silhouette of any person. It seemed that there weren't any underlings waiting for me in a pack or anything like that. According to Kirie-san, there were massive amounts of attendants with goat heads. At least for now, I couldn't sense a large group of them hiding and staring at me. What's this? Beneath the roof of the entrance. There's something set down. What is this? A box? Looked like the kind of small box that girls often keep trinkets in. It was the same kind of extravagant cigar case you'd find in the reception room. Either way, it didn't look like something that should be here. It clearly looked as though I was being told to open it. But for some reason, opening something being offered to me was irritating. However, it didn't look like we'd get anywhere if I didn't open it. Could it be that it's set up with some trap to make it explode when opened? Thinking things like that, forgetting even to come under the overhang, I continued to glare at the box, still beaten down upon by the rain. Then, mixed in with the thunder, some kind of music. It sounded like that. It was the tone of a big clock in the hall announcing 2400. It's crazy that this all happened in the first day. There was also a sound announcing that this insane day, October 4th, had finally ended. That the much more incredibly insane day of October 5th had begun. That sound quieted, and I could hear an eerie laugh coming out of nowhere. I got the feeling that the voice was coming from the heavens, and I looked up at the sky. Yeah, I don't know what the changes. Oh. What I saw there was a woman I'd never seen before. No, it's not true that I never saw her before. I saw her once today. Yes, in the portrait inside the mansion. Clothes were different. That face was just like the witch of the portrait. Who am I kidding? I already know who this person is. Are you Beatrice? Yahoo! Yahoy, Battler! From the second floor balcony, leaning out under an umbrella and waving high-spiritedly, was without a doubt the witch of the portrait, Beatrice. Was the plan for the boss to take a bird's eye view and let the goat underlings torture me to death? I adjusted my grip on the spear, and imagining goats creeping out of the nearby shadows in the entrance and surrounding me, I raised my guard in all directions. Be at ease, there's no one here but you and me, see? No goat furniture, no demon butlers or teacher, not even the demon who's my close friend. And there's none of the gold butterflies that compose my flesh, no magic circles, and no summoners as witnesses. Do you know what that means? No clue. Quit babbling. It is true that I've met you several times even in this world, almost as though we just missed each other. As you know, this world of humans is filled with toxin just by your existence and your doubting of me. Almost like solid ramparts strengthening the guard around you, the king. And through multiple games, I have advanced pieces one by one, split them apart, and cornered them, leveling your ramparts bit by bit. Then, a faint crack finally opened, and I sent a bishop in, so that it could approach right up next to you. But as you know, bishops are pieces with blind spots. As long as you stay on the black squares, a bishop on black can wield a massive influence. But if you escape just one step to a white square, even if I close in right next to you, I will not be able to touch you. That is why I have progressed through this game by sending in various pieces to prevent you from staying on a white square, forcing you out in front of me, the one who controls the black squares next to you. However, there are now holes opened all over your ramparts, and I was able to send in not a bishop, but a full queen. Do you know what kind of piece a queen is? A rook plus bishop. Is this what you're trying to say? That now you not only control the black squares that are part of the illusion of the witch, but have been able to eat into the white squares of the human world at will? That is correct. You have been calling the squares with the gold butterflies that are my minions the illusion of the witch. You have denied them as unobserved unrealities, right? Cackle cackle. I know. For that very reason, I have openly descended to the white squares like this. Do not worry. I will call plenty of gold butterflies and goats, demons and witches later. If you wish, I'll invite you to the Golden Land. There, any wish can be granted. Wahahahahaha. It's starting to look like someone knocked an ink bottle over the chessboard of this island. I see. A pleasant phrasing. Cackle cackle. Soon you'll be covered in ink as well. You'll finally become covered with pitch black and will surely become a black king. You really are pitiful, drowning in a sea of ink right now, aren't you? No, that's wrong. I'll admit that the island has been stained completely black from your ink bottle, but there's still a white square left. Oh, where? Right under my feet. Your ink of magic tried to cover the entire island, but it can't cover the ground my feet are standing on. Even if this island seems to be stained pitch black at a glance, I am me. I'm here, stepping on a white square. It's strange. Until a second ago, I was shivering all over. But now that she's appeared openly right before my eyes like this, my terror is actually lessened. Interesting. Ghosts are most terrifying when you can only sense them. When you can see them, they have a face you can plant your fist into. There's nothing scary about it. However, she definitely isn't an interesting or a friendly person. She can kill me instantly by snapping her fingers while rolling around giggling. Whether we interpret the result of her snapping her fingers as magic flying at me, or underlings showing up to shoot me, it doesn't matter. Anyway, whether this is fantasy or mystery, that queen is in a position where she can kill me by just snapping her fingers. I see. So does this mean she's the queen of this island? Reigns over both the white and the black squares? Well then, might be amusing to wait until you catch a cold in all that rain. But it's about time to move to the matter at hand. Can you see the box down there? Your test is inside it. Wait. After all that's happened, I'm not interested in some stupid game about who'll become the successor. My game is to take you and that damn geezer, and all of you guys who killed everyone, and smack him with a giant punch. One of those face crushers. Oh, so you will fly through the air up to my balcony. Very well, cackle. Then look, come on right now. Here, up. Damn you, acting so carefree just because you're in a completely safe place. I'm coming over there right now, so prepare yourself and wait for me. No. The door is locked. Of course, the shutters are down for all the windows. My castle isn't so fragile that a single knight like you could break in. I tried opening the door to the entrance anyway, but it really was locked. When I looked around and noticed that the shutters were closed on the windows after all. Normally those wouldn't be closed. Looks like you've prepared for everything. Where's the key? Koda-san and Kumasawa-san probably had master keys, but they were in a closed room with a guarding shed. Can only give up for now. Damn. Guess she's no fool herself. Do you really want to be right beside me so much? Alright. If you impressively pass your test, why don't I grant you an audience? If you pass, you'll become the successor and my new master. My flesh and soul will be yours to do with as you please. For I am no more than the Ushimiya family's furniture. Ha. Well, looks like you want to make me think. Looks like you want me to take this test no matter what. Okay, I'll give it a shot. If I pass, my first prize will be a punch to your face. Scary. But it's not like I mind being controlled by violence, you see. Grab onto my head. Make my face twist in pain. Tear me apart like a hawk does with its talons to its prey. Scratch at me and trample upon me. Remind me of Kinzo in his younger days, once more. That single time in my 1,000-year life. Remind me of that day I was taught the joy of being controlled, surrendering, and being reduced to furniture. Yeah. Did she ever say that she's furniture? No, right? Damn drunk. We aren't getting anywhere. Ignoring the stupidly smiling witch, I picked up the box. Yes. Open it. Inside is a letter. Read it. I opened it. There was a faint smell of cigarettes. Apparently it really had originally been a cigar case. But there were no cigarettes or cigars inside. Instead, there was a Western envelope with the one-winged eagle crest. When I opened that too, there was a letter inside. I looked up at the witch. She was grinning down at me. It seemed she was looking forward to seeing what kind of reaction I'd have to the contents. Damn, just perfect. Its contents were something like this. Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. 1, your life. 2, life. 3, everyone else's lives. If you do not choose 1, all of the above will be lost. What's this? Some pretty creepy stuff's written here. More importantly, the second one's blank, so I don't even know whose life it's supposed to be. Indeed. That second one is where you put the name of the one the test taker loves the most. For Jessica's test, it was Cannon's name, and for George's test, it was Shannon. Since they had obvious feelings for certain people, those names were written in beforehand. But I don't know whom you have feelings for, so I didn't know whose name to write and left it blank. That's perfect. I love you, Beatrice. I'll stick your name in here. In that case, I'll choose the second choice. Happy now? Hey, quit joking. Hey, please, Battler, tell me the name of the person you have feelings for. If you don't, then this won't be a test, right? Sorry, I don't have any girl in particular. Even if I did, why the hell would I tell you? In that case, this test will not work for you. What a shame. I was really wondering what kind of woman was your cup of tea. Cackle. What would you do if I said, like, I like flash-chested lollies with long black hair? That wouldn't match you at all, right? Lies, you breast sommelier. Blonde and bouncy is best, right? Am I not truly the embodiment of your ideal? Cackle. If guessing your 3 sizes of the test to become the successor, I'll take it gladly. Ah, yes. This was the test to choose the successor, wasn't it? It was so fun chatting with you that I've been getting a bit off topic. Then, let us begin the test. I'll question you to see whether you're qualified to be the successor to the Ushirimiya family headship. Answer with care. Which, who'd been joking around like she was drunk until a second ago, suddenly regained her dignity. She looked as though she truly had stepped out of that majestic portrait. I'm the Ushirimiya family alchemist, the Golden Witch and the Endless Witch Beatrice. Do you have the qualifications to inherit the Ushirimiya family and all of my gold? That is what I'll test. State your name. Ushirimiya Battler. Faced with the dignity you wouldn't have imagined from her appearance a short while ago, I answered without any hesitation. From that, yes, I see. I can tell why she's worthy of calling herself the true queen of this island. Very well, Ushirimiya Battler. However, for these 6 years you have thrown away that Ushirimiya name, have you not? Why was that? Because I ran out of love for that old bastard. I know. It was because you felt that your father's remarriage disgraced the death of your mother, whom you respected, yes? I see. You have no blood relation to your new mother whatsoever. It's not as though I can't understand why you'd be unable to accept that mother. However, no matter whom your father remarried, that wouldn't change the fact that his blood runs in your veins, correct? What are you trying to say? I could somewhat understand the childishness that led you to resist your father's remarriage, since you wanted him all to yourself. However, was throwing away the Ushirimiya name as a means of resistance not a disgrace to your family and blood? You were born and raised Ushirimiya, were you not? Do you think you had the right to forget that debt and throw away the Ushirimiya name? It's got nothing to do with you. This is between me and Dad. The Ushirimiya name does not belong to you and your father alone. That was your childishness, nothing more than your inability to forgive the fact that your father was stolen away by an unknown woman. Those 6 years during which you threw away the Ushirimiya family register were a significant period during which you covered the Ushirimiya family in mud. Know the depths of that sin. Well, sorry I'm so childish. However, even though it occurred around the time of the deaths of your grandparents, you did well to return to the Ushirimiya register. For that, let us give you a chance to purify that sin yourself. Now is the time to compensate for your sin of 6 years ago. Come, try to remember. Remember your own sin. Remember that, confess, and repent. That is the test I shall give you. At that time, a massive thunderclap rang out, making my mind go blank. What do you mean, repent? You're trying to tell me to apologize? The test has already begun. You may think as you wish. The witch's expression did not look like a person forcing a tough question on someone and sneering at them. She was asking seriously, and could even sense a quiet determination. Even though the rain fell on Battler, he did not shift his eyes from that gaze. The witch threw her umbrella away. She abandoned herself to the falling rain, so that the rain would fall on her until Battler answered that question. She had chosen to let the rain fall on her as well until we reached an answer. For some reason, Battler understood that, and yet he didn't understand. Well, if you put it that way, I do think I was being childish. All things considered, even Dad getting remarried didn't cancel out the debt I owed for him raising me. You hear that Dad always kept on paying for my living expenses. That even said he wanted to participate in school events. The only reason he couldn't come was because I told Grandpa and Grandma not to let him come, no matter what. It's true that I can't argue back if you want to call that my childish resistance. But you know, in that case, who would clear away Mom's Ushirimiya Usumu's regrets? even though Mom was so devoted to our family and did the very best she could. Despite that, Dad was cheating with Kirie-san. He even got her pregnant with Angie. And then, along with her birth, he rushed to move them to his register. If that wasn't a betrayal of Mom, then what was it? Who will clear up Mom's regrets? But what you're saying is also right. Even though the cheating was a fact, what debt I owed for being raised was real too. In that case, they cancel each other out. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with me leaving the family, is there? That's right. I had the right. No, the duty to smack Dad in Mom's place, didn't I? But I didn't do that. I left without saying anything, as though I hadn't been there in the first place. Dad forgot all about me and started a new family with Kirie-san and Angie. Doesn't that settle everything? But since then, 6 years have passed. Time healed the anger. Kirie-san understood my anger, and even so, she tried to interact with me, even if it meant tearing her heart apart. Angie didn't know anything about the situation, and even though I lived in a separate house, she was raised believing that I was her real big brother, and loved me as if it was true. Dad casually said to come home anytime I wanted. It started to feel more and more ridiculous. Thought it was about time for me to cool my head as well. So I said I'd put it all behind me as long as Dad apologized. Then came the day of Grandpa's funeral. Then he really did put his hands on the floor and apologize, looking unbelievably pathetic. Dad did that, and seriously bowed his head to me, you see. When I saw that, I felt like it'd be stupid to keep it up any longer. I'm sure Mom thought the same thing. Every time Dad and I fought, Mom would always laugh and mediate for us. "Oh, were you fighting over something that silly?" That's what she'd say. I could feel Mom saying that and laughing. So, though I couldn't actually say I'd forgive him, thought it might be okay to start over again from square one. So I decided wind everything back to how it was 6 years ago. And I returned to the Umineko family register. I also cried, raged, and worried for a whole 6 years. Might have been the same for Dad and for my dead mom. Maybe even for Kirie-san and Angie. So we went back to square one, and I returned to being Umineko Battler. That's my immediate family's problem. It has nothing to do with the Umineko family. You have no right to judge that as a sin, and I have no obligation to show repentance to you. If there was anyone I should have done that for, you've already killed them. So I won't apologize for anything. I won't repent. That's my answer for this test. Is that all? What? Part of me had fully responded to her provocation. I had supposedly vented out all the stuff I'd kept inside my chest. Stuff I hadn't wanted to show anyone. That was what the witch had supposedly been expecting. And yet the witch's blank expression didn't change in the slightest. I'd been sure she'd start cackling and guffawing, sneering at my childish, foolish, and shameful past. But to the contrary, I could feel a sense of disgust about her. Something you could almost call a disappointment. What do you mean, is that all? I've exposed everything about me, right? What more could you want? That still isn't enough to clear away your sins. Clear away? How are you asking me to prostrate myself right here and apologize like Dad did? That's not it. I have no interest in matters concerning your immediate family or your home. Where are we? Rakanjima, the main residence of Umineko head family. Isn't there a sin you ought to remember, fitting for this place? Are you saying that I have another sin? Remember, Umineko Battler, not being able to remember that is your sin. For that reason I shall forgive you. If you can remember it, I shall forgive you. Remembering that is my test for atonement for you. Even if you tell me to remember. Remember. That's what makes it a sin. Sorry, Beito. I have absolutely no memory of it. Make it sound like I caused you trouble 6 years ago or something. I supposedly met you for the first time at this family conference. It's true that your legend also existed 6 years ago, but I shouldn't have been acquainted with you. Naturally, on the Rakanjima of 6 years ago, had not yet materialized. Then what kind of sin are you saying I have? Are you saying I've sinned against you somehow? Don't make me say the same thing twice. I had not materialized 6 years ago. There's no way for me to become acquainted with you. In the world that you are, it was as though I didn't exist. Its cold eyes felt as though they were pursuing some kind of sin. At a glance, I felt as though she still hated me for something I'd done to her, that she blamed me for it. However, I naturally didn't have a clue, and Beata had said it herself. 6 years ago, there was no link between us. 6 years ago, no person called Beatrice existed for me. Please give me a hint. Does this sin have anything to do with you and me? I had no connection to you 6 years ago. Remove me from your thoughts already. Why do you think it is a sin against me? Your eyes. My eyes? Huh. Because your eyes are whispering at me to apologize. But I had no connection with you 6 years ago, and it looks like you acknowledged that too. Is that true? Is it really not a problem between me and you? Oh no, that's Valor. I already said it wasn't. No problem between me and you has anything to do with this. But still, your eyes are telling me differently. So I don't even have a clue. Can you say it in red? Can you proclaim that the sin you're telling me to remember isn't something between you and me? Very well. The sin I am now demanding that you remember is not between Ushimiya Battler and Beatrice. Then, why are you looking at me with those eyes? I don't know. I'm simply gazing at you blankly. If it feels that way to you, perhaps there's something making you feel that way. What kind of sin are you saying I have? Ushimiya Battler has a sin. I'm asking you what kind. But it's just some trivial sin like hitting someone or tricking someone. Because of your sin, people die. Liar? I've never killed anyone. Then say it. Who did I kill? When? Who? How? Due to your sin, a great many humans on this island die. And no one escapes. All die. What? What kind of an incomprehensible thing are you saying? Are you saying I killed everyone? I'm a killer? Doesn't mean you carried it out directly. However, because you committed a sin, from an imperfection in the cogs that stretched back a full 6 years, a distortion was created. And tonight, this many lives are lost. You are one of the causes of this tragedy. So something 6 years ago. So something you did 6 years ago? Just because you left? Quit messing around. I'm the cause? Then what? Are you saying 13 people died because I abandoned the Ushimiya register 6 years ago? Are you saying that 13 people died because I came back to the Ushimiya family after 6 years? Don't fuck with me, give it a rest. For these 6 years I've been the man farthest from the Ushimiya family, right? How could I have influenced anything in any way? It's not like I came to the family conference because I wanted to, right? I returned to my family after 6 years to make up for that lost time. I came to Rakanjima reluctantly. It's not like I had some duty to come here today. Came back. Because of that, a massacre occurred. Then what? Are you saying that if I hadn't come back, no one would have had to die? Say it in red. Can you say in red that if I hadn't come back, this massacre crime wouldn't have occurred? There's no way you can say it because you're the culprit for everything. Repeat it! If Ushimiya Battler hadn't returned to Rakanjima, this crime wouldn't have occurred. If you can say it, try saying it. Can't do it, can you? You can't say it. The culprit is you, not me. Don't try to rub that responsibility off onto me. Just gonna say it. Answer in red. Try to repeat it. You can't. My existence has nothing to do with the crime. Quit saying incomprehensible stuff and trying to confuse me. Began to remember the coldness of the raindrops that kept pounding down. The rain earlier had just hurt. And now I felt a tormenting cold from those raindrops. Is there nothing that you remember? Sorry, I don't even have a clue. Hey, I'm starting to get a little pissed off. If there's something you want to say, then say it. If you have a grudge against me, you just have to say it out loud. Don't do it in such a dirty way, forcing me to remember. I'll ask one more time. Can you remember any sin? No, I can't remember anything. So, he says that he can remember nothing. With this, are your regrets set an end? Indeed. And a hopeless bet can leave behind regrets if you do not take it. That's enough. The betting itself has meaning. That may be true. In that case, this is the end of my regrets and my game. What will you do? Who knows? Not interested at all anymore. Sorry, but I wish to leave the game board now. I see. I understand. I'll take over for the rest of the game. You may rest. Indeed. All that remains, I will finish. You may forget everything and bury your head in your pillow. A feather futon should gently protect you from everything. I'll be counting on you to finish up the rest. Leave it to me. Leave everything else to me and sleep. The witch who had questioned Battler hid herself, and the other witch, who had appeared from behind, remained. She certainly was identical, the same witch, but her expression was somehow indifferent and ice cold, completely removed from the one who, despite seeming drunk up until then, had been in high spirits. Hey, are you listening? Isn't this enough for that test thing? I don't care whether I passed or failed. I won't be satisfied until I can bash your face. Come down here, or else open this door. The witch did not answer. Her eyes were as ice cold as Battler's shoulders. She was now clearly a different person since the time she first appeared on that balcony. The witch gazed into my eyes and gave 2 small shakes of the head. Even without words, I was able to gather that she was expressing some kind of disappointment. Without saying anything, the witch turned on her heels. After that, only Battler remained, the cold rain still beating down on him. What's his sin? What did he do? The study was in the middle of a lively party. It seemed that Gap was making fun of Virgilia, having tripped her up in some stupid way. They were spitting Leah, 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 and Gap, Gap, Gap about each other. With this, the sideshow, Kenzo and Renove had opened a new bottle. Oh, you're back. How were the results of Battler's test? Maria's test got passing marks with no complaints, you see. I despised her as a little girl. But see, why, oh my, not bad, not bad. Wahahaha. It seemed like Kenzo was dead drunk. Facing Beato, who had returned, he laughed with the same level of tension as the time they left for the test. However, Renove and Virgilia instantly noticed the change in enthusiasm. Gap also froze her expression and went silent. Wahahaha. What is it, Beatrice, my beloved witch? Not enough to drink, not enough on the side. Let's pour it all over a cow or something and roast it whole. Oh, not bad. Renove, prepare one right away. Beatrice, let's leave the results of Battler's test for later. Why don't we have a toast with spare rib first? Wahahaha. Roast yourself whole. Ha. What? The witch, who had spoken bluntly, coldly passed by Kinzo's side as he doubled over, laughing in a great mood. Then, behind the witch's back, the old summoner's body suddenly went up in flame. Good morning, JP. Hey, Supa. Evil laugh. What? Hey, Sandhapper. How's it going? Yeah, good morning, Supa. Hope all is well. Are you working today? Oh. Yeah! Whoa, God, yeah. Why? His crimson flame spat from his eyes, mouth, and nose. Every hole in his body, Kenzo rolled around. Even though it was a terrible hellfire, it didn't burn anything except Kenzo. Yeah, I'm working today, sadly. Really not in the mood for it? Damn. Hope it goes by quickly then. Man. Kenzo didn't have a clue what was going on. Unable to understand why Beatrice, who had been in such a good mood, had suddenly turned so cold, rolled around. Dancing silhouettes of the witch and demons created by that massive rolling torch looked like a group of excited spectators around a burning at the stake. However, the eyes of the demons who watched over it were indifferent. Yeah, I'm hoping it's an easy day and goes fast. I have some emails to catch up on, so I'll be back, but lurking for now. Cheers for the lurk, Supa. Thank you for stopping by. Emails. When Kenzo finally stopped moving, the fire disappeared, leaving a pitch-black corpse. The inside of the room was commanded by the stillness of the sound of the rain. What has happened, milady? I've gotten over my excitement. Picking up those bothersome cylinders. Beatrice's expression was unbelievably indifferent. There was an iciness that might easily bring the others to the same fate as Kenzo if they annoyed her. Yes, I'll clean it up. Gap made a jet-black pitfall swallow up Kenzo's cinders. If she hadn't carried that out quickly, Gap might have also been burned. Could even feel that thirst for blood. No, thirst for blood probably isn't the best way to describe it. Just like humans don't have any particular emotion when they step on an ant while they're walking. That was how much, unconsciously and mercilessly, Beato was now filled with a brutal emptiness that wouldn't hesitate at burying a passerby. What is it, Beato? I don't want to answer. No, even answering is too much of a pain to do now. And what is it? This isn't like you. Did something happen? Did battlers say something? Oh. Ah! Yeah! Beatrice didn't even answer. It seemed that she even ignored it. There was a change in Gap. From her feet, a creaking, cracking sound rose, like thin ice breaking. And in an instant, it turned Gap into a glass sculpture. Gap! Disappear for a while. I'm in a very bad mood. Beatrice spoke that, in a truly cold voice, which could freeze the heart just by hearing it. Certainly. Then please, allow us to retire. If you need anything, call at any time. After bowing, Renault turned into a cloud of gold butterflies and hid himself. After turning Gap, who would become a sculpture, into a cloud of gold butterflies, Virgilio also turned into a cloud, which mixed in with the others and disappeared. In the study made untidy by drinking, Beatrice stood still, alone. Since the time she had returned, her expression hadn't changed in the slightest. However, when she saw the fallen empty wine bottles and scattered cheese plates, her brow furrowed, and she looked a bit displeased. And when she whispered disappear, in that instant, the room was cleaned up in a flash, as though nothing had happened. The reception chairs were neatly arranged, and there was no wine or cheese. There were no stains or scattered trash either. To the contrary, even the air had frozen over, and enough to make one doubt whether a large number of noisy people really had been in this room until a short while ago. The study had returned to silence. In that silent, frigid study where even the air had frozen, Beatrice stood still. Then she called, muttering, "Battler, are you there?" "I've been here for a while. What the hell's going on with you? You've been strange since a short while ago." "Do I seem strange? My apologies." Even though you were drinking so happily with that damn geezer, you suddenly burned him up. Your demoness friend is a glass sculpture. When you told the demon butler and your teacher to leave, they disappeared right away at your words. Just how fickle and selfish are you? Battler, I'm done. Done with what? I've grown bored of this. Huh? Well, you were the one who started this game. If you've had enough, that's great for me. So basically you're giving up? I'm not giving up. I'm simply ending it. No, I won't even end it. I'm just abandoning this game for eternity. Doesn't that mean you're giving up? Nah, the words got bored of it and threw it away. It fit you perfectly. That is correct. I grew bored of it, and I'm throwing it away. I don't care what happens next. You can remain abandoned and gather dust as much as you like. What's going on with you? It's been kinda hard to deal with since a short while ago. These still the after effects of that incomprehensible test from earlier? If you've got a grudge, all you have to do is say it so clearly. You said in red that it has nothing to do with you, but that's gotta be a play on words, right? It's written all over your face. You have a grudge against me. How many times will I have to say I have no grudge against you before you'll understand? At the time you committed your sin, I did not exist. Beato spoke with an offended expression, her face twisted to look even more displeased. Fickle, inconsistent, moody, temperamental, selfish and simple-minded and cruel. But even so, she hadn't shown an expression as strange as this, even once until now. Well, you were the one who provoked me into this game. I'm a bit let down that it wasn't resolved, but feel free to invite me again if you feel like it. But when that happens, allow me to politely refuse, okay? He intentionally spoke in a mocking tone, but Beato showed no reaction. Battler hung his head and clicked his tongue. We've circled around October 4th and 5th over and over again, but I finally just had just about enough of this role. This way, the boat will come tomorrow. That's right. When the seagulls will return to the harbor, I'll finally be able to hear Rakanjima's signature nya-nya cries. After all, maybe because of the weather, they weren't there at all when I came to the island. When the seagulls cry, everything will end, I guess. All done. The end. What a relief. Exactly. What is it that you're misunderstanding? What'd you say? I said that nothing would end. With this, everything will be abandoned. The game will be forgotten, and the pieces on the board will be abandoned as they lay. There will be no advancing or returning, no taking and being taken. No victory, no defeat, not even a tie. Just abandoned. Doesn't that mean it's over? Wrong. On my turn, the game will stop for all eternity. Your turn will not come. So there will be no victory, nor defeat, or a tie. In the past, I couldn't let you do that. After all, one of my goals was winning against you. However, I've lost interest, so there is no longer any point in making moves any longer. What do you mean by my turn not coming? I thought that Beato getting tired of the game meant I'd be released and that I'd be able to escape Rakanjima. But for some reason, Beato's repeated words about the difference between abandoning the game and settling it caught my attention. Just what is it she's been saying? Why the bad mood? At that time, I suddenly heard a voice come from behind me. When I turned around, there was someone I thought I might not remember from somewhere. A mysterious girl with no light in her eyes was standing there. Oh. What this kid's saying goes something like this. She means putting the lid on this game and leaving the pieces as they are. The game will be locked away for all eternity without ending. The only way for you to return to your original world is to win against Beato. So if Beato abandons the game, get it? Suddenly in a different place was a girl wearing a bright pink dress. I had a feeling I'd met her somewhere too, but I couldn't remember. More important was the meaning of her words. If the game is abandoned, then... That's right. The match won't be resolved unless enemies and allies meet. It would mean that you'd never be able to win and escape from this world for all eternity. What it comes down to, I guess, is something like taking the key up to the cage that you're locked in, fastening it to the collar of a pigeon or something and letting it fly. This isn't funny, Beato. We didn't come here this far to watch such a boring game. Calling it a day like this is no joke. I agree with Lambda. I came here to make Battler win, and to make you writhe in defeat. I still haven't achieved that goal. I won't stand for your abandoning the game at a time like this and running away. I acknowledge that it would mean this curtain call for a game that disappoints you ladies. However, I, the host of this tea party, am fickle. Once it's lost its fun, I know no way of entertaining. I believe that's been my witch-like way of doing things from the very beginning. There are no problems, yes? Certainly. I won't go against your creed. I won't accept it. Quit fooling around. How much do you think I've supported you? Think I'd be okay with that after all this preparation? Don't mess with me. I'm saying that I've tired of it. Nothing more, nothing less. That's not gonna fly. We'll have you continue this game. You want to win against Battler, right? You want to win and make him surrender, right? You're almost there, aren't you? Am I right? Don't ask me that. But I have an opinion too. Let me say it. What? This is a fight you picked. I'm prepared to settle this once and for all. I've come close to surrendering many times, but I've never had any intention of escaping partway through, leaving the match undecided. Since I'm here, showing the will to fight, you better not run away, Beatrice. I agree. Getting Battler involved and then leaving without giving him victory or defeat is just too irresponsible. Suddenly even Gretel was there. Everyone was calling Beato irresponsible. It seems I'm mostly being called irresponsible because Battler will, as my opponent, be stuck. In that case, Battler, will you step down from being an opponent as I shall? That way, I will have done nothing worthy of criticism. If I step down, will I be able to leave Rakanjima? There's no chance you'll be able to leave. Just be covered in dust and let it pile up on your shoulders. Quit fooling around. What an irresponsible person. You've killed such a large number of people. On top of that, using the witch's power, you've done it over and over, killing in gruesome ways. Definitely won't let you escape without taking responsibility. Responsibility? What is it I should do to take this so-called responsibility? Fight until a resolution is reached. Battler will sit in the chair across from you, never giving up and fighting until he beats you. So you too, fight until you're defeated. If you don't like that, try and defeat Battler. I won't forgive you. If you leave everything unresolved and abandon Battler in this chair, locking him up and never letting him return, I won't forgive you. Gretel, to be perfectly honest, I didn't really understand from what standpoint Gretel was trying to save me. But in her words, I could feel a strong determination to save me from this insane game world, no matter what. So I responded in kind. Aeta, face me. I am here, across from you, in the seat of your rival. Get it? As long as I continue to sit here, I won't allow you to escape. So don't escape. Fight. Isn't this a fight you started? You did all that crap over and over, making a complete mess of things. How could I let you end it because you're tired after all this time? I am your opponent. As long as I'm here, I won't let you escape. Are you listening, you irresponsible witch? Try saying something! After I yelled at her, Beato went silent for a while. Whether my words had reached her, or whether she was thinking about something completely different, I couldn't tell. But for a while she was silent, gazing at me with an expression I could read no emotion from. When she realized that I'd noticed, she averted her gaze. And then she turned her back to me and said this. So, since Battler will not quit as my opponent, the ladies are saying that my abandonment of this game will not be acknowledged. In that case, let's ask. Let's see if the man over there was qualified to be my opponent in the first place. Qualified? Probably has something to do with that test or whatever just now. What are you planning to do? Don't tell me you're... I will now determine whether or not you are qualified to be my opponent. Ready, battler? If those qualifications are acknowledged, I will stay in my seat and continue the game. I shall promise to fight for all eternity until the outcome is decided. Heh, I was ready for that from the beginning. However, if you are not qualified, you must disappear. If the opponent disappears, there is no game. I can leave this place openly. Are the ladies satisfied? Interruptions will not be necessary. Go ahead. Do as you like. Battler, you make sure you answer well. The very reason I'm here is because I'm qualified, right? There's nothing to be scared of. You couldn't be. Gretel grew suddenly pale. Thought her to be the calm, collected type, so that expression surprised me. Well then, battler. I shall have you repeat it in red. You're telling me to repeat something? Damn you. Stealing my signature move. But can I use the red truth too? How? If you wish for it to be that way, you can do it. It's easy. My name is Ushirmiya Battler. Whoa, pretty cool. Stop it. I know what you're after. But stop that. He's... Gretel yelled. Beato glared at her. Then, her form was wiped away in an instant. So... Are you trying to say that Battler's a witch? Form was wiped away in an instant. Shut up. Leave your seat for a while. You too, ladies. If you interfere, I will not hold back. You won't get in the way. Go ahead, do as you like. But Burn, this is bad. She's trying to erase Battler. What's that? What's she planning? Well then, I shall question your qualifications. Interesting. Attack and defense are reversed from your normal game. This is a very precious experience coming at the very end. Ready? Listen carefully. I'll speak with the red first. I am the Golden Witch Beatrice, and I opened this game in order to fight Ushirmiya Kinzo's grandchild, Ushirmiya Battler. I know that. So what? Repeat it. Ushirmiya Battler's mother is Ushirmiya Asumu. What? Why is Mom's name popping up all of a sudden? I do not require chatter. Just read it in red. Beato urged me with the same indifferent tone. I don't have a clue what she's trying to do. I have absolutely nothing to feel guilty for that would trouble me if thrown in my face. And there's nothing that I'm hiding. There's nothing that could trouble me by demanding that I repeat it. So, why do something like this? Sure, I'll repeat it. Ushirmiya Battler's mother is Ushirmiya Asumu. Red sure it's convenient. I need to bother myself to bring in a copy of the family register. Idle chatter is unnecessary. Let's continue. Your name is Ushirmiya Battler. Sure, my name is Ushirmiya Battler. It was from Ushirmiya Asumu that Ushirmiya Battler was born. It was from Ushirmiya Asumu that Ushirmiya Battler was born. It was from Ushirmiya Asumu that you were born. It was from Ushirmiya... What? At the time, my throat suddenly closed. I was rapidly assaulted with a choking suffocation. What's going on? One more time. It was from Ushirmiya Asumu that I was born. Damn it. It was from Ushirmiya Asumu that I was born. What the hell? Even though I was doing it so easily a second ago, I suddenly stopped being able to get the red to work. Wait a second. Why is it... So, yeah, why is it acting up now? I was doing it so easily the second I stopped being able to get it to work. Do you refuse to repeat it? I'm not refusing anything. It's not working for some reason. It was from Ushimiya Asumu that I was born. Why? Damn it, why can't I use the red? Because it's not the truth. Because he's not Battler? What? How? What? But he said his name is Ushimiya Battler. Huh. Man, what is going on? Do you refuse to repeat it? I'm not refusing anything, it's not working for some reason. It was from Ushimiya Asumu that I was born. Why? Damn it, why can't I use the red? What the hell? Mom is Ushimiya Asumu, right? Why can't I say that fact in red? What's going on? This is... Ugh. If you try to forcefully speak red that cannot be spoken, you choke. There's no need to strain yourself. Allow me to use the aforementioned fact to press you in blue. Do you remember? The blue is used to proclaim a theory for the opponents to deny. They are then burdened with the responsibility of denying that in red, and if they do not, it becomes your victory. Well, let us begin. Due to my previous demand to repeat and your subsequent refusal, I proclaim that you are not qualified to be my opponent. After all, Beatrice opened this game, in order to fight with Ushimiya Kinzo's grandchild, Ushimiya Battler. This gave you the responsibility as my opponent, to declare in red that you are Ushimiya Kinzo's grandchild, Ushimiya Battler. You refuse to repeat that. This means the loss of your qualifications. But he said his name is Ushimiya Battler. Deny something about that in red? Quickly! Sure. I am Ushimiya Battler. Because I can say that in red, I should be your opponent. It may be a fact that you have the name Ushimiya Battler. However, people's names are not exclusive. There is a possibility that multiple humans have the name Ushimiya Battler. In short, this is what it means. You are a different person with the same first and last names as Ushimiya Asumu's son, Ushimiya Battler. What'd you say? Don't be so stupid! I'm Mom's child, Ushimiya Asumu's child. It was from Ushimiya Asumu that... Damn, why? Why can't I say that I was born from my mom? How could something so stupid be true? I don't need to suffer. I will not toy with you. This is checkmate. You are not Ushimiya Asumu's son. What? You're... kidding me. Who are you? What person calling themselves Ushimiya Battler? Well, wait a second. I am Ushimiya Battler. It's from Ushimiya Asumu that I was born, and I'm Dad and Mom's son. No, there's no way that you're my opponent, Ushimiya Battler. But this is proof. Proof, you say? You did not know of that sin 6 years ago. That's... No, the true Ushimiya Battler would not have committed a sin. But a sin did occur in the end. That span of 6 years became a blank space. And a man who knew nothing of that time took on the name Ushimiya Battler and appeared on Rakanjima. That truth goes like this. 6 years ago, my opponent, the true Ushimiya Battler, was already dead? Wait, what? You're part of a plot by Rudolph having something to do with the distribution of the inheritance. A body double set up in Ushimiya Battler's place. How could something that stupid be true? That's so ridiculous. Battler, get a hold of yourself. Well, if he can't counter back, there's nothing more to do. Battler did not possess that qualification. That's how it is. Are you okay with that, Burn? If you accept that, you'll lose too, right? Won't you win? Why are you taking Battler's side? What a shame, Battler. What a real shame that you didn't have the qualifications to be Beatrice's opponent. I was careless myself, betting on an unqualified piece. It's my utter defeat, Beatrice. There is no victory or defeat. The opponent will simply disappear. Or perhaps I should say that he was never there to begin with. But then, who am I? Am I not Dad and Mom's kid? Who am I? What am I? If I'm not Mom's kid, then what? Are you saying I'm a kid that they picked up somewhere like a stray cat? If that is the case, it would mean that you do not share Kinzo's blood. Either way, you are not qualified to compete in this game. You're kidding me. Are you kidding me? Enough! From the very beginning, I was faintly aware of the possibility that you weren't Ushimiya Battler. So I had to question you. I had to ask about something the real Battler would have known. What a shame. I even bet on the one in a quadrillion chance of a miracle that you might really be Ushimiya Battler. But it seems you really are a different person with the same first and last names. Bit by bit, Battler's form began to be clouded in darkness. No, maybe it was the other way around. The whole world was clouded in darkness, leaving only Battler. Battler was down on all fours, hanging his head and repeatedly questioning himself. However, he was not given an answer. The world stained with darkness. Beato spoke something and Lambadata ran up to him, yelling something very quickly, who had already seemed very far away, and didn't reach Battler's ears. Then he, not knowing who he himself was, erased himself. What shenanigans are they doing? Battler! Now my opponent has disappeared. Well then, if you excuse me. And ladies, you should get ready for your journey. No more festivities have been prepared for in my territory. It was good seeing you. Goodbye. Without saying anything more, she clouded her own form in darkness as well and disappeared. Are you okay with this? Battler disappeared, right? You know how much you hate losing, and are you really okay with this? Weren't you betting on my defeat? Good for you, then. Congratulations, Lambda. Let's meet again in some other world, okay? Well, this world of endless fragments. The chances of us having some connection again somewhere are probably less than 1 in a quadrillion. Anyway, it was fun. Bye-bye. Wait up, Burn! Chasing after Burn Castell, who had disappeared first, Lambda disappeared as well. After that, everyone was gone. The study was now completely empty. It returned to silence, almost as though no one had been there from the outset. No one was here in the first place. The silent study spoke that wordlessly, and the sound of the wind and rain began to fill the room bit by bit. Downer ending. Man. Well, it's not over yet, right? In a world where everything had sunk into darkness, Beato questioned herself. As I thought, from the very beginning, magic should only have been used within Mariage Socié. Seems so. I also thought that with Angie. The Witches' Alliance is you and I. It started with those two. Including other people was our first mistake. It's just so fun. Wanted to add someone close to us into that circle. And we wished that the Witches' Alliance would get really large. That everyone would be able to use fun and magic together. And that we'd all be happy. However, only you and I were able to understand magic after all. We are the only two witches in this world who were brought together by a miracle. And now, as long as I have Beato, I don't need anyone else. Me too. As long as you're here, I don't need anyone else anymore. The very first moment that marriage associé was formed, it was already complete. That is so. It is truly so. No. It was once a witch's alliance to make everyone happy together with magic. I wonder when it got this screwed up. What did I want to do when I started this game? Can't really remember even that. No, I may remember. That's a feeling I now wish to throw away to the far side of oblivion. It's okay. We'll not forget everything. Let's have a mariage associé for just the two of us. We'll acknowledge each other. No one will hurt us. So we won't be hurt. We won't cry. Let's forget everything. Hey, Beato. We are eternal. Maria. Ooh. Ooh. It's not over yet? Man, what's gonna happen? The world 12 years later, October 1998. Amakusa, could you turn that off? Whoops, my bad. You don't like Zaki? I'm just not in the mood. Amakusa turned the radio off. The world of cheery sounds was immediately swallowed up by the roaring sea, and blotted out by the ocean's gray. Is Zaki the composer? Can you see it? Over there is where the harbor was at the time. The boat captain pointed, but I couldn't really recall that scene of 12 years ago. Thought I'd surely be able to immediately remember how things had been at the time, but no memories came back to me. After that incident, the island was sealed off and left to the wild. I couldn't satisfy myself with the thought that this was just inevitable. I felt sad and painful for some reason. But I at least remember one thing. I might say that it'd probably be the same anywhere on the sea, but I remember at least one thing. The cries of the seagulls. I do remember those. When I was young, I rarely went to the ocean, so everything that symbolized the ocean meant Rakajima and a family gathering to me. In short, it was a symbol for the happiness of going out with my family. However, at this point in time, it seems doubtful whether that even was happiness. In my younger days, the trip had felt like a relaxed family vacation, but considering my parents' situation at the time, it was surely a very difficult trip to handle, with the distribution of the inheritance filling the place with the smell of gunpowder. I can remember giggling all over the place, completely ignorant of my parents' feelings. Rakajima, huh? Place of all beginnings, and the end of the line for all journeys. Amakusa, in an attempt to speak for my innermost feelings, tried to sound cool. The boat slowly rounded the island. I hope that viewing it at a different angle might bring back my memories of the island's silhouette at the time just a little. But in the end, even when that inlet was hidden completely by cliffs, I wasn't able to remember anything. Captain, please tell me about that other harbor you mentioned. Sure. Rakajima supposedly has only one harbor. That's only for public appearances. On the back of the island, there's another hidden harbor. Like Rakajima itself, it has a second face, which no one knows about. Rakajima is an island owned by the Ushimiya family, but it has another face, as an island owned by Kinzo-san personally. So this island has 2 harbors and 2 mansions. Sure spent a lot just to keep a mistress. Who knew about this other harbor? Very few. Kinzo-san, the butler Genji-san, those of us involved with the boats, and a very small number of the older servants. But the previous owner of the Nanjo clinic and that Kumasawa Ba-san knew. Naming them off like this makes it sound like there were quite a few, but basically, there's a small number of people who knew. Please, tell me about that other mansion. I was only told that there was a mansion called Kuwadorian. Since I wasn't allowed to leave the boat, I never saw it, not even once. So it was far enough away that you couldn't see it from the harbor? I don't know, but it was a hidden mansion after all. It was probably built where you couldn't see it from the outside. Anyway, Kuwadorian was the biggest secret off that island. There's a theory that Beatrice lived in Kuwadorian, or else was confined there. What do you think, Captain? I did sometimes carry miscellaneous goods to Kuwadorian. That included a lot of stuff that only women would use, and expensive stuff at that. I'm also convinced that theory is true. So does that mean you never saw Beatrice directly, Captain? Nope. Came and went for about 20 years, and I never saw her once. 20 years? Phew, that means she was at least 20 plus. Looks like she wasn't some mademoiselle. But one day, bang, all coming and going to and from Kuwadorian suddenly stopped. That was about 30 years ago. So around Showa 43, I think. Bang? You mean suddenly? Came to the hidden side on a set schedule to carry food and trash back and forth. Ah, right. The hidden side's what we call the harbor, linked to Kuwadorian. I get it. So then... One day, we got an urgent message from Genji-san. He said that until we heard differently, there was no need for us to go to the hidden side anymore. And did you hear differently? Not really. Long story short, one day, I was suddenly told that they wouldn't need regular service to the hidden side anymore, and I didn't have to take food there either. At first I thought I was being fired, but I quickly figured it out. Going by the reactions of the servants who knew of Kuwadorian, I managed to guess somehow. Beatrice died. There was no longer any need to take food or people to care for her. That's what I think. From that point on, I was never told to take a boat to the hidden side. However, after that, Genji-san came to see me face to face and got pushy, strongly urging me never to speak of anything related to the hidden side until I died. So, if that hidden mansion was banned for 20 whole years, why was Aunt Ava there? On that day, 12 years ago, Ushimiya Ava somehow escaped harm alone in a hidden mansion 2 kilometers away from the mansion. Why was she in a hidden mansion that had been forgotten for 20 years? I saw in the talk shows. Even I don't have a clue what happened. Not once did I guide Ava-san to the hidden side. I have no idea how or why she knew about or reached Kuwadorian. I wonder if it was possible to reach this hidden Kuwadorian by land. If, as we heard, the forest was dense and uncultivated, I seriously doubt a well-dressed lady's person would be able to crash it. So what about by sea? Maybe there's a motorboat or something? Are you kidding? That 2-nighter typhoon was awful. No way you could have used a boat. So what if there was an underground passage or something between the mansion and Kuwadorian? Wouldn't it have been a pain to have a charter boat? Wouldn't it have been a pain to have to charter a boat each time you want to visit his mistress's house? You mean a tunnel long enough to connect mansions on opposite sides of a 2-kilometer island like Wakajima? Well, I'd like to laugh at the thought, but this rich guy made a whole hidden mansion for his mistress. Guess I can't deny the possibility. What do you think, Captain? I'm a man of the sea. I don't know about holes. But the Japanese military dug a 25-kilometer tunnel on Iwo Jima. Wouldn't surprise me if that Kinzo-san could dig at least 2 kilometers. There really is something wrong with this island. Even now, not one of us really knows a thing about it. The boat reached the shore. We would have to walk a short ways to reach the mansion. I'll wait here. The mansion's that way. The path from back then is probably still there, but I'll bet it's covered with plants. Make sure you don't get lost. Alright, let's go. Thanks for everything, Hamakusa. You wait here too. Well, I had a feeling you'd say that. I'm just delivering something. It'll be troublesome for them if you come too. Imagine your toxin is strong. Toxin? Oh. I'll be back soon. Today, our main goal is Kuodorian. After I deliver this, I'll come right back. Angie put on her knapsack, holding the flowers she would offer. Give her some space, youngin. See you soon, little lady. Your family's waiting for you. I had never been on a road like this, but I had no trouble finding my way. If I walked straight ahead, it would probably guide me to the final destination for everything. It was true that the vegetation was incredibly thick, and if I didn't pay attention, I would lose track of the path. But the road that was left was much clearer than I guessed it would be. Still, that didn't change the fact that it was a bad road. Contrary to the distance shown on the map, I was forced to walk a long way. The forest was deep and dark. At the time, I'd been threatened to staying away from the forest because a witch lived there. Of course, that fear is gone now, but I feel it. Because I was me, I could feel the presence, like an aura of the Golden Witch Beatrice. Here and there were massive fallen lumps of rock, along with overgrown trees and ivy. And the voices of birds and bugs. Yeah, I feel it. I feel that the witch is here. Ahead, an ivy-covered construction site fence and warning sign stood. No entry. Tokyo Metropolis. That was written on it. Yeah, that's right. When you think Tokyo, you tend to think of a city. But Rakanjima is also located within the Tokyo Metropolis. Apologizing to the sign for my rude mistake, I climbed the fence. And across the steep slope beyond that, my field of vision rapidly expanded. A fresh sea breeze blew through my hair. It's like the top of a little hill. Below me was a vast view of the island. I could only see desolated forest and rock walls spread out below me, but I realized that the mansion was probably somewhere around there. A steep downward slope beyond this hill had probably been caused by earth and rocks collapsing from 12 years of wind and rain. It became a slant filled with crags that you might even call gentle cliffs. It would be easy to tumble down, though it looked like climbing back would be pretty difficult. In any event, it seemed that proceeding any further would be impossible. If I continued any further, I wouldn't be able to return. In other words, this is the border. This place is 1986 and 1998. And it is that day and today. The boundary between this world and Nirvana. This spot is... this journey's final destination, it seems. The strong winds blew in Mammon's and Sakataro's hair. They looked down from the hilltop. From here, I can't really tell. Where's the mansion? Let's get closer. Who do you? That's impossible. You won't be able to come back. You won't be able to come back. Is that it? I see. This is 1998. And I'm the Ushimiya Angie who has been left all alone. At first, this was a journey to die, but not anymore. It's become a journey to accomplish something. Yeah. So I'm sorry, you two. Although as I was back then on that day, I would have gone down that cliff without any hesitation. Come on, this is pretty lame for the skyscraper jumping Ushimiya Angie. Sorry. This place is as good as any. After all, you can feel the wind of that day. Is the wind really like this? Yeah. Very soon they will come. Everyone. Sakataro said it as though it was completely natural. And I believed it. Dad, Mom, Oni-chan, all of my relatives and those fun servants, and Maria One-chan. It's me. It's Angie. I've come back. And I started my journey to expose the past of 12 years ago. My goal had been abstract and I hadn't understood, but now I have no doubts. This journey was induced by several thoughts and fates over 12 years. A journey to reach an end for me, Ushimiya Anji, and a journey reached an end as the last witch of Mariage Sorcier. I came here as the last daughter of the Ushimiya family, and as the last witch. Dad, Mom, Oni-chan, sorry. Let me greet Maria Oni-chan first. A strong tailwind urged me on. That tailwind took just my soul out from inside my body to the vast forest beneath me. And though from here on I couldn't see, I believe that it flew me to the mansion on that day, to where everyone was, to where Maria One-chan was. And so, even though my body was on top of the hill, a strong wind blowing against me, my soul was now certainly dancing through that sky. The vast sky of Rakanjima. Below me was the green of many trees. But I understand. I can comprehend the presence of my family and relatives and all the servants. And Maria One-chan too. I could even comprehend Maria One-chan as a witch. It was vast, more so than any vast space I had imagined up until now. Maria One-chan, can you hear me? Listen. Angie called to the Maria of that day. She told her of the long journey she'd undergone, of her long-delayed realization of just how much she'd wounded Maria in her youth. She understood magic, and now understood everything about the world Maria had wanted to show her. It was very warm, overflowing with love and happiness. She wanted to become even happier by sharing that world, but I trampled it. So now, I finally understand everything. I understand magic. Our magic is surely very faint and fills the space beside us. But it isn't something that anyone can see with their eyes. Magic is, yes, I can say it clearly. Without love, cannot be seen. Sorry, One-chan. I've already been excommunicated from the Alliance of Witches. But now, I understand how wonderful it is. And I know that after the day I wounded you, Mariage Sorcier was transfigured into something different from what you truly desired. The magic that spat anger by cursing people was probably important to One-chan in those days. One-chan's environment was sad enough to permit that. But now, those sad days are over. So, let's return to One-chan's alliance of witches. Back to the original Mariage Sorcier. The grimoire was in my hands before I realized it. The strong winds were rapidly blowing its pages one after another. That world had been kind at the beginning. How could you give birth to magic that would make candy fall from the sky? How could you give birth to magic that would make tomorrow's dinner prime coquette? How could you give birth to magic that would make the weather good when you went out the next day, making your whole day fun? New spells of happiness were created, one after another, coloring her world with kindness. Those days were flipped through one after another, and months began to flash by. The pages with drawings that had once been colorful gradually began to change into the color of black ink. Eerie magic circles and demon summonings. Evil magic for harming people. How could you give birth to magic that would cause the class bully to catch a cold? How could you give birth to magic that could seriously injure someone in class so that they died? How could you give birth to magic that would cause a bus loaded with all the bullies to fall off a cliff? Malicious spells were created one after another, burying the pages in her heart. Because I hurt One-chan, Mariage Sorcier ended up like this. One-chan isn't a black evil witch. She was a white, pure, innocent, kind witch. I'll return it to how it was. I'll bring back the original Maria One-chan. The one who scattered magic to make people happy across the entire world. That's the reason I came here. I was guided by fate. Maria Nechan, can you hear me? Show yourself before me. That voice rode an even stronger wind and was sent 12 years into the past. Then, the wind gradually ceased, and silence fell. Crunch, crunch. You could hear the sound of gravel being stepped on. Listen to those footsteps, surprised at this miracle. Without a doubt, those were Maria Nechan's footsteps. Maria Nechan. Okay, how did she get there? It's Kasumi. Looks like I finally found you, eh, Angie-chan? Before I knew it, Aunt Kasumi and her black suits, a total of 7 people who didn't resemble Maria Nechan in the slightest, were standing there, surrounding me. I felt like my voice had been just about to reach Maria Nechan too. Because of these guys' toxin, that magic was cut off. Angie clicked her tongue at that, but Kasumi probably didn't hear it that way. Those flowers for your deceased family? How admirable. You're gonna throw them, right? Go ahead, we'll wait that long. Just what are you waiting for? But Angie could more or less guess. The way the black suits unnaturally stuck their hands into their pockets clearly brought to mind the likelihood that they had handguns. This is a deserted island. There could be no more convenient place to dispose of someone. Absolutely no interest in the family matters of the Sumidera family. But if I die, all that wealth will go to them. Unlike me, they're probably very interested and concerned about this matter. Of course, it seems that if a massive amount of stock I own suddenly go to them, it'll be pretty bad for the Umineko group as well. And they're apparently having a secret feud, fighting over me all by themselves. That's probably why President Okanoki gave me Amakusa as a guard. Having Amakusa wait on the boat was a regrettable mistake. Aunt Kasumi, how long have you been waiting for this ambush? Since early morning. Thanks to that, I'm completely tired of waiting. After all, there are no cafes or dressing rooms here. No toilets either, so I guess you had to elegantly drop a load behind a tree. A lady with half Sumidera blood flowing through her veins will not use such filthy words. You really are a Sumidera Kirie's child. No, not a trace of grace. She grabbed me by the hair and forced my face up to hers, then spat at me. My words might be filthy. They're no worse than her spit. Every time you talk to me, Aunt Kasumi, it's always about Mom. Am I really that much like my mother? Yes, you are. That impertinent gaze. Your mouth and nose are the same too. Freewheeling and irresponsible. You thought nothing of the long history and tradition of the Sumidera family and selfishly flew out of the house. Thanks to that, my entire life has been devoted to clean up your mess. Guess your life really has been covered with crap. When I was slapped on the cheek, my ear was smashed, and for an instant, a head rang. A hair was pulled, spinning me around, and I fell to the ground. And in a flash, the ground was kicked, and I was struck with sand. Yes, you truly are like Nason. That gaze like you're mocking me somehow. Yes, I remember so many things. You're a sad person. I'll bet that since you were young, you always got compared to Mom in scorn. And for your entire life, you'll never be released from that wretchedness. A little girl like you couldn't possibly understand. You see, your mother is a loser who threw everything away and ran away from the Sumidera family, right? Do you know how much trouble I went through because of that loser? Any trouble you went through has nothing to do with me. Sorry, but what am I supposed to do about something that happened before I was born? When will your life begin? Never will. For all eternity. You will always continue to be sneered at by my dead mother until you die. If only you just died. Why are you living? You little piss. You all. Make her some tea. Leave it to us. big mouth shitty brat. Let's teach you a little lesson. Black suit dashed up to me, violently grabbed me by the nape of the neck and dragged me down. Do whatever you want to her until my break is over. Teach my cute niece her place. Sumadera Kasumi. When I think about it, she was a pitiable person. To the outside world, women of the Sumadera family were trained to be in a position that supported and deferred to men. But in actuality, strong leadership was required from them, so that they could manage all the common people. The role demanded of them really was that of a female commander, like a literal reading of the word Okami. Managing the Sumadera family with all its traditions was not something that could be accomplished with just an ordinary level of dignity. It was an unimaginably heavy responsibility. Normally, this would have been demanded of Kirie. Kirie had undergone that harsh training, and Kasumi, as the younger sister, should have been able to take it easy. No, on the contrary, she had lived like a lazy, selfish, and affluent princess, sneering at Kirie, who had been given the heavy responsibility. However, Kirie had suddenly been disinherited. She had refused the fiancé her parents had arranged, and had gotten pregnant by her lover, Ushirimiya Rudolph. From the Sumadera's perspective, even though the Ushirimiya family held a vast fortune, it was a low-level family that had already collapsed. It's become not even a legal wife, but a mistress to the second son of that family. Normally, a daughter of the main family would be shown no mercy for such dishonor. It would wrap her up in a mat, place a pole on end, and throw her either into the Pacific Ocean if the pole fell to the right, or the Sea of Japan if it fell to the left. Kirie's punishment ended with disinheritance, an unbelievably warm-hearted decision. After that, the Sumadera family began receiving favorable treatment from the section of the Ushirimiya group. There must have been some kind of backroom deal. In other words, Kirie openly left the Sumadera family under the pretense of gaining financial support from the Ushirimiya family. Kasumi had watched it happen in shock. No, she even disparaged her dishonorable sister as a loser. But eventually, she realized that the heavy responsibilities Kirie had borne would be passed on to her. And then, for the first time, she thought she'd been outwitted. Because of your mother, my life was ruined. No, you could even say she killed me once. On that day, I was killed once and thrown to a hellish life. Isn't that what you get for making light of life until then? Yeah. Don't you ever stop talking, girl. Yeah. The black suit punched me in the gut, and I doubled over. But I was quickly grabbed by the nape of the neck and made to stand up again. Kasumi cold-heartedly looked down at me, smoking a cigarette. The painful days after Kirie had left were floating through her mind. Until then, she'd been allowed to be a simple lady, freewheeling and naive. Only the older sister, Kirie, had been harshly trained, and she, the younger sister, had been able to live as nothing more than a princess. Then suddenly, everything got flipped over, and her life came crashing down. My lifestyle, and the way I lived, were all stolen from me. Do you know how much I was derided by those relatives who didn't know the details? All because of my sister's dishonor? I detested her. I detested your mother enough to make me spit blood. Glad to hear it. Keep up the good work. Kick landed in Angie's side as she crawled on the ground. Angie didn't stand up again, so she continued to lie there like a caterpillar, and she was kicked each time she spoke up. I saw Nei-san at an Ushirimiya group party once. She was with her husband, looking very happy and laughing. She pushed everything onto me and found happiness only for herself. So what? How is taking it out on me gonna make you happy? Will taking it out on me turn back time and change history or something? You said something a short while ago. When will my life start? No matter how much I despise you or take out my frustrations on you, I can't turn back time. So must I keep hating my sister even though she's gone until I die? You gotta be kidding me. How long will I have to be tormented by my sister's ghost? So I thought of something. If I could accomplish one thing, I'd be able to forget all of my hatred and start over. Angie was about to lash back out at her, but stopped. Because she'd be kicked again if she responded. Even if Kasumi didn't say anymore, Angie had a pretty good idea of what she meant. Kasumi thought that by taking revenge against Hide's daughter, Angie, she'd be able to put an end to her hatred. Talk about pushing her problems onto other people. Come on, stand up. If you like this island that much, I'll bury you deep in it. You don't want to die at your age, right? You feel like saying, sorry, my mother caused you so much trouble or something. Who'd say something like that? What? Who do you? Angie! Angie-sama, no. You mustn't provoke them. You should at least make it seem like you're going along with them so you can buy some time. They often say that. You should throw your foolish pride out with the garbage. Oh, what about Amakusa-san? Amakusa-san comes, I'm sure. It's no use, I can't see him. You idiot, Angie-sama. Why did you leave Amakusa behind? I didn't need Namen to tell me. I was seriously regretting it already. I walked a long way. The forest was very thick. I've got no doubts that signs of activity here won't reach the boat. During the time it took for Kasumi to finish casually smoking his whole cigarette, I was continuously tormented by the black suits, as she had told them to. The moment I grabbed at my head, my scalp was kicked by someone at a bad angle. My head was filled with stars. The feeling of stars flickering in this gray, twisted world was one I remembered clearly. My life was very similar to the one Sumidera Kasumi led. After all, as the successor to the Ushirimiya family, I was tormented constantly with various kinds of bullying, under the guise of education and training. Yes, having the inside of my head filled with stars like this is a feeling I know well. When being reprimanded for some error in manners I seemed to have made, the discussion always turned to whether I was fitting to be the successor or not. On and on about the honor of the Ushirimiya family and how deep that was. By the time the conversation reached that point, I forget what mistake I was being blamed for in the first place. No, in fact, it was the same for Aunt Ava. After all, sometimes she'd ask herself, what was it again? But in the end, she wouldn't be able to remember. Would say something like, if I'm angry, it must be your fault, Angie. The fact that you're at fault is what matters, so who cares if I can't remember what it was you did? There'd be some ridiculous reasoning like that, then she'd keep on punishing me. Yes, Aunt Ava's punishment wasn't something that would continue until I learned something, or acknowledged my mistake or apologized. It would continue until Aunt Ava wanted to stop. So this violence was a bit nostalgic, in a way that made me want to vomit. I open my eyes and look, there's Aunt Ava, right next to Kasumi, smoking a cigarette. I can see Aunt Ava, almost as though the two of them are laughing together. When I think about it, even Aunt Ava's life might be a thing worthy of my sympathy. The responsibility and pressure of being a member of the Ushirimiya family, which she often mentioned to me, had probably caused her great pain. After all, people can't make insults that they've never been the targets of themselves. It's probably the same for Aunt Rosa as well. As the youngest child of the Honorable Ushirimiya family, she must have gone through many tough times. So, it was just like what Aunt Ava did to me. Just like what Sumidera Kasumi is doing now. Aunt Rosa must have been the same. People tend to push the pain they're burdened with onto other people. Otherwise, they can never escape from that pain. So on and on in eternity and perpetuity, The chain of pain and sadness does not end. That's why Maria Onechan's magic was so incredible. With her magic, she didn't have to bear the pain caused by Aunt Rosa. Pain probably was pushed onto her. Its weight probably tormented her. But Onechan didn't carry that burden on her own shoulders. She purified it, filled her world with happiness. So I'm sure, if Maria Onechan had children in the future, she probably wouldn't have pushed the pain that had been forced on her onto her children. That chain of pain and sadness that stretched back for who knows how long, which she couldn't understand, which she had inherited, which had been forced onto her. Maria Onechan cut it with her magic. What's wrong? Got a bone to pick with me? In the past, I would have snapped back. I would have met her hatred with her hatred with hatred so that they'd cancel each other out. No, nothing got cancelled out. The thing being forced on me ended up right there on my shoulders. Just like how even now, I hate her. So now that I know of magic, I'll look at that human called Ushimiya Eva again. What I could see through to was a sad human form, no different from me, who had lost her family and who bore deep wounds in her heart. Unable to withstand the pain of that torn heart, she was doing nothing more than howl sadly, like a lion crying in pain, like a child. Even Ushimiya Eva was someone I should have felt compassion for. She needed someone to understand the difficulties and pain of her childhood years. Even she, who was the only survivor of the Rakanjima crime, was faced with the curiosity of all of society, who was publicly slandered and forced to have salt continually flung into the wound, had needed someone's compassion. In order to let Eva forget her pain and sadness at least a little, the Black Witch taught her magic, just like the times I had possessed Aunt Rosa. It was the same magic of anger and sadness that Beatrice had taught Maria Onechan when she was mourning for her torn-apart friend, Sakutaro. That same magic, that witch, had probably dwelled inside Aunt Rosa too. So I mustn't hate Ushimiya Eva. Maybe. I should have become her ally. That's the only person in the world who could understand her. What did I say to her when I was young, when she returned alive all alone? Could it be that I acted as though she'd killed my family and returned on her own? I can't believe it. Aunt Eva, who has never been more than an object of and a synonym for hatred throughout my life, is turning into a human I can understand. So, I could see, right next to Aunt Eva, the form of the Black Witch who taught her the black magic. Oh. Aunt Eva was crying. It was only natural. Not only was no one willing to understand the pain of losing her husband and son at once, but her only relative had insulted her, saying, "Give me back my dad and mom." I could make the excuse that I was merciless because of my youth. However, to her at the time, it had probably been cruel enough to sever the last thread in her heart. In the following days, the talk shows and magazines publicly slandered her. Truth of her husband's business and character, and even her beloved son were negated. She no longer had anything left. She could do nothing but cry and howl, trying to forget the pain and sadness at least for a while. After all, she could only feel a tiny bit of release, and only during the time that she howled. And so, the Black Witch taught her how to howl. The one I hated was the Black Witch. Black magic can probably release one from that pain for an instant. However, it never lifts that weight from a person's shoulders. On the contrary, it forces that weight onto further victims, filling the world with hatred. If only Aunt Eva knew of white magic, had a true witch nearby. Shouldn't that have been me? Didn't I learn the magic to create happiness from Maria Onechan? If I'd taught her with that magic, could we have built a future with a completely different relationship? Up until now, I've hated Aunt Eva constantly, so I didn't notice the Black Witch beside her. Without love, could not be seen. They didn't have any love for her. So now finally, I'll glare at the Black Witch, one I truly should hate. Oh? What's this? You can see me? I see. What I should have hated wasn't on Ava. It's you. Whoa, awesome. To think that a lowly human could see a witch like me. So, are you trying to say something with that glare? Do you hate me? Hate? Yes, I do. But that's not quite it. I just think you're sad. Sad? Giggle, giggle. What are you saying? Come on, go ahead. Why not hate me as much as you want? I won't hate. Hating you means I'm doing nothing more than inheriting Aneva's hatred. I'll put a stop to hatred. I'll accept Aneva's pain, purify it, and throw it away. What kind of epiphany do you think you've had? Is your head alright? Seriously, if only you just give up and die. You guys, kick her more and more, okay? Not her face, though. Because it'd be boring if our pitiful face got any better. Gwah! Gwah! Yeah. Black suits persistently kicked my stomach and back. So they'd been ordered by the Black Witch. Ordered to by the Black Witch. My, are you still not suffering after all that? Keep staring right at me. Do you hate me? I'll bet you do. Same here. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Kasumi sneered at me. But for some reason I had the feeling that she was crying behind that expression. Just like me, the pain of being forced into an unreasonable life would never, ever heal. The sad lion, gasping in pain from the thorn he can't get up, continues to howl. Hey, Sumidera Kasumi, take a look. Over there, it's you as you used to be. Don't you feel better now? You used to be standing there, but now you're on this side, right? Isn't it great? Don't you like having the roles switched? Yes, it really is. Great. How can you make that kind of face, Angie? Go on, and cry. You want to, right? Yes, of course, she wants to cry. Make her cry. Didn't someone make you cry back then? So make her cry too. Giggle, you too, Angie. If only you just break down and cry. Cry, Angie. I want to see your crying face. Cry and try saying I'm sorry, Aunt Kasumi. Yes, make her say those words. Aren't those words painful? Isn't being made to apologize for something that isn't your fault just the worst pain? Make her feel the same way. By doing that, you can relieve your pain. Yeah, that's it. Be a little more honest with yourself, okay? If only you just let your emotions run free more and more and more. Black Witch provoked Kasumi. Kasumi began to give herself over to that dark emotion, turning deep sadness into an evil alcohol, and forcing it down, trying to forget it for just an instant. Nothing would change. The words Kasumi insulted me with were themselves sad. And I couldn't forgive the Black Witch who had imposed that sadness on Kasumi. I had gone limp, which seemed to have stopped the Black Suit's kicking competition. Maybe the kickers were getting tired too. Kasumi didn't order them to stop, but at some point they did. However, I was reflected in Kasumi's eyes, and they burned me with flames of hatred. She'd been tempted by the witch to do that in order to relieve her own pain. Sumidera Kasumi, you aren't done yet. You've got much more trampling to do, right? Can you forget what happened to your entire life with just a little violence? I can't. I still can't forgive her with just this. Right? There's no way you can forgive her. Do it more. More of the flames of hatred. Nothing can warm you except the fires of hate. If After being frozen in the snowfields of anger and sadness, the only flame that can warm you is hatred. Say it, okay? Scream it. If only you just burn yourself to ashes with a roar of hate. Ushiruma Angie! I cannot live without hating you. Sumadera Kasumi, look at that bundle of flowers. These flowers are for your dead family, right, Angie? The Black Witch grinned at me unpleasantly, using her chin to signal Kasumi to pick it up. Kasumi picked up the flowers I was going to offer, brought them all the way over to me, dropped them, and made a show of trampling them. Her expression was filled with hatred, a frantic quality that couldn't be explained with hatred alone. She trampled them over and over again as though her sadness was reaching the bursting point. So the sound of her trampling was just sad. Oh, still not suffering yet. Then what about this? Sumadera Kasumi, use this. No, not that. The object of the Black Witch pointed at was Mirai-chan's grimoire. Kasumi also noticed it and picked up that book, which was heavier than it looked. What's this? Giggle. Why not read it? You might fall over laughing, okay? Kasumi opened the grimoire, skimmed over the contents, and snorted derisively. Give it back. That's One-chan's. Of course, my hand couldn't reach. My stomach was once again kicked by the black suits, and I doubled over. See? This book's really important to Angie, right? Gotta belittle the things that are important to her, okay? That'll work better than punching or kicking for a girl like her. You know that better than anyone, don't you? As though remembering something painful, Kasumi's face twisted for an instant. That quickly disappeared, changing into a scornful smile directed at me. Giggle, giggle. Phew, what a creepy book. Did you write this? Stop it. Give it back. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Giggle, giggle. Look at that face. A little bit more. A little bit more. Teach her the pain of having your dignity trampled. That's the only way to soften your own pain. Heh. What's with this embarrassing book? I'll admit I did have a little interest in fortune-telling as a girl. But isn't this going a bit too far? Magic? Ew. You're one of those, aren't you? It's like in those cartoons where a girl says that something spell and transforms into a witch, right? You like those, don't you? How pathetic. Giggle, giggle. Cackling, Kasumi opened it to a random page and showed it to the black suits. Black suits looked too and guffawed. That sneer didn't wound me, but I couldn't forgive it. After all, that sneer was ridiculing Mirai-chan. I don't hate Kasumi, but for forcing that unhealing anger and sadness on Kasumi, I cannot forgive the Black Witch. That Black Witch ate into Aunt Ava, Sumadera Kasumi, and Aunt Rosa, tormenting them for an eternity without letting their wounds be healed. Can't forgive her. Can't forgive the Black Witch. Wow, this is just great. Magic for making candy fall from the sky, you say? Ah ha 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 ha. What's this? Sprinkle water cleansed by the sun with sugar. Stick the magic staff in and then an incantation. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Ah ha 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 ha. What the hell? Ah ha 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 ha. It hurts. Black suits were also rolling around, guffawing. Then, grinning, the Black Witch whispered something into Kasumi's ear. After glaring at me with a grin, Kasumi took that page. Ah. Kasumi grabbed hold of that page, tore it off, crumpled it up, and threw it away. So cruel. That was Maria's magic. Oh, really? How sad. It was one of the spells to summon happiness that Maria had made with Sakataro. Anyone knows that making sugar water, coloring it, and leaving it by the window isn't going to make candy fall from the sky. After repeating that every day, one time, on her way home from school, she had found several pieces of candy scattered around. How happy must that miracle have made Maria Onechan? Didn't she treasure that candy, eating it during her night alone with Sakataro to distract herself from her loneliness? That magic that Onechan had given birth to had been torn and thrown away, and had disappeared. The whole miracle of happiness that magic had given birth to had been torn and thrown away. Oh, this part's great too. Magic to make tonight's dinner... Gimmer? Make tonight's dinner cream croquette? Ha 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 ha. What's next? Magic to make bell peppers taste good? That's not bad either. So stupid. Ha 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 ha. Tear that too. Eh. If only just tear it more and more. The brutal loud laugh. The Black Witch made Maria Onechan's spells get torn out one after another. Magic of happiness was sneered at, torn, and thrown away. Stop it, stop it. Don't defile Lady Maria's magic. Don't defile it with your filthy toxin. Emon cried and yelled, but she had no way of reaching Kasumi. Come on, why not defile it? Miracles of magic. Magic to bring happiness. No way, nothing like that exists. Don't you know that you can't heal pain and sadness without pushing it onto someone else? Hey, you also had those magic friend things, right? Cackle, cackle, cackle. Subadera Kasumi, open to that page. What's this? Magic friends. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory. What a creepy name. It says they can fly at awesome speeds and finish off the enemy. Hahaha. Angie, if you can use this kind of magic, shouldn't you use it right now? Hahaha. Foolish. The page that wrote of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory was also heartlessly turned away. The page itself was just paper. It wasn't Mamon's vessel or something. Or anything. But the tearing, denying toxin burned Hammond from the inside. Mammon's face twisted from that heat and pain. Gah. Ack. You okay, Mammon? Hold on. This much is no problem. It's not me, but Angie-sama who's in pain. However, Mammon's expression was twisted with unbearable anguish and humiliation. Stop it, Black Witch. Why are you doing something like this? Why can't you use magic for happiness? Oh, you're a magic friend too, right? Okay, well, I'll have to follow you too. Sumadera Kasumi, look for this guy's page too, okay? What's this one? What's with this crappy scribble of a lion? Sakataro? What a weird name. My best friend, it says. Really? This is your friend? A close friend? This lion is? Is it? Is it? Ha 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 ha. It really is a crappy scribble. This ugly lion is totally you. To think she had something like this as a friend. That Ushimiya Maria kid's mind is so pathetic it's embarrassing. What a joke. She's like a moron. If only she'd just give up and die. What do you... Don't make fun of Maria. Stop it. Don't break it. No way! There's a shrill sound. Drink some water. I don't know, I'm tired. What? Let's keep going. There's a shrill sound. The page had been filthily ripped out. A picture of Sakataro that Onechan had drawn was violently ripped in half. What a crappy picture! You all left too, okay? Ha 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 ha. The pair of the black suits laughed vulgarly and heartlessly trampled the two halves that had been torn and thrown away. Sakataro, hang in there. I'm not sad. I just can't stand it. I can't stand that. Maria's being made fun of. I can't do anything about it. To humans who can't see us, it's as though we don't exist. We can only interact with humans that need us. That's why furniture. Sakataro and Mammon supported each other, crouched down, sobbing. I couldn't stand it either. Those who can't see how wonderful the world of magic is can't understand it. You can't explain to humans who can't understand, so it gets belittled. You could show them it, but you can't, because in front of humans who are filled with the magic-resisting toxin, we can't understand magic. Magic cannot be used. I really don't get it. From this delusional diary, I've got to assume that something's wrong with your head. It really is fun to take a peek into your mind, you creepy child. Both you and Maria. And that stuffed animal in the furniture over there too, right? Giggle, giggle, giggle. Ha 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 ha. Ah, I could laugh. You don't have any friends, do you? You're always all alone, so stuffed animals are your friends. What a pitiable child. Hehehehe. Don't worry, I understand. I know what it's like to live that way. So I'll accept it. You really are a pitiable child, right? Hehehe, ha 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 ha. To you, it probably would look like something made by a pitiful child. That's right. If 100 people were to read One-chan's diary, 100 people would probably think the same thing. I used to be like that too. But you know, despite all that, Maria One-chan summoned a world of happiness. Don't deny that magic, that happiness. Such a stubborn child you are. Very well, this is the last one. I'll tear apart the source of the truly foolish magic that you and Maria believed in. Subadera Kasumi, read this page, okay? What's this colorful page? What's this? Magic to always be friends with my beloved mother? Stop it! Not that page. Haha. This magic's really simple, isn't it? Looks like even I could do it. Even I could remember an incantation this short. Shall I give it a whirl? Giggle giggle. Really is a short incantation, isn't it? Okay, give it a try. Let's have everyone spit it out. The expressions that ridiculed it from the bottom of their hearts. The Black Witch and Kasumi tapered their mouths. They said it aloud. Ooh, ooh. Black Suits stared blankly, asking what the hell that was supposed to be. Then Kasumi answered, cackling. This is supposed to be an incantation. Are you kidding me? Ah ha 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 ha. Come on, why don't you guys try it too? Ooh ooh ooh. Aww. Magic to always be friends with my beloved mother. Man. Well, I mean, shouldn't like that. But come on, why don't you guys try it too? Ooh ooh ooh. The black suits imitated that moaning voice, making fun of it. Ooh ooh. That was the incantation for the magic that would let her always be friends with her beloved mother. What the hell? How stupid. If you could make family relationships better just by saying ooh ooh, the world would always be peaceful. Ah ha 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 ha. Ooh ooh ooh. A stupid moaning voice. Too bad that if you do this over and over again, people think you're a pathetic, stupid kid. Are you a moron? Wahahaha. Wahahaha. Stop it. Please don't belittle that magic. It was a day of a picnic when Maria, Nechan, and Aunt Rosa were alone. It was written that this was one of the top 5 happiest days of her life. Nechan was singing a song she just learned from her mama. Mother had been delighted. Partway through, Maria forgot the lyrics. But since she saw that her mother was so happy, she tried to sing it until the very end, with ooh ooh ooh. Even though she'd only pretended to know lyrics, her mother had enjoyed it a lot. After that ooh remained as an incantation to remember that day she'd spent in fun and happiness with her mother. Of course, even though she seemed to find it funny at first, Aunt Rosa eventually tired of hearing it. Eventually started scolding Nechan when she said it. But to Nechan, it was a memory of a fun day that she'd never forget. So among the spells that Maria had created, it was the oldest and the first. Kasumi stuck her fingernails into that page too. Stop it. Don't tear it. At least spare that page. Ha 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 ha. No way! With a shrill sound, the girl's world of happiness was erased. Ooh. Ha 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 ha. Is this your magic of happiness? Hilarious, hilarious. There's no way they could be magic to make you happy, right? Magic is made out of anger and hatred, right? Happiness is what you call a feeling of release you get only when you've pushed all that hatred you bear onto other people. The happiness you are all talking about is a phantom that doesn't show up outside picture books. As Kasumi laughed her head off, she slammed the grimoire against the ground and stepped on it. Can't stand it? Hey, you can't stand it, right? White witches of happiness. If you can't stand it that much, why don't you show us? Show us your magic. If it exists, then you just have to show us, right? A witch who can't use magic isn't a witch. That's why we're the real witches. You're just brats trying to escape reality with a dream. Then, if I can show you magic, will you believe in One-Chan's magic? Huh? Yeah, sure. I'll believe. If you can use magic and show me, that is. Let's see it, you stupid brat. Silently, slowly, I stood up. Sensations of this cramped world, such as the pain in my body, felt truly trifling. Oh, looks like you've still got enough energy to stand up, Miss Great Witch. Giggle, giggle. Now that you've stood up, what are you going to show us? Show us some magic. Magic exists. What? What's this kid saying? Did you guys hear that? Silence. Isn't that interesting? You people always refuse to show this power of miracles because of the magic-resistant toxin. Disciple of the White Witch, Maria. Let's see some magic. Do you have any clue how many humans have believed in that miracle before being betrayed? Giggle. Everyone believes. Everyone is betrayed and despairs. And they learn that true magic can only be gained by the power of black witches like me. Hitting someone with your hatred is nothing more than a sin. That isn't magic. I'll show you real magic. You... Black Witch winced slightly. However, Kasumi sneered at me even more. Then let's have a look. So what kind of magic will you show us? Magic to make candy fall from the sky, or else magic to make cookies multiply. What? The instant I opened my eyes, a tremendous wind rose. What is this, all of a sudden? Come, rise, the seven sisters of Purgatory. What? There was a flash behind me. In an instant, 7 pieces of high-level furniture were gathered there. It was a power that far surpassed the magical strength I had at any time. It was a power that matched even Maria, Nechan, and Beatrice. 7 Sisters of Purgatory, right here. Angie-sama. You said it once. Because I lacked magical power and resolve. Couldn't use you or your sisters. This isn't some cheap emotion like wanting to get back at my bullying classmates. In order to protect Mario Nachon's Mariage Saucier's world, I now order you to show me the miracle of magic. It's impossible. No matter what you try before such a massive toxin. The Seven Sisters also remembered what had happened in that classroom. If they couldn't have obeyed Angie's order, they would have. However, surrounded by a toxin that runs thick in humans, they hadn't been able to display the miracle of magic. They remembered very well how deeply that had hurt Angie. Angie spoke very quietly. In that case, you all believe too. Huh? Mariage Saucier was created to bring people happiness, also to fight the Black Witch. In order to show that miracle to the foolish Black Witch, who denies the world that one of the founders, the Witch of Origins, Lady Maria, gave birth to. In order to protect that world, believe in magic, in witches, in miracles, right now. When Kasumi gave an order to the black suits, one of them took out a gun and pointed at Angie. You'll show us magic, right? Well, let's have it. Use magic to shoot this man down with a fireball or lightning or something. You get one chance. Show us before I count to 3, I've got it. If you can't, then you'd best prepare yourself, okay? Shoot. What's with this kid? She's lost it. The black suit, pointing the gun, laughed at Angie's attached attitude. Are you serious? This girl's lost her mind. In that case, get yourself shot. If only you just die. Angie, it's impossible. You can't block bullets with magic. No, there's nothing to be afraid of. Compared to my magic, to the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, bullets are nothing. Angie-sama. Nana was perplexed by Angie's absolute trust. If she could comply, she would have, on that day as well. But because she had been unable to do anything, she had hurt Angie. Brat. You can use magic. Let's have a look right now. What's wrong? I'm telling you to show us magic, right? Come on, no need to hold back, okay? Boom. Show me some magic. Black suits cheered at her. Angie simply concentrated her mind in silence. If only just shoot. She's even telling you to try and shoot, you guys. This kid's already lost her mind from fear. Bye-bye, Angie-chan. Go and pretend to be a witch as much as you want in heaven. Fire. You sure? Fire. Die, Angie. You can do it, then give this magic of yours a try. Black suit cocked the gun and, sneering, pulled the trigger. The sound of gunfire rang out, and the world stopped. Red spray scattered out, and chunks of flesh flew. Huh? What are you doing, Mammon? Don't tell me you let a boorish pebble of a bullet like this reach Angie-sama. Lucifer lined up the bullet perfectly and with a single swing, sliced it. And in the chest of the black suit, who'd apparently fired the gun, was a hole as big as a fist. Every now and then, I get to go first. Half of Leviathan's body was covered with blood and a cold smile was on her face. Then slowly, the pitiful prey that she had brought down fell over. You pierced a human. Idiot. Do you still not believe in our master's magic power? Are you kidding me? You materialized in front of this many humans? What is this? What? Assuming the rest were flustered. He certainly seemed to have fired his gun. However, it hadn't hit Angie. And why? Was the person he fired hurt instead? This is magic. Great job, Leviathan. I'm most honored. You foolish humans who dare oppose our master. Now is the time of judgment. Prostrate yourselves. Why? You shouldn't be able to bring magic into the world of humans. You shouldn't be able to see magic, and they shouldn't be able to be touched by magic. Why? Because this is true magic. What are you people doing? Kill! Kill! The black suits, who had finally come to his senses, took out his gun and readied it. I could allow you to disrespect the pointing gun barrel at our master. Die. Those words were a requiem. The man's chest had already been pierced by Lucifer, who had become the stick of pride in an instant. Thump. The sound of the second person following, the black suits now realized for certain that their lives were in peril. Save me. Instant, one of the black suits doubled over in shock, turned on his heel to escape from that place, the stick of sloth. Be thankful that your violence against our master will be repaid with this alone. Die. In his right eye, a hole as big as a walnut opened and his head split open. Belfcore was sprayed with blood and her face twisted demonically with the joy of being able to use her full power. Oh, wow. Who's that? Who's there? Where are you? Black suits were flustered, pointing their guns in every direction. They didn't understand what was happening. They knew that something terrifying was coming for them from somewhere, but they didn't know where. Dumbass, the enemy is right before your eyes. Witch's furniture is after you. But they couldn't see, because they didn't believe in magic and could not see. Just as the Black Witch said, Satan was standing boldly right in front of the black suit. However, the black suit couldn't see her at all. Giggle. Did you think humans could see our forms? That they could follow us? Ha 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 ha, stupid humans. Time to pay a fool's price for forgetting your awe of magic. What is this? What's going on? You can't see it, because you have no love. Impossible! Even though there are so many humans here, even though the magic-resistant toxin is everywhere, why can you manifest your magic? Who are you? A witch, and unlike you, a real one. What? Damn it, you bitch! Like, my guess is, if we want to explain this, it's probably Amakusa sniping. As though announcing his candidacy for becoming the fourth victim, one of the black suits pointed his gun at Angie. And the trigger was... Angie glared at him coldly and simply ordered. Die! Next one. Satan. Satan of Wrath. Already right here. Blockhead. Think a simple bullet could hit Angie-sama? Or us now? Sikalingu. Pierced and smashed the bullet fired by the black suit, and continued straight on towards the man's face. Know your foolishness, and regret in hell. Die. A terrible explosive sound, the upper half of the man's head was smashed. Bathed in scattered flesh and blood, Angie quietly asked one more question. Hey, on Kasumi, do you still not feel like believing in magic? There's no way something so ridiculous could exist. I won't accept it. There's no way magic exists. Yes, that's right. There's no way magic exists. There's no way witches exist. Magic exists. Witches exist. Who do you? That's right. Magic exists. Witches exist. And in this world, filled with anger and sadness, you can become the key that opens the door to the world of happiness. Won't let someone like you deny that. The key to a world of happiness lives in every person's hands. No one has any right to steal that away. You pitiful human who cannot understand this. If there had been magic in your life, it probably would have turned out differently and much more peaceful. I think that in your entire life, you were never able to meet with a true witch. Pity you. Eek! Kasumi let out a piercing scream. At the same time, two of the black suits came for me at once, thrusting their guns at my head. Like they were trying to use me as a hostage against something their eyes couldn't see. Against the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, who had now reached the level of weapons, this was completely pointless. Damn, where are you? Keep on attacking, and this bitch is dead. Show yourself. Kyahahahaha. What the hell is he saying? And his guts look so tasty too. Angie-sama, leave the next one to me. Go ahead, kill him. Thank you so much, I'm so happy. Die. The man's chest split, his guts poured out. His terrible way of dying threw the other man into a total panic. However, Asmodeus' form was already at his back, grasping his neck and smiling obscenely. What a cutie. Hey, where do you want to get pierced? Cackle. Angie-sama got me, DS. The head. Certainly, my master. Die. The final black suit had his head smashed by the stake of lust. And as his insides scattered, he twisted and fell. In the gruesome world where 6 people lay in a sea of blood, witch and human confronted each other. Sumidera Kasumi. I sympathize with your sad life from the bottom of my soul. I'm willing to grant you magic that can seal up that unfillable hole in your heart. If you can believe, that is. Don't be ridiculous. I will never accept something like this. Eek. Miss Kasumi, who was scared out of her wits, stepped backwards. She picked up a handgun that someone had dropped. Then, shaking, she pointed at Angie. That's right, Kasumi. Shoot with that gun. Turn your hatred into a bullet and shoot. Eek. I'll kill you. If I don't kill you, I'll never be paid back for the life I've lived. Yes, kill. Pull the trigger. Take all of the anger and pain from your shabby life until now. Use it all against her. If you don't, you won't be released from your pain and anguish. Stop it, Kasumi. You mustn't listen to the Black Witch. I'll kill you, because of your mother. My entire life has been a wreck. In that case, my magic might be able to turn that life into something bright and peaceful, bit by bit, starting now. If you can believe in magic, just have a change of heart, I'll be able to open the door to a new world for you. There's no such thing. The salvation she speaks of is obviously just some fairy tale. Your life is going to be covered with thorns until you die anyway. Let her hear that cry of agony. You can't regain anything that was lost, right? Sumidera Kasumi. That's right. You might not be able to gain anything. However, I know you'll be able to create something new. So, Kasumi, throw that gun away. I might be able to teach you two about a world of happiness. Eek. You know, because her mother ran away, I was forced to marry her fiancé in her place. There was a man I swore I'd spend my life with, and I was forced to break up with him. I think you understand how I felt when I was forced to be wed in your mother's place? I was held by a man I had barely even talked to. I wanted to kill her, but Nae-san just went and died on her own. That's why I'll kill you. Otherwise my thorn-filled life will never end. In Kasumi's eyes, tears of passion dripped down. So pitiable. This person's tears were so clear and beautiful. But for that very reason, she hadn't been able to fully withstand her sad pain. Had been given no choice but to listen to the Black Witch's temptation. So sad. In that case, I'll at least release you, your soul, for all eternity, and free you from the bonds of resentment. That might be the only bit of charity I can give right now. Die, Ushirmiya Angie! Goodbye, Aunt Kasumi. Take a long rest in a quiet world. I no longer feel anger or hatred for you. I just want to let your soul rest in peace. Kasumi's handgun spat fire. Slowly, that bullet continued through a world frozen to the utmost limit, aiming for Angie's forehead. Mammon. Yeah. Mammon of Greed, right here. Thanks. Huh? Because I met you in Sakutaro, I was able to understand everything. Angie. Look away, Sakutaro. Mammon. Release that woman. And protect the married, and protect the honor of the marriage associate. Yes. Prepare yourself, Sumidera Kasumi. Even though the world was frozen, a stick of greed flashed like lightning. I'd already gotten behind Kasumi. There's any virtue in you. You need to get on the mountain of purgatory. Die! The upper half of Sumidera Kasumi's head was smashed. Her cage of flesh was shattered. And she was finally released. Next is you, Black Witch. By now I think even the fact that you look like Aunt Ava is inexcusable to her. My form still looks like Ushimura Ava. That means you still haven't been able to forgive me inside yourself. I understand, Angie. Even you want to be released from your thorn-filled life more than anything. In that case, I thought of something interesting. I'll show you magic as well. I won't be the one to kill you. The worst of smiles on her face. The Black Witch changed her form into something like a black mist, or else a vast swarm of black flying insects, which began to swirl around me. Then, that black mist began to gather bit by bit, shaping itself into the form of a human. What's this supposed to be? You've got at least a vague idea, don't you? It's the woman you hated and despised the most. The woman who hated and despised you the most. Beatrice? Oh, Ava. The black mist cleared. Over there it was. On Ava's form. As she had been during her life. Her hands are holding a gun. Aunt Ava died. Giggle. Long time no see, Angie. I've come back from hell to kill you. Cackle, cackle. Aunt Ava glared at me with a mad laugh. But I'm not that surprised. Aunt Ava was that kind of person. I imagine my funeral came as quite a relief to you, right? I feel the same, since I'll never have to see your face again. But I had just one regret. And this is it. Killing me? Was that your last request? How pitiful. Even after death, my aunt wasn't released from her pain. Black Witch's power is itself the source of my magic. Anger and hatred taught me how to work hard and persist. Completely different from this magic to escape reality that you speak of. Magic you speak of is nothing more than stress reduction through outbursts of anger. But magic is different. You can remake the entire world. It's in a totally different class than your wicked magic. Giggle. In that case, let's settle which is the victor right now. Black or white? Let's do my black magic miracle, reviving you after death and pointing a gun at you like this. How exactly do you intend to stop that with the miracle of white magic? I've surrounded you with the magic-resistant toxin. You can't call the Seven Sisters anymore. That miracle just now won't occur again. Having it occur despite all that is why it's called magic. Okay. Mammon, lend me your power. But Mammon didn't respond. She didn't appear. Certainly, as she'd said, the magic-resisting toxin had burned everything up like a wasteland parched by a blazing sun. This might be a little tough. It's useless to call out. Never again. The seven sisters of Purgatory will never answer. And being able to call them whenever, even so, is what makes it magic, right? How pitiful. So long, Angie. The few days we spent together were fun in their own way. This is goodbye. Aren't you glad that the end of the line for you turned out to be this place? Yeah, seriously. How thoughtful of you. Thanks. Then this is farewell. The barrel of the gun rose slowly, so that you could see all the way down it. Then, the trigger was slowly. At that moment, the gun exploded. It wasn't that it fired, it burst. You're kidding me. In shock, inside a frozen space, Ava looked at the ruptured gun. When time melted, the fragments would probably smash into her face all at once. Mammon of greed. Right here. You're kidding me. Behind Ava's back, Mammon stood. She already penetrated the target I'd given her, which was the gun. Is this enough magic for you, Aunt Ava? Angie... Then, time melted. The fragments of the burst gun and exploding gunpowder burned her face. Letting out a shrill scream, she covered her face and rolled around. It was pitiful. Your luck was bad. This is game over, Aunt Ava. I signaled to Mammon, so that Ava would be freed quickly from the pain of her burnt face as she writhed around. Thank you, Mammon. This time, I want to apologize again, and from the bottom of my heart, for calling all of you powerless on that day in the classroom. You were excellent furniture for protecting witches. I'm the one that's grateful. I feel truly honored at being able to meet a good witch, a good master in the end, at being able to fulfill my duty as furniture. Mammon had understood. This would be the final job I'd give her. Mammon quietly walked up to me. Then she looked down at Ava. Aunt Ava. Thanks for sticking with me for so long. This is farewell. Have a nice dream. See you in hell. Cool. Then, the light sound of her forehead being bored into rang out. The battle of gunpowder, smoke, and fury, of white and black magic, ended. I get the feeling it was a long, truly long journey. The world slowly sank into darkness. The stars that should have been sparkling lay not in the sky, but were scattered beneath me. When I realized that the pearl and ruby made a red and white stream, I noticed that it was a vast nighttime scene spread out below. I was in the sky of that nighttime scene, neither standing nor flying, but simply floating. From nowhere in particular I could hear a clap, clap, clap. Truly dull applause. I know. It's the one who ordered me to go on a journey. Burkestel. Congratulations, Endless Witch Angie Beatrice. At the end of your travels, you understood everything about magic. Yes, I now understand everything about magic. I am a witch. The last witch who inherited the magical world created by Mariage Sorcier. No one besides you can tear Beatrice's world to pieces. Because I know witches, I learned how to resist them. Magic is made of love and sadness and anger. No matter how cruel a witch Beatrice might have been, the source of her magic is exactly the same. That's why I wish I could leave that world of hers alone. After all, in her eyes at least, that world is complete. Then you have to give up on your family. That's right. so I don't like doing it, but I have to fight. The very reason I left on this journey to become a witch was so I could bet on the faint chance that I'd be able to take my family back someday. Unless you kill Beatrice, only worlds of isolation can exist for you. As one who has traveled to billions of fragments, I guarantee it. I understand. I can't afford to have compassion. I must make my heart a demon and tear her heart to pieces. It's good that you're steady in that resolve. I was worried that, as another witch like her, you might grow attached and lose your will to continue. I felt a bit hollow hearing that from a person whose face is almost always expressionless. Frankenstein, the mysterious witch who invited me on this journey. At times, I've suspected that you might have lied to me. Why? I'm the Angie of 1998, so even if I save my family, they'll only be saved for the Angie of 1986. They won't be saved from me, so I've sometimes felt like I was being deceived. That is correct. I deceived you. But now I'm grateful. After all, in the end, you did teach me how to get my family back. I didn't teach you anything. If you know something, it's because you've reached that mental state by yourself, as a witch. That mental state is different from my own. I personally cannot understand it, but if that's the truth, then congratulations. I'm not a player in this game, but a piece. You said that to me, right? Yes, I said it. Now, I fully understand that role. A piece doesn't need emotions. It just has to give its all for victory's sake. Yes, that is correct. The game requires that you each make the best possible moves, right? If your moves get distorted by hesitation and confusion, your opponent will be confused as well. Sorry, Beatrice. Don't hate me. Ushirmia Angie still needs your family. So I have the right to fight you, so that I can take them back. And you have the responsibility to be challenged by me to a fight. So, don't hate me. In exchange, if you do win in this game, I'll give you my blessing as well. Come on, let's go. As the piece I am, it's finally time for my true turn. Sorry, Beatrice. I won't hand Oni-chan over to you. The world whitened. It wasn't white. It was a gold color as bright as can be. There was the beautiful Ushirmia family rose garden. However, the flowers and the roses were all gold. The nectar was also gold colored. The butterflies gathered there were gold as well. This is the Golden Land. The promised land that the witches of Mariage Associée had finally been guided to. There, all wishes are granted, and all magic and dreams are born. In that garden of gold roses were two, and only two, witches. I appeared as an uninvited guest, making that atmosphere tremble with unrest. What was to them a wind of misfortune shook the golden roses. The incredibly beautiful scene formed by the golden rose petals scattered by the wind was clearly something not of this world. The two had been talking, who had been taking a walk on a path of golden roses, noticed me and were surprised. Angie? Beato, it's Angie! How did you get here? Leave us alone. I shall no longer invite anyone here. Beato spoke coldly. She seemed like a completely different person from the boldly sneering woman she had once been. She had closed off her heart and shut herself up in a world where she was alone with Marione-chan. A world where she could always be alone with her friendly Marione-chan, lecturing about magic while drinking tea. With no one to hurry them, nothing to hold them back. A world where not a single person might hurt them existed. Yes, to the two of them, it was a small, perfect universe. Sorry, I can't have you shutting yourself up in here. We can't continue the game unless you come back. I said I'd stop because I'm tired of it. I will not return to the game again. Beata will always be here with me. Here we'll drink tea together and think lots of ways to play. You can play with us too, Angie. Maria, I believe I said that mustn't happen. I'm satisfied as long as I have you alone. So that you too are satisfied as long as you have me. Yeah, thank you. The only person who needs me that much is you, Beato. So I'll be with you. Just us is enough. Maria, thanks. I am grateful. Beato held Maria tight, even creating a small, warm universe between their joined arms. It's probably the birth of the smallest universe in the world. The smallest universe in the world, which a pair who needed each other could give birth to. No matter how small it was a complete world. But I had to tear it apart. Sorry, but I can't let it go like that. I came to smash this golden lad of Mariage Saucier. Why are you going to break my world? Are you saying that this world is causing anyone other than Maria and me trouble? You've left Oni-chan waiting all this time in a game you started and then abandoned without finishing. If you don't return to your seat, the contest won't end for all eternity. Ha 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 ha. There is no longer a single player in that game. Battler vanished, and I did as well, coming here. That game is already over. It isn't over. You started the game, right? Take responsibility and see it through to the very end. Will you defeat Battler and give birth to the world you truly wish for? Or will you be defeated and everything swallowed up by magic released? Take responsibility until the very end. Don't, Angie. Beato spent her time in this world, alone with me for eternity. I don't need anything else, as long as I have Beato. Here, all wishes are granted. Everything is here. This golden land is made up of nothing more than the crystallization of Beatrice's and Maria One-chan's thoughts. To drag Beato out of this world, I'm gonna have to destroy it. I will destroy this golden land, which must be a final, peaceful world in Beatrice's eyes. One-chan, that's wrong. This golden land is a liar. It won't grant the one you wish. It won't grant the one wish you truly want granted. That's not true. Anything can be granted here. Look, there's even an ice mama here. Gold butterflies gathered behind Maria, forming into a kindly, smiling Aunt Rosa. After smiling sweetly at me, it became golden petals and crumbled. Here, anything can be created. Even Angie, even Battler, even George Oni-chan, even Jessica One-chan. You can summon as many as you want, and everyone is nice. You come too, Angie. Let's play together. Sorry, One-chan. What about Sakataro? Upon hearing Sakataro's name, One-chan looked like she was choking. Stop it. Do not speak that name. Beata's expression changed as well, and she hugged Maria, guarding her shoulders. Sakataro's name was still taboo for One-chan. Why can't I say it? It's the name of Maria-chan's best friend. Why won't you invite that close friend to this wonderful golden land? Why, in this golden land where any wish can be granted, is Sakataro the only one you cannot summon? That is... It's alright, Maria. You don't have to remember Sakataro. Sakataro was killed by Mama! Maria One-chan flew into a rage with a terrible expression on her face. Surprised by that voice, the butterflies throughout the garden flew up, blowing around like a typhoon of flower petals. Yes, I know. Aunt Rosa took your precious stuffed animal, Sakataro, and tore him apart. Yeah! Maria's scream became a storm that violently scattered the golden petals and leaves. It truly was a storm of gold. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. Why are you trying to reopen the wound in Maria's heart? Don't defile the sleep of this precious friend to both Maria and myself. In that case, why don't you revive that precious friend for her with your magic? I'd do it if I could, But that stuffed animal was an article Rosa created herself. The magical meaning of that individual object being torn apart is... Don't try to fool anyone. Why can't you revive Sakataro? There's only one answer. It's because you aren't a real witch. I can revive him. With my magic, I can revive him as often as I want, like this. I could even bury this garden in Sakataro's. Yeah, I bet you could. I'll bet you could, with your magic. But an Achan definitely wouldn't be able to see the Sakataros you create. You know why, right? I'll say it again. It's because you aren't a real witch. Stop it! Why do you keep saying such mean things, Angie? Beato can use a lot of magic. She's a wonderful witch. She couldn't revive just Sakataro, but she could do absolutely anything else. So, I can at least do without Sakataro. No, One-Achan, that's wrong. There's nothing a witch can't do. As soon as she couldn't do that, it was clear that Beatrice wasn't a real witch. That's wrong. It's because Sakataro's stuffed animal vessel was something Mama made especially herself, and that's why she can't revive him. Is Beatrice's your magic so inconvenient? In that case, are you saying you can revive Sakataro? Are you saying you could do that with your magic? I can. What? Maria One-Achan, I'll show you some real magic. I'll revive Sakataro for you. Really? Even Beatrice couldn't do it, right? Really? Yes, I can. In exchange, promise me. Once I've revived Sakataro. Yes. Leave this golden land. I will not permit that. This world is Maria's and mine. If Maria leaves, it will break. Minimum number of humans it takes to create a universe is 2. Otherwise, that world is destroyed. To drag out the witch shut away in the golden land, I'll have to destroy this world. Yes, that's the proof that you aren't a witch. A real witch can create a universe alone. The Marriage Society Alliance of Witches. The very existence of this alliance proves that you aren't a witch. No. I won't hand Maria over. I hate you. Leave right now. Get out of here! Dragging everyone to a game of your own accord, then getting bored and chasing them out when your mood changes. How selfish can you be? Take a look, Beatrice. And you, Maria One-Achan. This is true magic. Will you really revive Sakataro? There's no way you can. This is a golden land for Maria and me alone. There's not a single spell that an outsider like you could use. As you are now, you couldn't even create a single butterfly. Be quiet, Beato. Don't get in Angie's way. When Maria yelled, the storm suddenly stopped, and the area returned to silence. The scene, as a massive number of golden petals that had been blown upwards quietly drifted down, was fantastical, as though golden snow was falling. Maria, thinking about this unlikely, if only miracle, had unconsciously joined her hands together as though praying. They had to watch Maria do this, her heart racing. The extremely unlikely were to happen. Maria would. This world would. But it's unthinkable. Absolutely impossible. That stuffed animal, which had been the only one in the world, was torn apart and thrown away. Not a thread remained. Reviving it was certainly and absolutely impossible. This is my golden land. A world where magic that isn't mine certainly cannot exist. If you think you could do it. Let's see what you've got. Ushumi Angie. Beato screamed like cry. The world lost its sound. I slowly recited the incantation for true magic. Come, try to remember. Maria's close friend, Sakataro. Try and remember what form you had. Try and remember what a lovable stuffed animal you were. Huh? Expressions of shock rose to both of their faces. Then, pushing Beato's elbow aside, Maria dashed forward. Sakataro. Sakataro! Then, she clung to us both. It's alright. Sakataro isn't going to disappear. Who do you... Maria, I'm home. Sakataro. Sakataro. Ooh. Wow. Sakataro. I want to see you so much. It was, without a doubt, that stuffed animal lion, Sakataro. Its softness, its texture, its stitches, its everything. Maria had forgotten, but the instant she hugged that stuffed animal, it all came back to her vividly. Udio, Maria, I'm home. Sakataro, Sakataro, is your body alright? Does it hurt anyway? Even though something so horrible was done to you, are you all okay? Udio, and you revived me with magic, so I'm perfectly fine. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Welcome back, Sakataro. Ooh. From now on, I'll always be with you, Maria. Together for eternity. So, don't let go of me, okay? Yeah, won't let go. For all eternity. Then, still hugging Sakataro, she looked up at me with tear-filled eyes. Thank you, Angie. Angie's magic is amazing. How? How could you revive Sakataro when Beato couldn't do it? Impossible. Impossible. How? How could a human other than me use magic in my golden land? This is completely impossible. What are you so flustered about, Beatrice? This is magic, right? There's no way that's magic. This is my golden land. A world where magic that isn't mine certainly cannot exist. And my magic was not able to revive Sakataro. There's no way it could. That is a special stuffed animal, made by Rosa for her daughter's birthday. And in the entire world, the only... See? It's magic, right? With this miracle that she couldn't possibly accept, Beato understood all of my magic. She looked at Maria and Sakataro innocently frolicking around, looked at me, and then fell to her knees, with even her hands pressed to the ground, and cried. Beatrice, this really is magic, right? It's magic, right? Beatrice. Indeed, it is magic. This is real magic. Why can Angie use a magic that even Beato couldn't? Why? Why? Angie's amazing. Angie's an amazing witch. A real witch who's much, much more amazing than me. Yeah, that's right, One-chan. I'm the Witch of Resurrection, Angie. There's nothing that can't be revived by me. Amazing. Incredible. Even Beato said that the magic of resurrection was the hardest. Angie's incredible. A really real great witch. did she make Sakatara? At the time, Maria and Sakatara's forms flashed gold. And the forms of the two became golden flower petals that crumbled away. As the two became a golden wind and swirled together, they left for some other peaceful place, not here. Beato had, as promised, banished Maria from the Golden Line. Goodbye, Maria and Achan, and be happy forever. Don't worry, you definitely exist in Achan's world too. But that isn't you. Good for you, Maria. As your close friend, I celebrate this reunion from the bottom of my heart. Beato's face was a mixture of what was probably every expression a human could muster. It was joy, anger, and sadness. That's the source of magic, isn't it? Without love, without sadness, without anger, magic cannot be seen. The ground shook. Earthquake gradually summoned greater and greater fissures and began to tear Beatrice's final paradise apart. Golden butterflies fluttered about, trying to escape, but there was no one to escape to, and Beatrice was the same. Golden land began to crumble away. The earth crumbled downwards like a floor falling through, and Beatrice was sucked into the depths of a jet black darkness. And then she was mercilessly slammed against the jet black floor. It was a dimly lit smoking room. There was no door to exit by, while there was a window, let no light. To Beatrice's shadowy smoking room. Even though Beato was moaning from the pain of being slammed against that cold, hard floor, she shakily rose to her feet. There was a seat there, on the game table, still just as it had been set when she'd left it. The game board also remained in the same state that Beato had left it in. That's your seat. Sit. So, this is the only seat for me to sit in? Beato put a hand against her own seat and laughed sadly. Would I lose? That's all you've been given. A tie during the process of reaching that point will probably be permitted. However, you won't be allowed to suspend the game and throw it away. Will you win and survive, or lose and disappear? Until one of those two things happens, you will not be permitted to rise from that chair. That should be your only duty as the host of a witch's game. As the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Laughing weakly, Beato sat in that seat. Then she rested her elbows and covered her face with both hands, showing off a smile with nothing but her mouth. Not permitted to escape an unwinnable game. Then, very well. Why don't I repeat this until I lose? Quit being so faint-hearted. Win. Use the best moves you have. You started this game. You have a duty to make the best moves possible. Give all that indecisive fooling around a rest. At that time, there was a violent sound. Beato felt a cold, pathetic sensation on her leg. Gotcha. I finally got you, eh, Beato? Oh, great Lady Lambda Delta, is it? To think that you were still here. Beato's foot was caught in an ice-cold steel shackle, tying her to the chair she sat on. She would no longer be able to escape from the seat. Ho 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 ho. You won't be able to escape anymore, got it? I can be more persistent than I look. Surprised? It's more surprising that you don't realize how persistent you look. You are not permitted to leave early or suspend this game. You'll fight for all eternity in order to win, okay? You don't want to lose, do you? You want a little peek at the kind of wonderful world you'll be thrown into if you lose. Don't worry. You can win, because I, the great Lady Lambda Delta, will be looking after you. Constantly until you win, for all eternity. Humph. Ha 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 ha. But even if I wish to fight, there is no opponent. Seated across from me, correct? Don't worry. I found Battler. And Burkestelle appeared and clapped her hands. Battler appeared from the sky and plopped into the opposite chair. Battler's eyes were slightly open, but there was no sparkle in them, almost like a doll's. Without one of the pillars that established his soul, he had fallen to the depths of darkness and had been drifting about all this time. He should have then scattered and disappeared like mist. Burkestelle had managed to scrape him together. It's incredible that she managed to bring him back into a human form. However, even though his flesh had returned, his soul had not. He had been blown away by Beatrice after having its existence denied. It wouldn't come back easily. Battler won't run from this fight either, not until he defeats you. Just because your chances of winning are shrinking doesn't mean you'll be permitted the inelegance of abandoning everything and running. Even he doesn't want that. Isn't that right, Ushirimiya Battler? Hold on. Battler didn't answer. His heart was still dead. His eyes wavered slightly at the question he couldn't answer. Battler, get a hold of yourself. You are here. An enemy is before your eyes. Fight! Fight to win! Battler lazily repeated that, speaking incoherently. He'd come back. The wound he bore on his soul was no small thing. That was something natural. Beatrice had woven her red, and he had been denied. He had learned that the mother he'd respected was not his birth mother, and he didn't know who he was. He was not Ushirimiya Battler. Don't talk stupid. You are Ushirimiya Battler, no one else. No matter who acknowledges that or denies that, make sure you believe it yourself. After all, you're the only one who can create your own world. Don't lose the world where you're Ushirimiya Battler. Then, who am I? I'm not my mom's child, right? Where was I born from? Battler was asked that question as his eyes, which still hadn't regained their sparkle, stared lazily up at the ceiling. Of course, she answered right away. Yes, that's right. Beato proclaimed it with the red truth. So I'll proclaim it too. Ushirimiya Battler is not Ushirimiya Osumu's son. In that case, he's not qualified to be the opponent in my game, correct? Beatrice, repeat it. Ushirimiya Battler is not Ushirimiya Kinzo's grandchild. Miss Beato wrinkled her forehead. A painful-looking smile rose to her face. So, you refuse to repeat it. Beato proclaimed two red truths. Battler is not Osumu's son, and no one except Kinzo's grandchild Battler is qualified. No one except Kinzo's grandchild Battler is qualified to be your opponent. The following theory will allow Battler to be accepted without creating any contradictions. Here's my blue truth. Listen to it. The one qualified to be Beato's opponent is Kinzo's grandchild, Ushirimiya Battler. And whether you're Osumu's son or not isn't a problem. Thus, even if you aren't Osumu's son, you can still be Kinzo's grandchild, as long as you're Rudolph's son. This is a silly word game, wasn't it? Your blue truth is valid. Beato, a counter-argument with the red truth? You cannot counter it with the red. Battler's qualifications as an opponent will stand unchallenged. Battler was still out of it. He still couldn't really understand what she was saying for him. But instead, his spirit was starting to come back, bit by bit. So who would be the mom then? Ava? No, I mean, it wouldn't be the siblings, right? Just be some other woman. Then, who am I? Get a hold of yourself. You're Ushirimiya Battler. Yeah, maybe Mother Osumu didn't give birth to you. But so what? That doesn't change in the slightest the fact that she was a mother to you, right? For example, what is Ushirimiya Anju to you? You might not share the same blood, but she's still your little sister, right? It's not about blood. It's about bonds, right? That's right. even though we don't share the same blood. Angie is my little sister. Say it in red. Say that Angie is your little sister. Angie is my little sister. I could say it. She hugged Battler, who was still out of it, and slumped in his chair, strongly from behind. So much that it hurt. I don't know why Mother assumed it wasn't your birth mother, but still, up until today, and even now, you believe that she's your mother, right? In this world, there are plenty of people without even a mother. Without even a family. Did Mother assume we ever let you feel lonely? Never, right? Don't throw your peaceful family away so easily. Your family bonds have gotten too thin after leaving your family for 6 years. You have to feel those family bonds much, much more strongly. Remember, for Mother Asuma's sake as well, don't lose your love over a foolish witch's rant like this. You're right. Mom was always on my side. Where is this place? Start. I want to go home. Where's all my family? Light still hadn't returned to Battler's eyes, but tears appeared. Your little sister is waiting at home for you to come back. If even you don't come back, she'll be all alone forever. For her little sister's sake, please, with this witch's game. Angie. My little sister. But I still don't get it. Why? Do I have to keep repeating this incomprehensible, cruel game with Beato? I've had enough. In that case, settle this game quickly and go back home. Ushimi Battler, how long are you going to play around in a place like this? Your little sister's waiting for you to come home. That's right. Battler had been caught up in this strange game before he even knew it. And still, unable to understand why he was fighting, he had been constantly sucked into the witch's pace, played with, and made to fight. That should have been his most simple and first question. Because he didn't understand that, he had lost his purpose in fighting. That's why my voice won't reach Battler's ears. Instead of a vague purpose like winning against the witch or because he couldn't forgive her, he has to be aware of a purpose for which he must win. That's right. I want to go home. I want to go home to Dad and Mom. And Angie. I've had enough. Enough of this place. I've had enough of witches. I've had enough of games and murders. Enough. Enough! Battler's soul is starting to come back. But it can't quite reach. You've had enough, right? Then fight so that you can return to your family. Destroy Beatrice and go home. No, I've had enough of witches. Enough of Beato. Enough of everything. Even you're probably just another one of the witch's allies. I could be betrayed again at any time. You can't trust anything. You can't trust any words that aren't read. Don't bother me. Don't bother me! Battler's soul held. She hugged his head from behind, strong enough that it hurt. Come home quickly, Oni-chan. Don't leave me all alone. Huh? Who are you? It's me. It's Angie. Dad and Mom and Oni-chan. No one came home. I'm so lonely. I beg you, come home quickly. Angie? You were Angie? That's right, I'm Angie. The Ushimi Angie of a world where no one comes home. My entire family never came home from Rakanjima that day. The witch before your eyes stole away my whole family, even you, Oni-chan. Only you can finish her, Oni-chan. Finish her. Then take your family back. And then come home to me. Beato did that? To my family? As she says. I will not run away or hide from it. I stole Ushimi Angie's family away from her. Battler is my toy. His father and mother are both my toys. I won't give them back to you. You may continue to wander all alone forever. awaiting the return of a family that will never come back. From Angie's arms that held him, painful, sad days that had been experienced by his lonely little sister flowed into Battler. Because he'd been playing around in a place like this. His little sister had been left all by herself, had been forced to endure all that pain. Angie, damn, what am I doing? Thanks, Angie. Your Oni-chan has been forgetting something important this whole time. Battler tried to turn around, but Angie was hanging onto his head with an incredible force, so he couldn't turn back. Was it sweat? Hot drops were splashing on the nape of Battler's neck. What were they? What they were, he knew from holding Angie's arm that clung to him. As it stained Battler's hand, his fingers, red. Blood. Angie? Are you okay? Hey! It dripped and splashed. Didn't know what was going on. Battler didn't know because he couldn't turn around. The hot drops that stained his entire back were surely blood. In order to save you, Oni-chan, in order to come here, there was a single rule. I had to follow. This is it. Letting you, Oni-chan, know that I was Angie. Oh, it was so hard. Even though Oni-chan was right before my eyes, I couldn't even say that. As long as I followed this rule, I should have been able to stay by Oni-chan's side for all eternity. I should have been able to play in the game against the witch for eternity with Oni-chan. But that's no good. Oni-chan, you have to come back. Your sister's waiting for you. At home. That person isn't me. But this way, your sister will be saved. Angie! There's so much blood. So much. He wanted to turn around, but Angie was gripping his head too tightly. However, judging by the blood that was pouring out and Angie's pain breathing, he realized that something seriously wrong was happening to her right now. Don't worry. I'm only a piece. You know, in chess, we have this move called a sacrifice. What? Who cares about chess? Let's get you some first aid, quickly. Let go for a second, Angie. A sacrifice is an abandoned piece. For a tactical gain, you intentionally accept the loss and let a piece go. In chess, the ultimate goal is victory. So if it can bring you to victory in the end, there's nothing wrong with sacrificing a few individual pieces. Angie had coolly made a decision. She had been taught over and over again that she was a piece, not a player. In order to act like a piece and save Battler, right now she would have to become a sacrificial piece herself. Battler had to know. His purpose in this witch's game couldn't be something else. Couldn't be something as abstract as finishing off the witch. He had to win the game, release himself, bring his family back home. Why? Because he had a family, a little sister who was waiting for him to come home. A being was created so that Ushimiya Angie's voice could reach you. That's me, Angie Beatrice. I'll sacrifice the piece I am to give you the will to fight, to give you purpose. My purpose isn't to play with you in a witch's game for all eternity. I came to bring you, Ushimiya Angie's mourning and sadness. That is my unshakable purpose. Angie! Ah! The white, thin arm that held Battler became pale and transparent, almost like wax. Even so, fresh blood stained it so cruelly. I will disappear now, but Oni-chan, fight with all you've got. And I'm sure you'll come back to me. I'll be waiting. Always. I planned on helping you out a lot more than this. but I couldn't do anything. Sorry. Don't worry about that. You taught me, didn't you? You taught me why I have to win. And that I've got to win for certain and come back to you. What am I doing, lazing about in a place like this? Yeah, I won't play around anymore. Guess I'll come back. I'll come home. I'll definitely come home. Bring you a souvenir, and I promise. I don't need one. So promise me one thing. What? I'll promise anything. In a second, I'm gonna let go of this hand. It hurt, didn't it? Sorry. I held it so tightly. I'm okay. So you don't have to turn around. So, in the end, let me see the coolest part of you. Oni-chan, rise from your seat. Point at the witch before your eyes. And announce that the game will start up again. Angie's hand slid and disappeared behind me. Her bloody fingerprints left behind, blurred by her fingernails. But I turned around right away to take care of Angie's wounds. Angie! Angie? Ah, crap. You even promised that you wouldn't turn around. Angie? Where? Behind my chair, it was as though about 10 watermelons packed with blood had been smashed. There was a sticky, pulpy mountain, and around that mountain of blood and minced meat, the clothes and shoes Angie had been wearing, they crumpled as though they'd been taken off and thrown away. As though just humans' insides had been pulverized and tossed like scrap. As though Angie, who had been staying there until a second ago, had been crushed. Angie? Where's Angie? Where did Angie disappear to? Hey! Where did Angie go? The two young-looking witches said nothing, just silently looked at the mountain of blood and meat and clothes. But I didn't want to accept it. I definitely didn't want to accept it. I was right in front of you. I was watching the whole time. Watching what happened to Angie behind you. Do you know? Where did Angie go? While she still lived, pinch by pinch, massive red-hot pincers tore chunks of flesh the size of a thumb off her and threw them away. I was watching. I saw as countless of cruel tools burned red-hot in the witch's furnace approach Angie from behind, and one bit at a time, pecked at her, twisted her, ripped chunks off her, and tore her to pieces. Angie should be proud. In order to share some last words with her brother, she stopped herself from gasping at that pain until the very end. As if something like that could have happened. But on top of that mountain of flesh and clothes, what had fallen there was without a doubt what she had been wearing on her head, was pink jeweled hair ornaments. To be honest, I thought they were a bit too childish for her and didn't suit her, so I remembered them well. Why did Angie wear such cheap hair ornaments all the time? No. I thought that this is Angie. It couldn't possibly be. Ooh. You're pretty blunt, Beata. Battler didn't see it, so you could have just said she turned into butterflies and flew away or something. You guys also saw that happen? You saw Angie get torn to little bits? You were watching, and yet you stayed so calm the whole time? Without answering, Percastella on the Delta and Beatrice stared at me. Some in pity, others in derision, watching me. since she'd called herself Gretel, and after what had happened with Virgilia in the last game, I thought she might be Beato's underling. I'd been wary of her, not trusting her even though she was an ally. And now, after learning that it truly was Angie, not even being allowed to see her face, I turn around and find something like this. Why does it matter? All this about your little sister. What did you say? After all, you'll never return from this place for all eternity anyway. Whatever happens to your little sister in a world when you don't come home has nothing to do with you. As long as you play here, the NGs of countless worlds will live in isolation. And the same pain of her final moments just now will be forced upon her, sped over a period of more than a decade. However, that is of no importance, correct? It cannot be seen by you from here. You cannot observe it. An unobservable fact cannot be proven except by the red truth. Therefore, your anxiety over Angie's misfortune after this may be needless. She might surprisingly be able to live a casual life without ever having to work in this Rudolph's inheritance, right? Cackle. That's a lie. From Angie's arm, every part of that sad future world had poured into me in an instant. All because I keep on lazing about forever. Playing a place like this. I never thought about anyone but myself. I must defeat her. I'll take back my family, back to where Angie's waiting, and come home as soon as I can. Because even as I hang around with a witch like this, Angie's heart continues to be torn to bits by sadness. Angie, is this... what you wanted to see? Turned towards the cool witch who had indifferently spoke of Angie's brutal last moments and slowly, yet with all my might, pointed. Beatrice. Indeed. Resume this game. I won't run away anymore, and I won't let you escape. Bring it on. I can no longer escape or hide. Let us decide this between you and me for good. One shall win, one shall lose and be destroyed. No other resolution can exist. I'll win. No matter how long it takes, I'll definitely smash you. There aren't going to be any more compromises, interruptions, or losses by default in this contest. I won't run away. I won't let you get away. Try and defeat me with everything you've got. There's absolutely no need for stupid tricks and deceit, for intermingling and acting friendly. You and I are enemies. I have to settle this as soon as possible and bring my family back to Angie. Unwavering resolve. Certain willpower. A certain willpower of a human becomes certain magical power. That leads to a miracle, and promises that it shall be so. Yes, this is a promised, certain miracle. My chances at victory not even 1 in a billion? No. Shall it certainly be impossible without any fragment of a miracle? Before I knew it, a cold, stiff chain had bound my other leg without a sound, tying me to the chair. All that's left is to either be killed and lose to Battler, or resist and continue an endless tie for all eternity. Or perhaps I should say it's to continue tying until I prepared my heart for death. Either way, I must fight to lose, and nothing more. I've already been bound by the chains of eternity, and Battler won't let me escape either. Should I pathetically beg his forgiveness? Should I beg for compassion by appealing to his pitying heart? Should I forget appearances and prostrate myself? Because of the chains, even that choice will not be granted me. Checkmate. This is a perfect stranglehold. However, I'm the Golden Witch Beatrice, the Demon Lord of Gold who reigns in the Golden Land. Even in a fight to lose, there is an attitude of fighting for me, and I have the right to adorn my death in a manner suited to me. I am no different. I'll make you accept the existence of my magic, and the door to the Golden Land will open on this island. You shall become the guest of honor at that first tea party. Everyone besides you has gathered already, you see. Because the honored guest's arrival has been delayed, the tea party cannot begin. Your father, mother, cousins, and everyone else are getting tired of waiting for your arrival. Sure, that's perfect. That's just perfect. What the hell is magic? What the hell are witches? I'm done playing with you. Here we go, Beatrice. Come as hard as you can, for there will be no compromise. Interruptions are losing by default. One shall win, and one shall be destroyed. If you have no desire to lose, then you must defeat me. Kill me. However, I won't be killed so easily. Until you can prepare a fitting end for me, I can resist over and over again. Can you do that? No, you probably can. You surely can. Come on. Come and kill me. Is that hard? Let's go with the usual. Ha. As if I'd be killed. Even if I can't win, I can at least harass you enough to stop you from snatching victory, right? Oh, that's a good look on your face. Giggle. Try and kill me. Try and kill me. You show me a battler. Oh, ha. He's coming. He's coming. What did it say? I guess I'll try to end this quickly. No credits for Angie. Golden Witch is prepared a gift for you in commemoration of their stay. On using features on the tile screen. That means the credits are in the tea party, I guess. Damn. Yeah. I think I enjoyed episode 3 more, still. Of the initial question arcs. I mean, just the question arcs. But man, not done yet. I don't think we're gonna start episode 5 today. But maybe midnight thing. Let's see what's in the tea party. I don't know if we're gonna get all the achievements, so I probably have to look up what the last achievement is. Second day, October 5th, 1986. That's what happens. Because it's Maria, right? Well, I mean... Oh? Wait, what? Oh, I guess noon, and then right before midnight. Okay. I don't have a clue what's going on. Please, someone explain in a way even I can understand. What happened yesterday? I was in the kitchen of the mansion grabbing some food without permission. If you open up that massive business class refrigerator, you can find anything. You can eat and drink as much as you like. Even if the typhoon didn't clear up for a week, I'd have more than enough to eat. With wine in one hand, I was helping myself to some dry-cured ham. I wonder just how expensive this wine and ham are. Wait, what? Who is this? I wonder just how expensive this wine and ham are. The ingredients are out of luck too. If only you had a goddess-san to cook you, you could have been reborn as much more incredible food. I looked at the clock. Very soon it would be 2400. October 5th, the second day, would end. The insane October 4th, yesterday, would seem like a lie. That's how much nothing had happened after that testing. Oh, is it Battler? Oh. Nothing happened. The phone call came, and the letters came. No person came, and no one attacked me. Nothing happened at all. I want to start demanding a refund on all the time and energy that tension stole from me. Because after that, for an entire day, full 24 hours, nothing happened. So surely, nothing's gonna happen now. A full 24 hours ago, Beatrice called me to the spot in front of the mansion's entrance. There, I was given a strange test to determine the successor to the headship or whatever. I gave a serious answer in my own way, but it somehow hadn't meshed with the other side. Beatrice got pissed for no reason and fell silent. I yelled at her to try and say something, but she gave no answer. When I asked where Maria was, she just told me to go to the chapel and left. To tell the truth, it was an anticlimax. No matter what kind of weird test you give, at least tell me whether I passed or failed. Are you trying to say, thanks for coming, your results will be mailed to you later or something? Quit messing with me. Anyway, I then headed to the chapel. After failing their tests, both George, Nikki, and Jessica were killed. Couldn't let Maria get killed too. Also, I might get a chance to catch some person trying to kill her. Oh, it is the chapel. Okay, because that's what, yeah, the statue. As a little kid, I often heard from Jessica that you get in trouble if you went near the chapel. So I'd never been there, but I at least knew where it was. Couldn't find any trace of a person there. There was a key bundled lying in front of the door. Thought this might be someone telling me to open the door, but after trying all the keys, I found that none of them fit. I also called Maria's name, but there was no answer whatsoever. Searched around the chapel, but there was a limit to what I could do in the pitch black with just a flashlight. I realized that this key bundle might be a set of master keys, which could make it possible to open the door to the mansion. Found no sign of Maria, so I returned to the mansion. And the door was just open? Oh no, I guess he got the keys. Right, okay. The mansion was wrapped in silence, and in a horrible stench. However, it's amazing how good humans are at adapting. The inside of the mansion must still be wrapped up in that smell. However, I grew completely used to it and stopped minding it. Didn't seem any worse than any old house where someone had burnt some meat. First, I was bewildered by the stench. Decided to head to the dining hall for the time being. And found those corpses that were so pitiful. Goda-san and the rest had hesitated to speak of them in detail. So now we get to check. Okay, we found George. So... Genji, Rosa, Rudolph, Ava. Okay. His corpse was found in the dining hall. About half of his head was destroyed. Probably recently assumed that he was murdered with a powerful gun or something similar. However, witnesses don't believe he was killed with a gun. Okay. I guess nothing there. Goda-san and the rest had hesitated to speak of them in detail. It was the remains of Aunt Natsu, the others who become the first victims. Half of each head had been completely split open. And it was so gruesome that even without knowing a thing about examining corpses, I could say that they were 100% dead. And on top of that, the remaining halves of their faces were left like normal, so it was even easy to identify them. Really convenient corpses these were. And in addition to those 6 bodies, there's one more. The 7th corpse was Maria. Oh. Corpse was found in the dining hall. Butler wasn't able to make out any wounds in particular, so he assumed that she was killed by some kind of poison. Most peaceful form of invitation to the Golden Land. Jeez. She lay next to Aunt Rosa, as though I was sleeping alongside her. I cried. The death of an innocent young girl. With the cruel way my dad and the rest had died. Raced through the mansion swinging the hat-stand spear, yelling, "Come out here, bastard!" I couldn't find any trace of anyone else. Thinking they might be planning to hide somewhere and attack me from behind, I went around searching for hiding places. Sometimes growing more cautious, and sometimes intentionally letting my guard down in various ways, but in the end, not even a kitten appeared. Then, morning came. My tension and fatigue combined with my drowsiness, making for the worst kind of dawn. Humans are pretty incredible. Even when a murderer might be in hiding somewhere, we prioritize drowsiness and fatigue over our own lives. At that time, I was starting to feel pretty ridiculous. After all, for a full 6 hours before dawn, I'd walked around the mansion, yelling at the culprits to show themselves. Oh wait. Send a text. Okay. After all, for a full 6 hours before dawn, I'd walked around the mansion yelling at the culprits to show themselves. My search had been a careful one, and I tired myself out, let my guard down. Even so, no one came to attack me. Basically, I lost patience with them and figured they could do whatever the hell they wanted. The boat won't come until the typhoon passes. They said on TV that it won't pass until tomorrow, so I've got another full day today. Lazing about lost its interest. Even though I knew it would probably make the police mad, I decided to play detective a bit. First with the dining hall, where the very first murder had occurred. The 6 who had been killed in the beginning really were pitiful. The weapon used was probably a gun. Maybe their heads were split by something powerful, like a magnum bullet or a shotgun. It was a reasonable theory to hold. Compared to that, the 7th corpse, Maria, had died in a much better and cleaner way. At a glance, I could see no external wounds and didn't understand how she'd been killed. By her mouth were traces of bubbles that she might have spat out. It looked like a typical death by poisoning that you might see in a TV drama. Wasn't Maria called out to the chapel and given a test? So why was she in the corpse-filled dining hall, lying next to her mother, dead? Even if the cause of death was poison, who gave it to her? Clothes weren't disturbed at all. It's hard to imagine that she was forcibly pushed down and given an injection of poison. It's probably better to assume that she was given a capsule of poison or something and made to swallow it. But compared to the scattered and violently mutilated corpses in this room, Maria's corpse was too clean. If they had a gun, they only needed to pull the trigger. But poisoning, whether by having her drink it or by an injection, took a lot more effort. Considering the culprit's brutal nature, we think Maria's death alone was given special treatment. Why was only Maria given a sleep-like death? True, being killed is always a pitiful thing, but for some reason, Maria's death alone seemed very courteous to me. Both of Maria's hands were joined on her chest, so the dead person had put them there herself. Did Maria do that herself before dying? Isn't this usually something done by someone else after the person dies? As though sleeping with her mother, whose head was half crushed, Maria dozed in peace. For some reason, that contrast really bugged me. Including the direct cause, it's probably safe to say that Maria's death is shrouded in mystery. More than anything else, the biggest mystery of this dining hall was the pitfalls. Pitfalls that both Uncle Cross's group and Goda-san's had mentioned. After the first 6 were killed, 5 more fell through pitfalls and were captured. What are pitfalls? Those things that suddenly open and you fall through them, right? The room had a solid floor with a carpet that looked dignified, if a bit worn out. No matter how you looked at it, it was a single piece. If a pitfall had opened up, there would have to be a seam just in that place. And if there had been some trick like a pitfall, wouldn't it creak when you walked on it? No matter how much I walked around, feeling the carpet, I just couldn't imagine that a pitfall was hidden here. Anyway, it would be one thing if a single person fell, but a full 5 people did. By putting together everyone's stories, each one of them had fallen from a different location. So at the very least, there had to be 5 separate places with pitfalls. So what does this mean? Is this room actually made with pitfalls across the entire floor? So by pushing a button you could open up a pitfall in the location of your choice? Some kind of contraption like that? That kind of ridiculous mechanism would be surprising even in a ninja mansion. But if Dad and the rest had heard about this, I wonder if they'd say it wouldn't put it past Grandfather to do it, to make it. At any rate, I didn't learn anything more from the dining hall. Do the pitfalls not exist? Or do they exist but I just can't find them? Amateur that I am. Can't say for sure. Since they claim that the pitfalls were there, I can't ignore them, even if I can't find them. The next ones to be killed were Jessica and George Nikki. I discovered George and Nikki when I'd been called out for my test. They'd been called out to the arbor in the rose garden, and probably shot in the forehead with a gun. Jessica has been called to her own room on the second floor of the mansion. The door to her room is locked. That wasn't a problem at all since I had a master key. Inside the room was horrible. After the dining hall, I was used to corpses, so I built up a bit of an immunity. The phone receiver was loose and dangling. Had she been killed while still on the phone with me? Jessica's was leaning against the wall right next to it. Half of her head split open. As far as I could tell by glancing at the scene, it looked as though she'd been killed while on the phone. If her head was destroyed, it's probably reasonable to assume that she was murdered with a powerful gun or something similar. She was smashed by her own attack due to George's counter-offensive specialized barrier. So she'd been killed while on the phone. In that case, had the culprit been right there before her eyes? I hadn't got that impression when listening to Jessica's voice over the phone. Pretty sure Jessica said, "They got me." It's probably best to assume that she'd already received a fatal wound at the time of the phone call. That's right, she also said this. When you come back there, I'll be a corpse with half of its head split open. Yes, that's what she said. From what I could tell by looking at Jessica's corpse, there were no wounds on her other than the damage to her head. Could she have had an injury serious enough to make her prepared for death? And then dead halfway through the phone call? But the way she talked on the phone made me think that she'd escaped harm for the time being. You shouldn't be able to have a casual conversation over a phone if the culprit's right before your eyes. So did the culprit come in partway through the phone call and kill Jessica? No, that can't be right. After all, this room is locked. Wait, that doesn't tell me anything. If the culprit stole a master key from one of the victims, locking the door would be meaningless. But she had no external wounds other than her head. In that case, so I assume that the fatal wound she was prepared to die from and the actual external wound that damaged her head were two different things? And that both of them were made to the same part of the body? In other words, Jessica was struck severely to the head and received an incredibly bad wound. Then she called me, either lost consciousness or died while on the phone. And the culprit came and damaged her head again, something like that. After being called to this room, Jessica was attacked by the culprit and received a serious injury. And the culprit thought she'd been killed and went away for the time being. Jessica miraculously started breathing again and called me with what would become her dying message. Then the culprit realized that they'd failed to kill her and rushed back to deliver the final blow after Jessica fell unconscious from massive blood loss. That seems to add up, more or less. Except for how Jessica was able to accurately predict the nature of that final blow. There was one more thing that bugged me about the phone call from Jessica. Jessica had said this. George Nissan's done for too. That was an instant death. She said it almost as though she'd witnessed George and Nikki being killed. While you certainly could see the rose garden from the window in Jessica's room, you could even see the roof of the arbor where George and Nikki had been summoned. It was very far away. Add on the fact that it was the night of the typhoon, and it's very hard to imagine that she was able to witness everything that happened by the arbor from this window. More than anything else, Jessica left before Georgianiki, so she shouldn't have known that Georgianiki's test took place by the arbor. Why did Jessica know that Georgianiki had been killed? There's a lot of mysteries. Also, during my search for the entire mansion, I found Kirie-san's corpse as well. Corpse was found in the guest room deep within the mansion. There was a single hole right in the center of her forehead. It's probably reasonable to assume she was shot with a gun or something similar. Demon's stick was buried in the hole in her forehead, but it's hard to imagine that this was the cause of death. Didn't miss. I missed on purpose to tease her. Yeah. Hi, JP. You cracked this case yet? Nope. Now we're just investigating all the murders that have happened. So I have no idea. It's very curious. Luckily, with the next game, or next couple episodes, we're gonna get answers. So that'll be hype. Also, during my search for the entire mansion, I found Kirie-san's corpse as well. I'm telling you, it's the crazy eye lady. Her beefcake goat demons. It's gotta be magic. It's all those magic spells. It was in one of the old guest rooms, at the back of the first floor. In the past, before the construction of the guest house, the relatives had spent the night in these. Kirie-san's situation matched Jessica's perfectly. She'd probably been killed during her phone call with me. The receiver was hanging untidily, and Kirie-san lay crumpled in that corner. But the way she'd been killed was very different from Jessica. It's weird though, because he said that, or on the phone call, she said that she got hit in like her leg. Well, did she say that she got hit in her leg? I don't know if she did, but her leg, and then scratches on her arm, and then right by her ear. But if there's no wounds, then I guess that phone call was a lie. Her head wasn't smashed. Instead, a stake with an occult design was buried into her forehead. It was so gruesome, so I pulled it out. After pulling it, I realized that this might get me into trouble with the police later. So a little too late, I set it down by Kirie-san's side. Its tip was sharp and stained with enough blood that it must have penetrated fully to the brain. Didn't know what kind of metal it was made of, but it was about as heavy as a paperweight. Certainly, if you were stabbed all out with something like this, it might cause a terrible wound. Okay, I was just checking in. A little busier today. I'll check in later. Sounds good, Supa. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, I have no idea. It's just too much. There's too much shenanigans going on. I probably knew what that stake meant. It's one of those. The style of killing from the fourth twilight onwards in the witch's epitaph. It's probably that gouge with the stake and kill thing. However, a human skull was very firm. No matter how much someone mustered their strength, could it really have been pierced so neatly? No. By my reasoning, the stake wasn't the cause of death, but had just been used to damage the corpse after death. She was probably killed with a gun or something like Georgianiki, and the stake had been stuck into the hole left by the gun. Thinking of it that way makes it easier to accept. But was Kirie-san really killed with a gun? She said on the phone even though she was holed up inside a locked room, Kirie-san was being attacked. In fact, this room had been locked. Also, she mentioned a golden thread or something flying in and attacking her. In fact, there are 4 places around Kirie-san's corpse with holes that could have been caused by some kind of attack. But golden thread attacked her. Through the keyhole? I looked at the door from Kirie-san's perspective. It had been one of those old keyholes you see in old mystery movies, where you can peek through to the other side, and it would have clearly been possible to stick something through it. But even though the doors in the mansion were old-fashioned, the locks were the familiar average cylinder style that you could find in any normal house. In other words, they weren't constructed in a way that would let you penetrate through them. JPChivalry? Hey, Piven. How's it going? How are you doing? It doesn't matter how thin an object you might try to stick through the keyhole. It's unthinkable that something penetrated through from the outside intact. Goes good, bud? How's you? I'm doing well. Just a little tired. But we finished episode 4. So now we're doing the after credit stuff for this episode. And it looks like we're investigating all the murders that occurred. Yeah, glad to hear you're doing well. A cylinder lock. And a keyhole? But despite that, Kirie-san definitely said that something like a golden thread had flown in through the keyhole, spun around while aiming for her and attacked her. Golden thread attacking through a keyhole? Couldn't understand what it meant at all. But even so, Kirie-san probably predicted that I wouldn't be able to understand all this. And it wasn't just Kirie-san. Jessica said it over the phone too. No, since the very beginning, from the time we talked with Goda-san and Kumasawa-san, got the phone call from Uncle Cross's group. Everyone has said the same, consistent thing. Grandfather summoned witches and demons and is killing people with magic. It had been shown that right before their eyes. These weren't tricks or fakes. There was no choice but to believe it. With one voice, they had all said that. It's simple. The culprit can mimic people's voices. And that's who Battler was talking to. When the mystery woman calling herself Beatrice appeared, even I had pretty much believed that she was a real witch and might start summoning goat monsters right and left. However, after being left alone for a whole day, my feeling of tension had faded completely. I was now able to think that something so stupid definitely couldn't be true. Did they lose their heads a little in an extraordinary situation where their lives were exposed to danger? And mistakenly think that a witch was attacking them with magic? But multiple people gave the same kind of testimony. And on top of that, none of their opinions conflicted with each other. If it had just been a single statement, I'd be able to suspect that they just didn't see what they thought they saw. But doing that now is pretty difficult. Then, next to the back door, I found Uncle Kraus with his head half smashed. Kraus? Wait, what? Oh, no, that's true. That tracks. His corpse was found in the guest room deep within the mansion. Well, no, that doesn't track now. About half of his head was destroyed. It's probably reasonable to assume that he was murdered with a powerful gun or something similar. Demon stick was buried into the damaged area. No one can escape from the Chester's golden arrows. It's in the head? Wait, but Kirie's was in the head. Right? Found Uncle Kraus with his head half smashed. Even though he escaped the dungeon of Koadori and somehow made it this far by a secret underground passage, he had been killed. Buried into the gruesome cross-section of his half-crushed head was a stake with an occult design, like the one that had been buried into Kirie-san's forehead. And in this situation, it was very hard to imagine that this stake was the weapon used. He had been killed with a powerful gun like the 6 in the dining hall. After death, had been jabbed with the stake like Kirie-san. I wonder if the golden threads that Kirie-san spoke of attacked Uncle Cross too. Does there exist some kind of tool like an endoscope that's very thin but can be moved about at will? And that can also attack people? No way. Never heard of anything like that. But even so, if this fact had been revealed to one of the relatives, maybe they'd say, I wouldn't put it past grandfather to make it. So I can't deny the existence of Golden Thread X that can be moved at will and attack people. I can either accept that this mysterious weapon exists, or else I'll have to accept that this was a murder committed with magic. To find the next corpse, I had to go out through the back door and search around outside a bit. Behind the mansion, in wild-grown bushes that were almost swallowed up by the forest, there was something like an old well. Behind the mansion, in the wild-grown bushes that were almost swallowed up by the forest, there was another old well. Right next to it were Dr. Nanjo and Shen Chen's corpses. Okay, let's check. This corpse was found behind the mansion. That half of his head was destroyed. Probably reasonable to assume that he was murdered with a powerful gun or something similar. Demon stick had fallen near the body. Her corpse was found behind the mansion. About half of her head was destroyed. Probably reasonable to assume she was murdered with a powerful gun or something similar. This demon stick had fallen near the body. The witnesses at least realized that the stake wasn't what killed her. Wait. Okay, 4 more to go. Wait. Why aren't these, we discovered the bodies. Or I guess you didn't inspect them. Both corpses had their heads smashed. And though they weren't stuck in, there were stakes lying right next to each other, each damaged head. Each corpse was atrocious, but having to look directly at Shannon Chan's lovely face, which had been half blown away, was very painful. Then there was the well. I'd heard that inside it was a secret underground passage to a mysterious mansion, Kuadorian. By this time, I began to think that Beatrice and her accomplices might have used this underground passage and left for Kuadorian. Even though there had apparently been at least 10 of them, I hadn't seen a trace of anyone. It seemed very likely that they'd already escaped to a different location. There's the typhoon. They can't go out to sea. It goes the same for the forest. There's no way they could traverse such a deep, uncultivated forest on foot. In that case, they had only one place to go. A mysterious hidden mansion, Kuadorian, with a secret underground passage at the bottom of the well. By this time, I had entirely lost my fear of being killed if I happened to come across the enemy. Don't fuck with me. This time I'll storm into your mansion. What the hell? Damn it. The old well had a firm cover on it. The cover was an iron grill. The gaps between the bars were perhaps 20 centimeters across. I could peer inside, but it really wasn't something a human could pass through. If I had known better, I wouldn't have thought it anything more than a simple cover to prevent falls. But from what Kirei-san had told me, I knew that its purpose was to prevent intruders from entering the secret underground passage in its depths. The cover was extremely firm and rigid. No matter how much I pushed or pulled, I couldn't even get close to opening it. Couldn't find any obvious lock. It might be sealed by some mechanism. But no matter how much I investigated, I couldn't find anything to release it. The biggest piece of information Kiria had tried to give me, gambling her final moments, was the underground passage in this well. Don't think I'll be stopped by something like this cover. I'll smash it to bits. I'll search for a tool. I had an idea. After all, I'd seen the various tools in the gardening shed when we locked Goto-san and Kawasawa-san in there. Okay, so this is when he goes. But the shutter to the gardening shed was locked. On top of that, the key was with Goto-san, who was dead on the inside. In other words, this gardening shed was a closed room. There's no way to open it from the outside. In that case, I've got to break the shutter. There has to be a tool for that somewhere. Kind of feels like I'm going in circles here. Then, while searching for that, I learned that the source of the stench that had permeated the mansion this whole time was the underground boiler room. The boiler room was dimly lit, humid, smelled horrible, and on top of all that, it was incredibly creepy. There were several large tools there, and I managed to find a fire hatchet and some massive wire cutters. And grandfather's corpse. So it's the same. His body was found as a burnt corpse in the underground boiler room's incinerator. No evidence of a struggle was found inside the incinerator, so it's probably reasonable to assume that he was burned after his murder. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, dead to dead. No, strictly speaking, I should probably say that I found a burnt corpse of a person who was probably grandfather. Someone's corpse had been stuffed into the blazing fires of the boiler. However, by coincidence, I was able to notice the number of toes in the corpse. Both feet had 6 toes. That's right. I think I heard it from Dad sometime long ago. Something about grandfather having polydactyly with extra toes. According to old Oshirimiya family tradition, it seems that those with extra fingers or toes had some kind of good fortune and were treated as a good omen. And because of that, grandfather was selected to be the successor or something. But I wonder if I can be certain this is grandfather's body, just from the number of toes. After all, grandfather was supposed to be the leader of the group of culprits. Didn't have a clue why he'd get stuffed into a boiler in a place like this and die. A mysterious corpse, burning and spitting out a terrible stench amid the flames. If it really was grandfather, did that mean that the leader of the group of culprits wasn't grandfather, but that Beatrice after all? Grandfather was used because he was convenient, was then thrown away? Fortunately, it didn't look like I'd been given a chance to hear grandfather's side of the story. Now that I'd obtained the tool, I thought about rushing to take on the cover to the well, but decided to break the shutter to the gardening shed first. I had plenty of time to kill anyway. I figured I should check on the condition of Goda-san's and Kumasawa-san's corpses. I hit the shutter with the hatchet, breaking into it. Stuck the wire cutter into the crack, scissored it around, opening up a hole. Then I faced Goda-san and Kumasawa-san's corpses once more. I mean, Kanan's looking suspicious. Kanan. His corpse was found in the Rose Garden storehouse. It's assumed that he was hung by the neck after being shot in the forehead. Shot in the forehead? Put ropes around their necks, their own necks. That can be a pretty interesting experience then. Corpse was found in the Rose Garden storehouse. It's assumed that she was hung by the neck after being shot in the forehead. As long as I can construct a closed room murder, nothing else mattered. As a result, I learned a new fact. First, they had not died by being hung by the neck. Both of their feet were solidly on the floor, and both of their foreheads were signs that they'd been shot with a gun. The loop seemed longer than a normal noose. On top of that, the length was different on each to match the height of each person. In other words, the length had been adjusted so that both Goda-san, who was tall, and Kumasawa-san, who was short, had their feet solidly but barely on the ground. Also, while the ropes carried both of their weights as their heads lolled, both of them had some slack below their knees. This meant that if they stood up with these loops around their necks, there would have been some extra length. In other words, these loops wouldn't have been that great for hanging people. The direct cause of death was probably a shot to the head. It was gruesome. Their insides were still dripping out from those gaping holes, staining their faces a deep red. It's probably best to assume that they were then hung, pulled up, and left exposed like that. If they had been shot with a gun, they would have probably been lying down on the floor. If that had been the case, you wouldn't have been able to tell they were dead if you peeked through the window. The amount of stuff would have gotten in the way, so they'd been lying down, they would have been hidden. To make the deaths of these two known to the rest of us who couldn't go inside, they would have had to hang him like this, making it visible from the outside. Was this done to get back at us for thinking that those two would surely be safe if we left the key with them? I wonder where the shutter key we gave Goda-san, which should have ensured their safety, is now. That key was in the pocket of his trousers. The gardening shed key had been kindly left there, even the plate was attached. In other words, the gardening shed had been a closed room after all. And that gave rise to another question, because this can't be explained by hanging. They didn't commit suicide, and those nooses were set up by the culprit. It might have been possible to shoot them through the window, but it's really unthinkable that someone could have tied 2 loops to the beam from the outside. Furthermore, there's no way they could have lifted up the heavy corpses. In other words, to do all this, they would have to go inside. The key was in Goda-san's pocket, and the shutter had been locked. In other words, the gardening shed had been a closed room. Goda-san had said that there was only one key to this shutter. But is it possible that there was a copy? That the culprit was in possession of it? If we're allowed to theorize that there actually was a duplicate of the gardening storehouse key, that Goda-san just didn't know about it. And this isn't even close to a closed room. Why is it that, despite the fact that almost all of the other corpses were shot to death and left almost completely alone, just these 2 corpses were intentionally hoisted up? Couldn't help but feel something a bit odd about that. Well, because you said it yourself, so people could see it from the outside, right? After this, we assume that the mystery corpse in the boiler was grandfather's. The deaths of 16 people have been confirmed. There are 18 people on this island. I'm here, and there are 16 corpses. Cannon-kun's corpse is the only one I haven't been able to confirm. Cannon's the culprit. That explains everything. According to Kirie-san, he had been killed while climbing out of the well, had fallen down into it. So with the well closed up like this, it's impossible to check. I tried shining a flashlight through the bars and down into the darkness in the depths of the well, but it seemed that the jet black darkness had no intention of showing me its depths what the light of that level. It looked like I'd have to break the bars after all. Using the hatchets and things I dragged from the boiler room and the gardening shed, I tried breaking to cover the well. But the metal bars were extraordinarily sturdy, and breaking them wasn't easy. I hit them with the hatchet over and over until my hands started feeling weird, and eventually gave up on breaking them. It's impossible. If they were at least wood, I might have been able to break them. But this metal... That's right. There's no way you can slice through metal bars like butter with a human strength. I can't even begin to understand that story about how Cannon couldn't cut through the metal bars. I heard that a light like a red laser beam grew out of his arm, and that he sliced through the metal bars like he was cutting through butter. Cutting through metal bars like butter? What's with the red laser beam? Does this mean he secretly had a burner on him or something? And used that to burn through the bars? Still, just what kind of laser could cut through the metal bars like butter? It almost sounds like the kind of laser beam you'd find in those robot anime I'd loved as a kid, doesn't it? A lightsaber. Something like that actually exists? How did Cannon-kun get that laser beam? No matter how much I want to ask him, it's already been killed. Plus, even his corpse is now in the depths of the well, beyond this cover. Cannon-kun could slice through metal bars. I'm sure he could handle this metal cover in a single swing. It feels just like the closed room Goda-san was locked in while holding the key. Only one person can open the door, but they're locked inside. If only I had the power of Cannon-kun's, I'd be able to do something about this cover myself. Just who is Cannon-kun? Couldn't really be a non-human being capable of using a strange power, right? Kirie-san told me to believe in witches, and I even met an insane woman calling herself one. Could Cannon-kun possibly be a human on the witch's side? Or else the culprit? What the heck? Am I gonna start treating him like the culprit just because I can't find his corpse? Oh, treating him like the culprit because there's no corpse? And who was the one babbling about the suspicious being innocent? Very well. Couldn't bear having you push all the crimes on Cannon and building a human culprit theory that way. I'll guarantee it with the red. Cannon is dead. Among the 5 people in Kirie's group, he was the first to die. In short, he was the 9th victim. But was not able to find his corpse. No matter how he's killed with magic, without a corpse, he's a definite suspect. No, that's definitely anti-fantasy. Therefore, I guarantee his death with the red troop. No, that's definitely anti-fan mystery. Since there's no corpse, I can't say for sure that Kanekun is dead. So my whispering in red does not reach the piece you. But it did reach you, right? At a glance, this was a mass murder due to something strange that could only be thought of as magic. Golden threads that attacked through keyholes. No, we even have testimony that something gold flew around the dining hall when the first 6 died. The 2 might have been the same weapon. Then there was the closed room murder of the garden shed, and the laser beam that could cut metal bars. And that wasn't all. There was much, much more. Like the group of goat monsters. The story of a witch who could create pitfalls just by snapping her fingers. The rabbit-like demons who had fired golden threads. I think there was more, but each part was all screwed up. Couldn't possibly accept it, and was forced to suspect that it was some kind of trick or mistake. But why in the world had everyone spoken with one voice, saying the same thing without contradictions in their testimony? It's not only the magic. It's Maria's mysterious death. Why Jessica knew that George and Nikki had been killed. A mysterious burnt corpse that I couldn't confirm really belonged to that damn geezer. And more and more. All stuff I don't get. I tilted the wine bottle up and gulped. I don't have a clue what's going on. After dinner last night, the kids were chased out and told to go back to the guest house. And then there was a massacre in the dining hall. Kirie-san and the rest were dropped through pitfalls and captured. Then Jessica and George and Nikki were called out to take a test and whatever and killed. Even though Kirie-san's group was able to escape the dungeon somehow, all of them got killed in the end. At the very, very end, even Marie was killed, leaving me all alone. In short, I did nothing except stay locked up in the guest house. During that time, a huge incident occurred and ended. What can I call it except incomprehensible? I don't have a clue anymore. Now I'm nothing but a drunk. You plan on leaving only me alive? Shut yourself right away and kill me already. It's too much of a pain, so I won't search for you. You show me your true form yourself. I won't run or hide, so come at me with arrows or bullets or whatever. I haven't got any sleep since yesterday, so I'm incredibly sleepy. You want to kill me? Go ahead. I decided to return to the guest house and boldly rest in a bed. When I exited the kitchen and passed through the lobby, that portrait of the witch came to view. The big clock did too. It was almost exactly 2400. Then the sound of the bell rang out. It came in that 2400 had arrived. As I listened, I looked up at Beatrice's portrait. Exactly 24 hours ago, I met you. What were you trying to say? And where did you go? Just who in the world are you, Golden Witch Beatrice? I haven't solved a single one of the riddles surrounding you. Show yourself, and fight me. Then the witch showed herself. Like a guest of honor finally appearing, she showed herself in the landing at the top of the big staircase. So, you finally show yourself. But kept bored for a whole day. Correct. Gave you a whole day. Is that enough for you to fully exercise the rights of the human side? Yeah. I was bored after all. Did a heck of a lot of it. Angie was a good piece. Don't you speak Angie's name. She appeared through a miracle, sacrificed herself, and gave you the tenacity required for a certain victory. Don't you speak Angie's name. That brutal death was something you needed. If you hadn't seen that death, you wouldn't have grown serious. Without the wake-up call of Angie's ill-fated future, your tenacity for victory would not have been born. I told you not to speak Angie's name! In short, she was a necessary sacrifice. Otherwise, an anger great enough to kill me would not have been born in you. The rivalry between us cannot be destroyed. Damn you, Lady Birkestelle. It's more fitting to call that a trump card than a piece. No matter how much a piece acts, it does not stray from the board. But no matter how much power a trump card wields, it is always thrown away after it is used. Angie was truly a good trump card for you. Don't you speak Angie's name! At Battler's angry roar, Beato finally stopped talking. You know, I don't have time to play around in a place like this anymore. Even a tie will keep Angie waiting. So I'll break through you. Take my family. And go back home. I won't waste a second playing witch games with you. In that case, what should you do? You know it, don't you? Yeah. I'll beat you down. I'll blast away all witches, magic, and illusions and delusions. Come on, let's get started. Won't let you trick me again. Resume the game, okay? I'll tear apart the witch's veil, concealing the outright lie you are. You talk too much. All you have to do is honestly say, I'll kill you. Yeah, if those are the words you want, I'll say them. This is the first and last wish of yours that I'll lend an ear to. I thank you. I'll kill you. Very well. Let us begin, Battler. Yes, the time for the witch hunt has come. Try and chase me. Try and corner me. Try and kill me. I expect a lot from you. Try and show me what your little sister gave you in her last moments. Bring it on! Battler's cry burned the world with a white light. And if you open your eyes amidst the darkness, the two of them could be seen in the rose garden. Oh? Who shall make the first move? Me. I'll bolt. Whoa. New track? In the rose garden, beautiful rose petals danced. The color of those rose petals was red. The fact that they face each other in this beautiful rose garden? Prove? Make claim to a red single truth. That must be why the roses are red. But in the language of flowers, roses represent passion, not truth. Flower for truth is a forget-me-not, and that flower is blue. I'll bore through everything with my blue truth, from the very beginning of everything. I'll start from the very first game. Very well. Let's see what you've got. Come. Here I go. I've already proclaimed it, but I'll say it again. This isn't just for the murder of Dr. Nanjo in the last game. This will tear apart every scene from every game since the beginning. Assuring me that Kinzo is already dead, so the true number of people on the island is 17. By adding in an unknown person X, that makes 18 people. By supposing the existence of the person X, the crime is possible even if all 17 people have alibis. By this, even though the number of people reaches 18, it's still possible for culprit X to exist and carry out crimes, even if all 18 people seem to have alibis. We break through all the murders in episode 1 by supposing an unknown person X. Furthermore, it's even possible to explain the mystery of Kinzo's evaporation from the closed room sealed by the receipt, by making the bold assumption that Kinzo wasn't there in the first place. Unless Beato counters this with the red truth. The illusion of the witch from episode 1 has been completely smashed. This blue truth is valid. The wedge of blue truth that Battler had thrown stabbed right through the top of Beato's left foot. Was the red blood pouring out from there? A protest being made by her red truth? Beato shut one of her eyes tight, enduring the unbearable pain of the blue truth that denied her. Not bad. But I mustn't be denied yet. I mustn't be killed yet. This is not yet enough. In the subsequent games, there were mysteries that couldn't be explained with that alone, right? Which mysteries? In the final stages of the second game, George took Goda and Shannon with him, barricaded them in Natsu's room, and was killed. The key that unlocked Natsu's room was locked up inside the room, and all the remaining keys that could unlock that door were in Rosa's hand. Even if the culprit X existed, it should have been impossible to construct that closed room. The blue wedge that pierced Beato shook. She was resisting, fighting to pull it out. No, that isn't shaking my blue truth. If culprit X were to obtain a master key, that's not even close to a closed room. No, it was impossible for the culprit to attain one. All the master keys were under Rosa's control. But that's meaningless if Aunt Rosa was the culprit. Aunt Rosa handed a key over to culprit X by some method, assisting in the closed room murder. After that, she retrieved the key by a similar method. Too naive, Beato. I already guessed that much at the time. Careful. Yes, you did, didn't you? The wedge that had been gradually losing its sparkle and it seemed as though it was about to be pulled out, regained its strong blue again, thanks to Battler's additional blue troop, and dug into Beato again, eating into her foot. Beato let out a cry of anguish at that pain. Not yet. This is still nothing. Not yet. Not yet! On to the third game. The 6 linked closed rooms, the murders of Aunt Rosa and Maria and Dad and the rest up in the hall. The murders of Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuki. All that can be explained if you suppose that Aunt Ava was the culprit. This argument was already won back then. Even that final riddle you proposed through Ava. The murder of Dr. Nando can be explained with an 18th unknown person X. That breaks through the whole third game. Can you counter that? Of course. This much is nothing to worry about. In that case, how do you explain George's disappearance from the guest house? I shall add to the red truth. George did not go down the stairs of the guest house. He flew out through the window. In the final stages of the third game, George suddenly vanished from the second floor of the guest house. Ava, who lived on the first floor, claimed that no one had come downstairs. Because of the blue truth, George could have snuck down to the first floor and escaped while Ava was busy carrying Krause's and Nazi's corpses outside. But by adding an additional red truth, Beato denied that possibility. To go outside without going down the staircase to the first floor, he would have had to leave by the window. But all the windows had been locked from the inside. So what? It's just like you said. He flew out the window, right? It was along, so we couldn't tell if he jumped down. It was raining so hard. Any light traces would have disappeared. I'll use the red truth again. All windows and doors leading to the outside were locked from the inside. Furthermore, it is impossible to lock any of those from the outside. George had no technique by which to lock them. I'll use more of the blue. I said it myself at the time. In that case, everything works out as long as someone locked the window after George and Nikki escaped through it. Nothing difficult about that. Can I not escape after something like this? Beato couldn't remove the blue wedge that was buried into her foot. The fake witch was burned more and more by that forceful blue. There's still nothing that shakes my blue truth in any of the first 3 games. In that case, the only game that can prove your witch is this game, the 4th game. Since I have encountered you with red, that is so. I shall have to prove which is using only this game. Very well. Give me everything got. There's nothing strange about the murder of the 6 people in the dining hall. The 18th person X went wild with the gun and killed everyone. As for the pitfalls, there's a chance that pitfalls truly were hidden there. It's possible to explain it using Kirie-san's theory, supposing that poison dart-shooting device X, which can knock a person out, instantly exists. The murders of George and Nikki, Jessica, those who escaped from the dungeon can also be explained with guns, just like the dining hall. There's nothing strange about it. But I'm sure you've got a counterattack, right? Bring it on. greatest sword. This 18th Perkin X is based on the theory that Kinzo is already dead. I knew you would make that claim. That's why I took Kinzo out of the study. All members in the family conference welcomed that Kinzo, right? All those who met at the family conference acknowledged the presence of Kinzo. That's right. Grandfather was seriously ill, bedridden on the verge of life and death, right? If he was so worn out that he looked like a different person, maybe no one would have cared, right? I'll counter with this. My grandfather was a different person, a body double. A different person the relatives mistook for grandfather. Then I'll counter with this. No person would mistake Ushimi or Kinzo by sight. No matter what disguise might be used, they would not mistake Ushimi or Kinzo by sight. Then I'll use this. The second game, when you announced with the red truth that there were 5 Master Keys, even though there could have been more than 5 in the first game, you changed the premises of the later games. So it's possible that Kinzo's life or death status was changed for the 4th game alone. Therefore, Kinzo's presence in the 4th game doesn't serve as proof that he was present in the previous games. Therefore, even if suppose that the 6 murders in the dining hall were carried out by grandfather, it contradicts nothing. Then you counter this way. Kinzo's life or death status is the same as at the start of all 4 games. The setup was not different for the 4th game alone. Repeat it. Kinzo was alive at the start of every game. I refuse to repeat it. I won't answer, Battler. I won't give you the red truth you so desire. Damn, you're standing in my way, geezer. Are you putting up yourself on the line to protect Beatrice, this most beloved witch of yours? Swaying, that damn geezer came into view. Is he trying to be some kind of knight, walking the path between me and Beato? Cackle. Battler, are you capable of surpassing me? I won't let you reach. I will not let you reach. Not to the Golden Witch's height, you see? Pooh-ha-ha-ha-ha. Your thoughtless reasoning cannot surpass even me alone. Die. Oh? Whoa, what? Kinzo's jet black cape spread as though it would swallow the world. Becoming the snout of a vast black dragon that came at me, trying to swallow me in one gulp. Faced with that black dragon's roar, I calmed my breathing and closed my eyes lightly. I'll swallow you up in a single gulp. Disappear, inexperienced fool! Quiet, you damn undying ghost. Huh, so you call me a ghost. So you intend to see it through to the end, this theory that I'm already dead. That will prove fatal to you. Be swallowed up by the first twilight of the 4th game and disappear. Black Dragon's vast mouth, its snout, its fangs, swallowed Battler whole. In that instant, Battler suddenly opened his eyes. Thanks, Beatrice. Your 3rd game became a foothold for my counterattack. What? See ya, damn geezer. This is goodbye. As a basis for claiming that Kinzo is dead, even in the 4th game, propose the following theory. Very well. Come with all you have, my descendant. Here I go, you damn geezer. My theory is that the name of Kinzo gets passed on as a title of the Ushimiya family head. Ushimiya Kinzo was already dead. We passed that name on to someone else. Everyone acknowledged that. That way, all those who met at the family conference acknowledged the presence of Kinzo. There wasn't even any need for someone to disguise themselves as grandfather, because everyone acknowledged a new Kinzo, so they didn't actually mistake Kinzo by sight. As long as this theory is not denied, nothing can change the fact that you're dead. This is the final blow. Damn geezer. I demand that you repeat it. Among all the people there, not one had multiple different names. I cannot. Rest in peace, damn geezer. Thank me. You're finally able to die. This is your requiem. Take it and drop dead. Ushimiya Kinzo is already dead. That's right. Definitely deserve to be pitied, since whenever we find your corpse, it's always completely born. That was a device to hide the fact that time had passed since your death. And you passed that name on to someone else. This theory, even though you were dead, Kinzo was able to appear at the family conference. How's that? This is checkmate! Jesus. Several dozen blue streaks bored into Kinzo's ghost. Your terrible destructive power wouldn't let the ghost recover again. Beatrice. Kinzo, thank you for everything. Rest in peace. I will not forget the time spent with you. Dispersing along with the shadow of the black dragon as golden flower petals scattered, Ushimiya Kinzo became a gold-colored cyclone and disappeared. Even after death, he had fought for the sake of the woman he'd loved. There's no doubting that your love and madness were the real thing. What about the second game, though? Because Kinzo was there. Battler. Don't hate me. Let the dead sleep. Don't wake them. You're up next. This is the end for you too. Beato still couldn't pull out the blue wedge that pierced her foot. She realized that she was on the verge of death. I've gone along with you a whole bunch. I got more than fulfilled any responsibility I had to play with you. But it's about time to finish things up. I've got a lonely little sister waiting at home. Let me take my leave with my whole family. Then kill me. In that case, try and kill me. Won't run or hide, and by now I won't even be able to avoid it. Come on, Ushimiya Battler! You've got it. With the 18th person X from the Kinzo is dead theory, everything that remained has been pierced through. George, Nikki, and Jessica's deaths in the fourth game can also be explained by Culprit X. The 5 who escaped from the dungeon were killed, and 2 in the garden shed, and Maria in the end. All of those can be explained with 18th person X. There's nothing strange there at all. This, I will explain the culprit using humans for all games. Beatrice, this is checkmate! Beatrice couldn't dodge. Several blue stakes drove into her, skewered. Beato grabbed at them, trying to pull them out somehow. That got me. It hurts. This'll kill me, won't it? If I don't pull these out, I'll die. I've had enough of the pain. I've had enough of the anguish. With both hands, Beato firmly grasped one of the blue stakes. Naturally, the power of the witch-denying blue truth burned her hands. Unable even to hide her tears at the pain, Beato howled and tried to pull stakes out with all her might. If I can't pull these out, I'll die. This is my final counterattack. Then, Battler, how do you explain my several acts of magic? The very first time those appeared was in the second game, when I fixed Maria's pumpkin marshmallow. At that time, Rosa definitely witnessed that magic. Certainly, at that time, Rosa witnessed gold butterflies gathering in the fixing of a marshmallow by the miracle of magic. Cat. Rosa alone witnessing it isn't very credible, right? That's why I increased the number of witnesses to the uppermost limit later on. Which is what happened in this last game. The summoning of my minions. Brutal murders due to magic. All of those were witnessed by a great many people. That is itself proof that my magic exists. How do you explain that, Ushimiya Battler? Stalemate. What? Magic exists because magic exists. Didn't the rules of our Braun Tube trial say that you couldn't use that kind of argument? Yes, you're right. Haha. No matter who, or how many people, witness magic, it cannot become proof of magic's existence. Whether all the magic you've shown exists or not, I can ignore it all and explain things with humans. That's my undeniable right. Am I wrong? Those words, the blue sticks let out an even brighter light, knocking my hands away. Seems I can't pull them out after all. Spattlers now, even if I pull up a witness for each individual bit of magic and demand an explanation, I'll probably use some kind of move to deny all of them. Not just the magic with the marshmallow I showed Rosa, but all the miracles of magic. So I can no longer even claim to be a witch without questioning him about something like how a marshmallow was fixed. I'm in such an inferior position that I must fight over such trivialities. It may be impossible for me. I know that. This was to be a game without victory from the very beginning. So, it was only natural that the day of my defeat would eventually come. If I fought, up until today, just to lose to Battler, I began the game, thinking I might be able to win, even if I wouldn't be able to win easily. I believed that in a game repeating endlessly, a miracle would eventually occur. After all, I had certain willpower on my side, an unwavering desire to win with certainty. However, I've now lost that miracle completely. That certain willpower resides in Battler, leaving me certainly without even a 1 in a million chance at a miracle. Or perhaps I should say, I've been left without a miracle or certainty. We'll have no victory, and no end through a tie. The only resolution allowed me is to continue on resisting, until defeat is given to me in this game. That's right, I'm fighting, only to be killed by Battler. I looked in the Battler's eyes. That which was reflected inside them wasn't me. The figures of the little sister waiting for his return, and the family had to bring back, were reflected in those eyes. To him, my existence is already not even that of an individual. Obviously. From the very beginning, he's been trying to deny the individual that I am. Yes, that last game sure was fun. I was only tricking him a bit, but for just a short period of time. Felt like we understood each other. That was fun. That's right. Should have made my move then. Should have continued for eternity with Battler still totally full. But that's just no good, right? That just wouldn't be true victory. Is this checkmate, Beatrice? Beato had been run through with several blue stakes, skewered over and over to the ground while still standing. Because of that, she wasn't even able to fall over. And still, looking up into the sky, was sewn in place. A tragic form. Might have been a fitting end for the cruel witch who had endlessly toyed with 18 people's lives and had killed constantly for hundreds and thousands of years. Gently, so someone was mourning over something, rain began to fall. Amid that rain, Beato was soaked and crucified. Sit over, Beato. Can't even let out a squeak. Not yet. You aren't a woman who will let things end with just this. Don't be ridiculous. How can you look at this and think that it isn't over? Quickly, deliver the final blow. Say it. With your blue truth. According to this, witches do not exist. Say it. Just say it. With that single blow. Just put a stop to my breathing. It's useless. Huh? So you would expose me to even further shame? Isn't it settled already? Stand up. The brawl still isn't over. Not over, you say? That just now wasn't you losing. You just stopped and gave up. Isn't that enough? Wouldn't giving up mean your victory? You should return to your little sister. Right away. Just throw me away. Right here. Didn't I tell you? I won't run away. And I won't let you run away. Just who are you? What in the world is it that you want? If you want to know, why don't you just try your favorite move? Isn't it better this way? For me as a mere delusion? An illusion? Isn't that enough? It's all useless. I won't let you run away. I'll break through you. How could I let you run away like this? I won't let you run back to the darkness of illusions while you're still all hazy like this. I'll break through you. Completely. So stand up. Don't act all frail like that. You're still hiding several moves. I can tell. Why won't you just let me escape? Dad, Mom, and Angie. All the cousins and all the relatives. And all the servants. Toyed with them so much and killed them. I definitely won't forget. Won't forgive that inhumanity. I can still feel Angie's arms on my shoulders. I won't forgive your inhumanity. So I won't let you get away like this. Father's eyes burned with the flames of hatred. The time had long since passed during which pitiful behavior would have earned his compassion. After being tricked once, Battler will never sympathize with me again. Instead of the wolves and sheep puzzle, this is like the boy who cried wolf, isn't it? What am I supposed to do? What should I do? Is fighting endlessly only to avoid admitting defeat? A fitting endless torture for the endless witch? Is endlessly harassing Battler to avoid giving him victory also part of being the endless witch? It's so sad. Is this what the endless magic is? I've had enough. I've had enough of endlessly being toyed with by witches. I will have no victory and no tie. In that case, there's only one result that can release me. Since the time I succumbed to the path of witches, since the day I made that contract with demons, it was promised that I would meet my end through tragedy, was it not? What's wrong? Golden Witch Beatrice? If you are the ruler of Rakanjima, show me a majesty filling for that, even at the very end. Lightning. The world was smashed with white. Fitting last moments for the ruler of Rakanjima. Haha. Hahaha. Hahaha. Wahahaha. So pierced by the blue stakes, Beato faced the raining sky and let out a cry of laughter. Then she slowly raised her face and stared at Battler. Fool. Just when I was about to praise her good fight and hand over victory, I shall regret that pride. This isn't something for you to hand over. I'm going to take it from you. Same goes for you, right? You could never accept an easygoing victory when I just say, maybe witches existing isn't so bad. Isn't that the very reason you intentionally fell apart like that at the end last time? That's right, last game you took pity on me just once, didn't you? So now I'll pay back that debt. Stand, my enemy, my golden witch Beatrice. Ha 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 ha. Fool. You fool! Ha 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 ha. You simpleton. You think you'll get another chance? Ah! And Beata yelled. Blue stakes that pierced her chest flew to bits and disappeared. However, the blue wedge that had pierced her foot in the very beginning did not vanish. You can't pull it out yet. You can't pull out the blue truth of the 18th Person X. Crazy Eyes did it, didn't she? Maybe? She believes it. I'll respond to one thing you told me to repeat. As you reasoned, Kinzo's already dead at the starting time for all games. Oh! However, this means that you can take one person out. Before now, I've proclaimed that no more than 18 humans exist on this island. I will lower that by 1 for Kinzo. No, she did. Her and her opium pipe. No more than 17 humans exist on this island. That excludes any 18th person. In short, this 18th Person X does not exist. This applies to all games. Damn. So Kinzo is dead the whole time. What do you know? Looks like you're still hiding some pretty crazy stuff up your sleeve after all. The island, which had no more than 17 humans on it, has been set up to appear as though there were 18. Taking one off makes it 17, so we finally reached the correct number. This way, the wedge I knocked into you has been removed. We'll have to start the fight over, back from square one. The blue wedge that had sewn Beato in place broke apart. It was no longer anything piercing her. The scars on her body had disappeared completely. There stood, just as Battler had hoped, the figure of the majestic golden witch who ruled Rakanjima. Then come, Battler. Once more, from the beginning. Try and break through everything with the blue truth. I too will no longer play, run, or hide. If you are worthless, then I shall end this match right here, right now. With my grand victory, I will make you regret your refusal to compromise for all eternity. Come, starting from the first game. Right. From the first twilight of the first game, there's nothing strange about the murder of the 6 relatives that were found in the gardening shed at the start. The crime is possible for any of those who didn't have an alibi. Valid. Continue what about the next closed room murder with Eva and Hideyoshi? Even the chain was set for that closed room. I shall add to the red truth. Both deaths were homicides. It is not the case that, after the construction of the closed room, one of them committed suicide after committing murder. Furthermore, the murder was carried out with both the victim and the perpetrator in the certain room. No method exists for the perpetrator to commit murder from outside the room. Suppose that the culprit was human without an alibi. In other words, the dead. We weren't able to identify some of the first 6 corpses because of their smashed faces. Maybe one was actually a disguised corpse, and culprit X killed those 2 after making us think they were a victim and hiding away. Then after the closed room murder was constructed, the culprit hid under the bed and waited for all of us to come and leave. Very well. Next. Cannon was killed in the boiler room, correct? I shall add to the red truth. All of the survivors have alibis. Let's include the dead as well. In short, no kind of human or dead person on the island could have killed Cannon. If no one could kill him, then he might have been the one to kill. Kenny-kun might have killed himself. Repeat it. Kenny-kun did not commit suicide. Kenny did not commit suicide. One more. Repeat it. Kenny-kun's death was a homicide. I refuse to repeat it. While that refusal may be possible to view it as a homicide, but you've already proclaimed and read that no one could have killed him. In other words, it wasn't a homicide. This is the same as the linked closed rooms from the third game. Kenny-kun died for a reason that was neither suicide nor homicide. The details are unknown, but he died due to an accident. Because of the devil's proof, I refuse to explain what kind of blunder could have led to an accidental death, where a stake was driven to his chest. Now that you have borrowed the power of demons, you are without peer. It is valid. In that case, what about the murder after that in the parlor of Genji, Nanjo, and Kumasawa? Naturally, Maria, who was in the same room, did not kill them. And of course, their 3 deaths were homicides. You can explain those murders with Culprit X, who hid away using an unidentified corpse. After all, those 3 had their faces smashed. It's completely possible that one of them was a body double corpse. Guarantee the identities of all unidentified corpses. Therefore, there are no body double tricks. Then you can explain it with simultaneous murders. Each of them had a gun, pointed it clockwise, and blew each other's faces off at the same time. After that, Maria collected those guns and hid them. How about that? What? What a ridiculous argument. How amusing. Then what about Natsuki in the end? I shall add to the thread truth. Natsuki's death was a homicide. There were no unidentified corpses, and all of the survivors have alibis. You can explain it with an indirect murder due to Trap X. Something was done on Natsuki's gun. It could have been a trap gun, built to send a bullet right into the forehead of anyone who tried to hold it up and shoot it. The bullet buried in the Natsuki's forehead was not fired from her gun. It's possible that Aunt Natsuki was lured out by that ladder, whose contents were unknown. She was called out into the hall. Then she was forced to stand at a specified location at a specified time and reared by Trap X, which used a gun that had been installed there beforehand. Wonderful. These speculative arguments of yours are even starting to feel pleasurable now. Out of respect, I shall hand the first game over to you. Well done. Instant Beato acknowledged her defeat in the first game. The stakes of the blue truth once again pierced her chest, letting out a terrible sound. Still, hardly painful, and it's not over yet. Come, now for the second game. Beato just barely pulled out the sticks that had pierced her chest. But even though there was no hole left behind, she still seemed to be bearing a deep wound that was letting out a massive amount of blood. And she was tormented by an equally fierce pain. Beato grinned, grinding her teeth, and pushed for the next game to start. But I won't feel sympathy for her. Just by her existing there, we've been killed and harassed over and over, and Angie's been burdened with a future of isolation. Correct. Just by my being here and laughing, this eternal hell will continue. You won't give up your little sister back. Let her cry over the family that shall not return for the next 1,000 years. Damn it! No compassion, no mercy. On to the second game. I'll start with the first crime. Right after it happened, I penetrated to the truth of the closed room murder where the 6 were killed in the chapel. Someone secretly borrowed Maria's key, and secretly returned it to Maria's bag after the crime was over. From the time Maria received her key to the instant Rosa unsealed the envelope, the next day, the key passed through no one's hands. What? That door might have had an auto lock, just like Gramps' study. In other words, it was unlocked before the crime with a rock or something wedged in, so that it couldn't close completely. Then, someone gave the key to Maria. The lock was automatic, so it's possible to make a theory where the key wasn't needed. There were no doors with auto locks other than Kinzo's study. The victims locked the door from the inside. One of the 6 was the culprit, and this person killed the other 5, then pretended to be dead. The 6 were already dead by the time they were discovered. All their deaths were homicides. All 6 were genuine victims and did not take part in a mutual murder. There was no simultaneous murder. There are people, Kumasawa in particular, who had no alibi at the time. We assumed that someone was hiding on the inside, and we got no problems. There's no one hiding in the chapel. Therefore, the shut-in murder you suggest does not work. What's wrong? Is that all you show me about her? It's not so easy once you get to the second game, right? But I mean, underground passage, right? It was a thundering exchange of red and blue truth. Six and wedges of blue truth that I sent flying, attacked one after the other. And Beato cut them down one after another with her red treasure sword, knocking them down. But the blood she lost from the first game was probably serious. This intense exercise was putting an even greater strain on her. I could also see her breath go ragged. That's why I can't hold back now. I'll corner that witch. This time, I'll break through her. Not yet. It's useless. It's all useless. The twisted logic isn't finished yet. What about this? The food they were given had small bombs in it. Oh, small bombs? Had small bombs in it, which exploded from inside their stomachs. In other words, the crime was possible through trap X. The exact nature of bombs they could swallow without noticing, which could also blow open their stomachs. It's the devil's proof. I refuse to explain. Small bombs. What the hell's that? Small bombs? Like, this is the first appearance of small bombs, right? Because I definitely would have recognized it in Chapter 2, right? Beato failed to knock down the blue wedges. The blue wedge as it flew at an angle like a breaking pitch. Let out a loud thunk and gouged itself deep into her left shoulder. However, even as the breaking pitch hit her, her laughter didn't seem to be stopping. Yeah, I get it. Even I think that theory's pretty screwed up. Laugh as much as you want. Got a problem with that? None. Quite a pleasurable, reckless argument. Next up is a closed room with Jessica and Cannon. No problems there. The culprit was one of the servants. They could have used a master key. It's not even a closed room. After that, there was an attack in the servant room from a mystery person. It seemed to be Cannon and Nanjoke and Kumasawa were killed, right? I'd already proclaimed Cannon's death in red before that time. So, who was that Cannon? If Cannon-kun's death was proclaimed with the red, there's no way he was alive. Therefore, there's a chance that the one who attacked that group was in the disguise that made everyone mistakenly think it was Cannon-kun. They would never mistakenly think any other person was Cannon. Then, just like the heredity of Kinzo's name, there's a possibility that Cannon's name was inherited by someone. You could suppose that Cannon-kun was killed, different person succeeded that name, that this person attacked them. It sounded like a watermelon being squashed raining out. The blue wedge was buried deep into Beato's left flank. Maybe it hit in the bad place, since it seemed to be really effective. After leaning over and moaning for a while, she left it off as though trying to make it seem like no big deal. Yeah, I get it. Must have hurt a lot. Yeah, because if they mentioned it before, then she would have made a note of that, right? The small bombs thing. Anyways. Ha 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 ha. Once again, you set up some human as the culprit as if it were nothing. You truly are grabbing on about things you'd never be able to open your mouth and say on the game board. And yet, it's valid. That reckless argument is pleasurable. Truly pleasurable. This isn't pain, it's pleasure. When Beato howled, the wedge that had pierced her was blasted away. But the wound remained, and she continued to be tormented by a fierce pain. You ready? I'll keep going. My blue truth for the last murder in the second game. The 3 who died in Not-Nazi's room should still be valid even with the 18th person X denied. Do you have a counter-argument for that in red? If you don't, the second game is all mine too. No, I don't. Fighting over such trivial matters bores me. I'll give it to you. I'll give you the second game. she acknowledged her loss in the second game. 2 blue stays gouged through Beato's chest this time. The witch's lungs were gouged, as were her intestines. Her face twisted in anguish. Her body twisted as she gasped in pain. Does it hurt? And here I said I could beat this yesterday. Nope. Hurt? No, this is just tickles. At least compared to having your entire body torn to bits and turned to a final pile of scrap meat like your sister. I'll make you scrap meat too. And your siblings can be all mixed together like ground beef and pork. Giggle. I guess not. Beat's not the right word. Finish. I'll beat you to death. I'll tear you to bits the same way. Next, the third game. How long are you gonna sit around all worn out like that? Well, we just started knocking you down the hill. Naturally, as if something like this could wear me down. You're right. We're still just getting started. Come, let's begin the third game, starting with the 6 linked corpse closed rooms. You supposedly did penetrate this closed room at the time, but then you killed off Kinzo. At the time, I theorized that Gramps was the culprit, and that after killing the other 5 and stringing the 5 keys across each room, he constructed his own closed room, the boiler room. That there, he died in an accident while carrying out some kind of scheme, burned to death in a boiler. But now I've declared that Gramps is already dead, so I've denied my own theory myself, ironically enough. However, there's no problem. Plenty of people besides Gramps could have committed the crime. Could even claim that all the adults holding the family conference were in on it. All 5 master keys were discovered, each in the pocket of one of the servants. Individual room keys were found inside envelopes alongside the corpses. In short, all keys related to the linked closed rooms were locked inside the linked closed rooms. No key could have been returned from outside the room using the crack of the door, crack of the window, fence, or any place of the sort. That they were killed with poison gas. Even if a key couldn't pass through, gas could, right? The murder was carried out from outside the closed room. All of them had what appeared to be gunshot wounds that were fatal. Murdering them from outside the room would have been impossible. I shall say more with the red. When the 5 other than Kinzo were killed, the killer was definitely in the same room as them. Already proclaimed in red at the time that there were no suicides. After the murder of each person in their respective rooms, the culprit created a linked closed room. The culprit had no way to return just the key to the very last room, and yet they were able to do it. After all, the first person to discover the corpse just had to pretend to find the key and pull it from the pocket of one of the corpses. She couldn't fully block the retort of that blue sting. Beato was pushed back by the blue wedges that were unleashed on her after another and finally failed to block one, and once again took a severe wound. She howled in pain. She pulled out the blue wedge that had pierced her right arm. Beato's entire body had been torn apart and pierced with blue wedges, stakes and blades over and over again. Now she was totally covered in blood. Even so, Beato grinned, cackling as though this was amusing. Foo ha 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 ha. How could a man who promised to bring Angie's parents home voice a theory where those parents are culprits? Splendid. Even that's just fine, right? Go be a big happy family getting their hands dirty with mass murder. Then return to Angie stained with blood that will never come off. How could we expect anything less from the people who returned alive from Witch's Island? Just what the mincemeat Angie needs. Ha ha ha. Shut up! I'll kill you! I'll tear you apart. You don't need to waste your time begging for your life. I'll definitely give you the worst kind of death by my own hands. Yes, you probably could do it. I've explored the depths of cruelty for over 1,000 years, and you probably will gift me with a fitting end for all that. Ooh, does that hurt? Is it harsh? Or does it tickle? Is that supposed to torment me? Come on, Ushimio Battler. There are still mysteries left. Yato had already countered my most powerful move, the 18th person X, by making the number of people on the island 17. But just limiting the number of people to 17 didn't overturn the theory that Aunt Ava was the culprit. I can crush most of the murders in the third game this way. Blood dripped from all over the body of the Golden Witch. I cornered her, this time thoroughly without mercy. This isn't a game played to decide who wins and who loses. Yeah, we aren't playing. Even the time I spend playing and fighting like this delays my trip home. In her isolation, Angie will continue to have her heart torn apart by loneliness and sadness. I have to go back to Angie as fast as I can. You're all worn out. Staying at death's door, are you? Cackle. It still doesn't burden me. Something like this. Cackle, cackle. It tickles. Looks like you don't need any mercy. Never asked for it in the first place. I'm going all out. Do so. My roles were reversed. I showed no mercy. So you ought to do the same when given the chance. Otherwise, I'll summon another isolated Angie from a different role. And this time, I'll tear off her arms and legs, stick her with a spear and roast her. Okay? Shut up! Never again. Not my family, not my relatives, not any of the servants. Won't let you make them your playthings. I've already broken through all the mysteries in the fourth game with the blue truth. The only one left is the very last one from the third game. Only the murder of Dr. Nanjo. Oh, I've already been cornered so far. What a precarious state I am in. Yeah, cough, cough. She coughed finally, spitting up blood. Her insides had been punched through so many times. It was only natural. In other words, the mystery of Dr. Nanjo's murder is the last line of defense for you being a witch, right? As you say, if you defeat that, it will mean that all of my mysteries have been defeated. Unless I counter one of your truths with some new red truth, present a new mystery. I will die. You don't look like someone who's been pushed into a corner, standing on the brink. You still have some kind of hidden pitch up your sleeve, right? Well, who knows? I've already tired of a too long life. After 1,000 years, I started to think that having this life ended by a rival like you, whom I stumbled upon at the very end, might not be so bad. Cackle, you can do it, can't you? Do it. I beg you. Kill me! I'm always the one killing, and I've never had the experience of being killed. I've killed 18 of you 100 times. Hundreds of times, but I haven't been killed myself even once, so I want to experience it just once myself. It's a graceless show of boldness, unchanged from before. The blood dripped from her mouth. Her once beautiful dress was covered with holes. Blood poured from all over her body, making her physical appearance stand in sharp contrast to her attitude. Maybe the shot she'd taken on the flank was still tormenting her. Since she was still pressing down on it unconsciously, without a trace of grace. But I've got no time for pity. As long as I feel sympathy for this witch, my family and I won't be released from this place. Until I defeat her, we won't be able to go home. In the outside world, it may be possible for even enemies to understand each other when circumstances change. But pure evil does exist. Evil that brings misfortune just by existing must be spared no compromise. Just by its continued existence alone, it's evil. I don't pity it. Just like how you didn't show pity for any of us. Well, of course. All of you are just pieces in the game. It's just unbelievably fun to think about which 6 to kill in the beginning, how to kill the next 2, and whether I can find a much more grotesque method of murder. You see... Hey, Battler, I've reformed a little, so forgive me this time too. If you do, I'll change my methods of killing into something a little better, okay? I'll listen to how you want them to be killed and in what order. Got it? It's so fun toying with people's lives. I'm sure you could think of a way to turn Angie into a pile of scrap meat much, much more thoroughly. Come, Battler. Try to expose the truth of Nanjo's murder. The 18th person X has been defeated, but I won't give in. I'll stop that witch's breeding cold. The end of the third game. It was announced in red that the survivors at that point in time, Battler, Ava, Jessica, and Nanjo, were all uninvolved with Nanjo's murder. It was also proclaimed that he was murdered directly by someone before his eyes. All other people had the strongest possible alibi by having their deaths proclaimed in red. I'll work through this without using the 18th person X. Think. Don't stop thinking. The red doesn't only bind me, it's also supposed to be your weak point. I've got to somehow use it against her. That's right. There's still a gap. Yeah, this way. I can break through it. This way. Beatrice's Legend of the Witch is finished. True. The others probably were dead. However, their deaths were not proclaimed in red at the instant Dr. Nanjo died. Strictly speaking, it was in the fight between me and Ava after Dr. Nanjo's corpse was found. In other words, if someone was alive at the time Dr. Nanjo was killed, and then died before Ava made that proclamation, even so, right through that crack. In other words, it's like this. Someone who was first confirmed dead by Ava's proclamation was the culprit. They cleverly played dead earlier, waited for us to come and go. Before their death was announced in red, they were made to think that they died. Then they killed Dr. Nanjo, and later died for some reason. After that, Ava proclaimed their death in red. That theory can explain Dr. Nanjo's case. How's that, Beatrice? When he forcefully asked that question, there was a terrible sound that could only be likened to that of a compressor. A blue stake that was as thick as a log appeared from under the earth and obscured the Golden Witch, Beato, pulling her up into the air. Ugly tearing sounds rang out, and each time a blue stake or wedge would appear and pierce Beatrice's body. And it finally ended. A tragic form was exposed there, pincushioned by more than 10 stakes and wedges all over her body, and dripping with blood, dangling and crucified. Oh. Well, there it is. There was none of the dignity of the brutal witch who had sneered at the honor of the dead and toyed with and killed hundreds of the living. The rain, which had started falling at some point, quietly tormented the crucified witch. As Battler heaved with his breathing, waited for some kind of answer from the Golden Witch. Although it wasn't long, it took the witch a bit of time to show any signs of life. It hurts. It hurts. You got what you deserved. Now you can experience a portion of the pain felt by all those you killed. Even as he said that, it seemed Battler had lost a little of his momentum at this extremely pathetic sight. Even if it was an enemy, he couldn't look straight at a woman exposed in such a brutal fashion. But even so, unless he destroyed Beatrice, this battle wouldn't end. Okay. Battler, I beg you. Huh? Beato let out a sob. It hurts. It really hurts. End it. End it. Even with this, I still can't die. Even though it hurts so much, I still can't die. What are you asking of me? End it. Release me from this pain. Beato's expression was soaked with blood and tears. Battler certainly had been tricked by her at one point, so I was probably able to suspect that her expression, that even her tears, were an act. However, Battler believed in those tears. After all, those tears had the red truth mixed in with them. Red of truth. What should I do? What can I do to end your pain? I will now expose everything. This is my heart. Your heart? Kill me? Beato. Kill me. Just let me die. Were those tears from pain and torment? Or else... Either way, that pathetic expression was painful for Battler to look at, even after burning with such anger. Quickly, go back to Angie. I'll listen to your request. Not so that I can go back, but to end your pain. Then... Battler... In her last breaths, Beato summoned up all of her remaining strength, and managed to close both of her hands into fists. Red light began to gather with those fists. Then she lifted her arms, as though appealing to the heavens for something. You'll be able to kill me. All of me. My heart. Crush it. Pierce it. Okay? Red light around both her arms gradually began to strengthen. Please. After saying that much, her face tilted to the side a bit. Then her right arm lost its light and flopped down. But her left arm alone did not lose its light and remained held out towards the heavens. Then, before Battler's eyes, another Beato appeared with a faint form, transparent like a curtain. The crucified Beato had already lost its consciousness. However, the newly appeared faint Beato quietly looked at me, her eyes expressionless, and spoke. Ushimir Battler, I will now kill you. And right now, there was no one other than you on this island. The only one alive on this island is you. Nothing outside the island can interfere. I understand. This is the last mystery Beatrice will be able to make as a witch. She's trying to offer it to me, entreating me to solve this final mystery and kill her. Do it. I'll accept your final mystery. You are all alone on this island. And of course I am not you. Yet I am here, now, and I'm about to kill you. Like a souped up version of Dr. Nanjo's murder. So... who am I? Is that your final question? Who am I? Then Beatrice slowly approached me and so expressionless held me. Yeah, I get it, Beato. I'll kill you, don't worry. And also slowly held her head. And I, as a piece, left the game board. Oh, man. Right. I mean, everyone has to die, right? Except for whoever solves the riddle. Yeah. That's a good ending. God damn. I mean, you can kind of see what they're going with, right? I'm just curious, like, how did these shenanigans occur? Fourth game, Lions of the Golden Witch. There it is. The end. That's the last one. Well, I mean, we still got the other tea party. How long is this one gonna be? I got tacos waiting for me. Well, I didn't expect them to like just go through all the cases and then like talk about them. So Kenzo's dead. I don't know about theories. Because I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I kind of have an idea about the Nanjo / Battler thing, but that was due to spoilers that I didn't ask for, that I didn't want. But I mean, it doesn't make sense to me, so I'm still like curious how it works. We still have 3 characters that we've been spoiled about. Not like completely spoiled, but I know about these characters. Yeah, it's 3. They haven't shown up yet. But at least we got small bombs. Also what? Unknown fragment. Oh hey, it's the room. Scattered on a large bed were cut cute jelly beans of various colors, and chocolates shaped like hajiki pieces. Fork was stuck into a shortcake peeking out of the gift box. And there were decanters with drinks of various colors lined up on a side table. The color of the partially finished drink that had been poured into a cup was venomous, matching none of the decanters. Someone had probably been playing around, mixing various things together. It can be lots of fun if you don't mind the taste. On top of the fluffy bed were several colorful big pillows like something from a dream. Oh? And on this bed that looked like something out of a child's dream world. Berncastel lay face down. Lima Delta lay face up, clutching a pillow and relaxing. Ha 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 ha, it was pretty thrilling this time, wasn't it? I got really panicky when Beato said she'd stop the game. What a rude witch, to start a game like this and try to end it by throwing it away. Wasn't Angie a good piece? After Beato ran for her, Angie dragged her back and made her resume the game. Although it's a shame that she gave Battler a little too much enthusiasm. After all, I knew Battler was a softie. No kidding. Looked like he might even go easy on Beato, his enemy. That wasn't easy, that. Like the last game, he might actually feel compassion for Beato and take the game in a weird direction. Angie was a trump card to get Battler back on track when he mistook his goal. Well, I wanted her to support him a bit more before using her up. She really did get used right off the bat. What a waste for a piece that required so much preparation. Was that Berkastel saying that? Good thing I shackled her with that rule about not giving her name. If that hadn't been set up, the brother-sister tag team would have swallowed Beato up in one blink of an eye. Thought it'd be a chance for them to press her all at once. But your mark was so restrictive that I couldn't make the best use of her. What a waste that piece was. Isn't it obvious that such an unfair piece would have to be retired right away? Well, in the end, she did a good job of preventing the suspension of the game. And that helps me out too. The way she made both of her interest match is what made her a truly wonderful piece. She was an innocent kid like Battler, so it was easy to get her to do as I said. Morons and impulsive types make the best pieces. I really can't stand losing that piece. By now that kid's minced meat. Hey, let's make hamburgers out of her later on. Oh wait, didn't you like gyoza more? I wonder what little sister tastes like. Giggle. Hilarious. Is it really okay for you to be so relaxed? Thanks to Angie, Battler has gotten all fired up. Pretty sure he started a hot pursuit of Beato, making this game take a big turn in my favor, right? I mean, didn't Battler just solve almost all the mysteries up until now? Huh? Not even close! Almost all of Battler's blue truth was wrong. Beato's lukewarm red is full of holes. If she had any brains in her, she'd slip through it easily by setting up a suitable web of twisted logic. Yeah, it really ticks me off. If it were me, I'd thoroughly cut down all of it with the red. Oh, really? And I was sure that those were all correct. Well, I don't know about that small bomb part, though. Not all of Battler's blue suits were valid. When talking about the first game, Beato clearly declared that she guaranteed the identities of all unidentified corpses. This defeats Battler's theory about the culprit of the Eva Hideyoshi Closure murder being someone who faked up a corpse. Next, Cannon might have died in an accident in the boiler room, but giggle. What kind of accident could drive a stake into his chest? Are you a moron? I'll slice it with that red treasure sword thing. Cannon did not die in an accident. For the next one, the murders of the three, including Genji in the parlor, the thought that it was a simultaneous murder where they shot each other in a clockwise pattern at the same time is laughable. Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanjo are not killers. The final trap X to kill Nazi was also ridiculous. The thing that shot Nazi wasn't a trap. It was a real shooting murder with a gun raised and trigger pulled. Giggle. Sucks for you. Shouldn't do that. Saying something like that in red. That kid's trying to say that she bounced Natsu's bullet back with magic and killed her. Ho 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 ho. Oh my, how terrible of me. You're right. Even the blue truth for the second game is way too naive. When the six were murdered in the chapel, the culprit was inside the chapel. But she said that she wasn't hiding. Or they weren't hiding. That guy keeps trying to explain things like using Trap X. What the heck is Trap X? Some weird mystery novel cliche? It's also laughable to say that in the case where Nanjo and Kumasawa were killed in the servant room, someone else inherited Kennen's name. No one else can go by Kennen's name. A different person can't claim that as their name. And that theory about borrowing the master key from Rosa for Natsu's room is also worthless. After the master's keys came into Rosa's control, never did any of them leave her hands. Except for the time when she lent one to Battler to unlock Natsu's room. I could keep on going, but just taking a quick look at them turns out like this, get it? Forget taking a quick look. You just denied Battler's blue truth for the first and second games across the board. My, what a shame. Butler heard, he'd faint. Right? Beato wasn't cornered at all. Looks like that kid's a pretty good actress after all. I'm sure she planned to make it look like she was getting cornered this game. Then sometime next game, bang, she'll slice it up with a single red stroke to make it Battler free. Giggle. And then I'm sure she'll say it again with a huge smile, which is never get into a pinch. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Then that whole tragic atmosphere as though Beato was getting cornered was all an act. Isn't it obvious? She really is a great actress. Even though she wasn't cornered at all, it felt like an astonishing last episode climax. She's totally the winner for Best Supporting Actress this year. Oh, but of course, I'm the star. You do fine too, Burn. At the end, she said something like, "Kill me," and laid out a big riddle. Wasn't that her last stand with Beato to be finished for good if that riddle was solved? Giggle, giggle. Come on, were you seriously tricked too, Burn? That wasn't even close to a last stand. Beato's still holding back a killer hidden move. When she stuck out both hands to give the final riddle, did you notice how she lowered just her right hand? Yeah, she mentioned it. Is that what that meant? Sure is. That kid still had plenty of hidden moves left. None of the mysteries have been solved. That tension, like she had been exposed in the next episode, would be the last. She truly is a genius at acting. Yeah, I want to see her knock Battler down to the very bottom right away. That kid's been totally encouraged by her North Wind and the Sun strategy from last time, right? I'm sure Battler will sympathize with Beato again and fall for it completely. After all, a single tear from a woman can fool a man, totally economical and profitable. I wonder if Battler will get caught by the same move again. Got to spur him on, so he never feels sympathy again. Although, Energy's Spin Swing seems to have done that pretty well. Power up from an energy-flavored hamburger? Ho 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 ho. Of course, I won't lose either. Starting here, I'll thoroughly support Beato to rally her up, enough to compete with Battler. Beato won't lose. I'm threatening her with a wonderful punishment game if she loses. Punishment games are seriously not cool, so you should go a little easy on her. I've decided what to do for your next punishment game, Burn. Wanna hear? Wanna hear? No. Come on, ask me. Guess what? Guess what? I'll lock you in a wonderful, wonderful castle. The castle will be surrounded by pure white castle walls, 12 kilometers to its side, with a height of 10 meters. Magic and tricks are prohibited. Really couldn't jump over that, right? 1,440,000,000 cubic meters? You can stop there. I already know what you're going to say. That place will start getting buried with gems, one every day. I'll lock you in until the castle walls are packed with them. You've been buried to death with gems. Isn't that a wonderful romantic punishment game? If you multiply the length of the walls by 5 and make it 1/10 its current height, I wouldn't mind if you shut me in right now. Really? That would make it 3,600,000,000 cubic meters, right? The time period for the punishment game would more than double, right? I get to keep you as my prisoner for such a long time. I really like you, Burn. I love you. Lambda Delta playfully approached Brunkestel, who yawned, looking bored. She touched the bottom of Lambda Delta's chin as though cuddling a cat. You're betting on Battler's victory, and I'm betting on an eternal tie for the two of them. Doesn't that mean no one's betting on Beato's victory? I wouldn't. Our chances of winning are 0. Ho ho ho. How truly pitiful, being told by the Witch of Miracles that there's no chance of a miracle. Although I wouldn't bet on her either, right? I can say that with certainty. It's also pretty sad when the Witch of Certainty says that you're certainly screwed. Unusually for them, they go together. I wonder how this game will resolve itself. Yeah, that's the one thing we can't predict. That's why it's fun. Won't permit escaping or suspensions any longer. I'll certainly make them continue their game, and I won't let them run away. Even though I can't even imagine what will happen next, I know it certainly won't end that way. At the very least, it won't end with Beato's victory. I mean, think about it. Neither of us, is betting on Beato's victory. In other words, if it looks like Beato's gonna win, she'll have us two great witches as enemies. Exactly. Our powers are most in equilibrium when balancing between a tie and Battler's advantage. If it tips too much in Beato's favor, both of us will line up along the same vector and drag Beato back. In other words, the instant Beato's in a superior position, she'll have to deal with both of us as enemies. A common front with Burn. Sounds fun. Thanks. But I'm not going into a Conpeto candy bath with you. Aww, now it's gonna cover you with melted marshmallows while taking a Conpeto shower. How pitiful. That child is a living toy. A doll you caught so that you could play with me, Lambda. I'm good at playing with dolls. Really can do it well, okay? I'm proud of being able to play with a single toy for hundreds of years without getting tired of it. You're her ally at some times and opposer at others, toying with her for all eternity. How pitiful. That kid is now our doll. That's right. That kid is our doll. No end has been prepared for that kid except the ones two of us desire. In other words, I can say for sure that this can only end by repeating a tie for eternity because of me. Or else with Beato losing and being destroyed because of you, Burn. As far as this game ending with Beato's victory goes, I'll proclaim it as the Witch of Miracles. Then I will proclaim it as the Witch of Certainty. Beato certainly cannot win, and a miracle certainly will not occur. Ha 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 ha. Jesus. Even Burn? Even Burn's in on it? A deviousness! Oh. Who done it? It was you, Dirk! I don't know. I mean, I have an idea of who did it, but only because I got spoiled. But I don't know how it works, or how it's explained. Oh no. But what tripped me up was the Battler is not Asumu's son. That got me. So who's the mom? Oh, and Kenzo being dead the whole time. Right, that tripped me up as well. I didn't expect that. But yeah, we got small bombs. Small bombs happened. So I'm looking forward to more of that. I don't know. Like, the only thing I can theorize about is the riddle, and the riddle is, I'm gonna say it's the chapel, because I mean that was the photo that Kumasawa's son had, and that Kumasawa was researching. So there's an underground passage. I mean, it's close enough to the mansion that Rosa and Ava could have gone there. So they went down there, found the gold. Ava got to be witch, but I mean, she's not the culprit, right? And then I don't know if it's like a 7 Deadly Sins type thing. We have to kill them based off their greatest sin. Which case, Rudolph would be Lust. Because if it's not Asumu, if it's not Kirie, then who else? So I wonder. But man, that was fun. The ending bit was great. The tea party. I think I still enjoy episode 3 more, but this is fun. So tomorrow, definitely, episode 5, the beginning. Let's get some answers. Yeah, that's very enjoyable. Hey, how's it going, Joe? So there's 3 characters still that we know about. I don't know how they play. Oh, one of them I know how they play because Higurashi, but yeah, the other 2, not sure. We got small bombs. The other spoiler is tied to one of the characters, but it's not really a spoiler. It's more like a meme, a joke. I just don't know what it is. I'll point it out when I get there, though. Bilingual version. Uncle Mion? What? But yeah, I think tomorrow, for sure. Wait, additional... Oh, right, we got the tips. Right, I forgot about that. We're not done yet. We got tips. We got tips to look at. Did we look at all the dead bodies? We did, right? Except for Battler. The beginning. Is that all the achievements, though? Because, right, I should get that. If there's an extra achievement, we should probably get that before we move on. Does the title screen change? There's no seagulls. Oh? Got the Golden Land. Music box. Golden Witch is going to do this music box. We hope you enjoy it as a souvenir of your stay here on Wakajima. Did we listen? Oh, hold on. Where is it? World End Dominator? Oh, we're not even done. Just more pages. Shit, does it have a... What if it's one of the Japanese names? Or maybe it's in the answer arc, I wonder. Oh, okay. I'm gonna say that... Wait. Shit. Do I click this? Okay, let's just immediately mute. Huh. It's got an English name. It says it's from Umineko no Naku Kodani. Damn it. I don't see it on the list, so maybe it is in the answer arcs. What's this one? Also, oh, we can see their sprites. Skip scary tunes. Oh, the credits song, right. The page. PP. Red Dread. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, I don't see the one that I've seen hyped. Okay, yeah, Red Dread I like. The whole soundtrack's been great. Definitely listen to it after I finish the answer arcs. Tips. Episode 4. So yeah, what was Battlers? Missing. Went to hell embraced by the witch, but to the witch, that hell was the Golden Land. Okay, we saw everybody's. Nope. Nope. Wait, can we? And this witch was lived for 1,000 years. She holds the father of magic power that is the source of endless evolution in the sea. However, that power is meaningless no matter how many times you multiply something in the sea of 0, it'll never be more than 0. However, when she was blessed by a miracle that gave birth to a 1 in that sea, her world became endless. When she was joined with the Witch of Origins through Mariage Associé, their magical compendium gained an endless span as well as endless power. Okay. I feel like we read that one. We definitely read that one. She didn't die. Oh wait, 556. The weapon of the Sisters Cavalry which serves Pendragon. So 556 was quiet and often teased. She was loved by everyone, however her luck was always bad. She met a tragic end in battle against the Black Witch. It was a cutting-edge weapon and unique in the Sister Cavalry, which tended to serve as honor guards. 556 was in charge of squad fire support. She shot not to kill, but to protect her allies. Huh. Oh, Trumpet Blues, Game Master level 1. Oh, was that the last achievement? So, yeah, okay. Cool. Well, guess that makes sense. That was hidden. Oh, Quiet Girl is always teased by everybody. That's because everyone loves her. The trumpet is her specialty. Everyone skips to her lively tune. But she didn't show up, right? Huh. So I guess that's a tease. Can't kill. That's just recycling. Okay. I think we got everyone there. Alright. Can't resurrect her. She's already dead. He didn't die. I mean, she died. No, but she doesn't get an entry. Do the Seven Sisters not die? They don't, right? We didn't get the reveal of what... Well, if Angie's dead, then how do we find out what she saw in the boat guy's place? Why does she believe magic's real? Creators. Marriage Associé. Why is it, do we just not have that? Magical Mirage Associé. Alliance of Witches formed by Lady Maria, the Witch of Origins, Lady Beatrice, and Endless Witch. Together they created the groundbreaking magical compendium which brought about an immense influx of strength to Beatrice's once declining magical power. It's probably safe to say that the formation of this alliance allowed Beatrice to gain the endless power in its truest sense. According to its first clause, witches must acknowledge each other and respect each other's magic. Young Angie did receive an invitation to join this alliance at one point, but she was later excommunicated. Magical compendiums. This term refers to a foundation that gives birth to magic. In particular, it indicates a system through which magical power can be gained automatically by sharing. For witches, committing one's magical compendium to paper and leaving it behind for future generations is often considered to be an important life's work. However, the more fearsome power of a magical compendium, the harder it is to comprehend and share with others. An easily learned magical power may be easy to share, but such magical compendiums are doomed to end up as little more than good luck charms that are eventually forgotten. Oops. The essence of sorcery is maintaining a balance between these two outcomes when leaving a magical compendium behind for later generations. Oh yeah, Kinzo turned into a dragon. That was pretty pog. That happened. Grimoires. Simply put, anytime a magical compendium is written down to be passed on to later generations, the result is a grimoire. It is said that today, the most famous grimoire in the world has a history of over 2,000 years and is still in circulation, acquiring new alliance members even now. It is forbidden to speak the true name of that grimoire, so it's simply called Book. Oh, this takes place in Greel Island. Gotcha. That explains everything. Beatrice's titles. As a witch, Beatrice holds two titles, Golden and Endless. These originally came from separate magical compendiums, so it can be said she wields the power of two compendiums. The title of Endless Witch has its foundation in endless creation and is the root of her unmatched endless magical power. The title of Golden Witch has its foundation in the realization of magic. Magical power that can materialize imaginary precious metals, providing the miracle of manifestation to all less tangible forms of magic. These two titles were refined even further within Mariage Sorcier, leading to their sublimation into the compendium known as Endless Realization. In that sense, she technically shouldn't be referred to as either the Endless Witch or the Golden Witch, but by a new title that is a fusion of the two. Regarding witches, the definition of a witch is vague, but according to the generally accepted theory, one becomes a witch at the moment they gain possession of a power surpassing the boundaries of humans that they can use at will. The world or fragment in which they can use their power freely is known as their territory. Most witches cannot leave a territory at will, but those who can travel freely across the world fragments are called voyagers. So that's in the story that Brown Castell and Lima Delta belong to this special category. Gotcha. Regarding voyagers, worlds of different fates and circumstances are called fragments, which is capable of crossing the ocean of endless fragments are called voyagers. It is also a title used to indicate a high-order witch. Witches limited to their own territories cannot compare to their power. However, because they don't have well-defined territories of their own, their values are ever-changing, and it's easy for their souls to become vague and insubstantial. It isn't uncommon for this to result in them turning to scraps of seaweed in the fragment ocean and fading away. Their voyage has no destination. You might even say they're on a journey to escape a destination. Witches of an even higher order than voyagers are called creators. Regarding creators. Creators are sacred beings who can create one out of the sea of nothingness. They can give birth to one from zero, give birth to the endless, then return to zero again in a flash. They are free from all restrictions, and voyagers sometimes even call them gods. In that sense, perhaps the Witch of Origins, Maria, is a chosen girl, fated to become a creator. All voyagers fear that the destination of their own journeys is becoming a creator. As to why they would fear advancing to the status of a higher order being, only they themselves can comprehend the answer. Huh. So Maria OP? Alright. I think yeah, that should be all the tips. Yeah, because we already did those. Yeah. Alright. Well, I don't have anyone to raid. Well, let's check. Let's check the Discords. Who's this? Oh, is she? Wait, what? I wasn't sure that she's live for me. It's weird. Wow, this is fun. I have no idea. I honestly have no idea. I don't know how this is going to play out. I'm excited though. I'm enjoying the ride. I am surprised that this episode was way longer. But I guess it's like the climax of the question arcs. Does that make sense? The one before. Oh, they just went live. Gotcha. But yeah, let's go say hi to Kira114, who's currently playing Final Fantasy VIII. I think they're on the final disc, so hype. But yeah, go check them out. And I think there's no shoutouts. No shoutouts. Actually, there should be one. Unless I did it early. I don't think I did. Thanks to Doge King Jojo for the follow.
Nice bird.
That was off stream. And yeah. I'll catch you all later. Tomorrow. The answer arcs. They continue. They start. they start. But yeah, have a good one. Bye.